Afternoon, good evening, and good day. Let's take a look and make sure we've got some audio coming through on this thing, and then we'll get started. Check, check. Okay, we're good. So we've got audio, and I did make time to actually go through and sort and organize the articles, and then no matter how good your plans are with a young baby, things can change. So the articles are still just like they were the last 2 weeks. They're all bundled together, and I'll have to sort through them. But want to hear from you guys. How was your week? How's it going? Um, didn't finish the video I was hoping to have out before the FSD beta update came out because young baby, work projects, and there just weren't enough hours in the week. But got some good stuff coming for you. And next week we've got the other part of I did some mods to the vehicle. I did the yoke and did the lithium-ion battery swap for the 12 volt, and then we've got another mod coming on Tuesday, and I'll make some video on it, and we'll see how long it takes to get that one out. But I think you'll enjoy that that mod as well. So let's see who all is here today. It's not showing me, so let's just jump into it, and we're gonna start with this one. So the Model 3 wins Electric Car of the Year, while Model Y places 10th. Good morning, Anders, or good evening, Anders, sorry. Good morning. Price comparisons are almost never mentioned in the fact that the 55K starting prices are more equivalent to a 65 to 70K spec with the other manufacturers. And that is a really good point, because everybody else does start lower, but you get less in the car. Ever since Tesla started making everything standard equipment, that's really changed the comparison a little bit. And y'all know I don't like to start out with Tesla, but that's just what was on my screen when I hit go live. So let's look into this and see what they say. Share this instead. I've got a notification. All right, so there we go. So there's Model 3. I've never even heard of the Cooper Born. It looks like the I think I've seen it before though. It looks like the ID3, not really clone, but the other badged version of the car. Oh, I guess I should stop covering the screen. Number 2 is the Porsche Taycan, which was really cool. Taycan, the BMW i4, Audi e-tron GT, Volkswagen ID3. There we go. That's the one I was looking at. I don't understand how two cars that are identical can get different ratings, but the ID3 is definitely going to be a little more pedestrian and bland than the sportier styled Cooper Born. The Hyundai Ioniq 5. The Fiat 500 scored really high there at 8. Mercedes-Benz EQS and the Peugeot 208. All right, so those are the cars. Let's look at the SUVs. Yeah, the EV6 is number 1. I think that's an attractive car, and I know a couple people with them, and they like them. The Skoda, I'm not familiar with this particular Skoda. The BMW i3, iX3, okay. The Kia e-Niro, it's a good affordable choice. The Q4 e-tron, the BMW iX, Jaguar I-Pace, Audi e-tron, the Kia Soul EV. 1, I didn't know they were still making it, and 2, there's no way that outclasses the Model Y as an SUV. What is going on here? I don't have a subscription to this magazine, so I can't see what their criteria are. But what do you guys think of what they're showing here? What I guess I should move myself so you can see the SUVs. Of what they're showing here, I don't. What do you think is? How would you rank them on your end? All right, then while we do that, we will move on to another Tesla Motor Club story. Some folks are getting emails from Tesla saying that if you want to get your Model Y faster, maybe you should consider getting one from Austin. So Gigafactory Texas is now selling cars to the public. Uh, Basically, you'll log in your Tesla account and you'll switch over to a Model Y standard range all-wheel drive, and you'll get a Texas car with the 4680s and the Giga castings. I think that's pretty cool. And as I keep saying, the 10 miles an hour, or 10 miles an hour, the 10 miles of range doesn't really make a difference when you consider that the I take that back. It does, because these are standard packs. On the lithium iron packs, it doesn't matter because you can use more of the pack without worrying about degradation. On the current 4680s, they are the current nickel metal um, NMC. They're the current chemistry, so you do still have to avoid going over 90% when possible, and watch the depth of discharge occasionally. So I don't know. They seem to think these will be million-mile batteries. They haven't come out and said it, so they might still be evaluating that. But I do think the idea of having the single castings will be fun. But I'm in line with a lot of the community saying that if done correctly, a Fremont car with more range should be the same build quality. But we'll see. I can't wait for these to start coming out to the public, and I'd love to see Sandy Monroe get his hands on one and tear it to pieces. Just because there's got to be more in there than what they showed at the Giga Austin party than even Sandy was able to get his hands on. So even if he can just, I think he should do the whole thing. But that would be really cool to see what's changed from that level of analysis, which would be fun. All right, so then moving on, we've got that's about typography. You guys don't care about that. Well, I mean, some of you do, but it's not what you come here for. Let's move on to electric trucks. So we talked about Exos, or formerly Thor Trucking, and how they had their semi was in the news last week. But now, not just the semi, but their or did I say that backwards? Their Class 6 and their Class 8 trucks are up, and they still look like the Thor trucks on the front, even though they've changed their name. And the one that we saw last week didn't have quite that same shaped grille. So let's see what they've got. The HDXT and MDXT, ratings of 350 horsepower. It's a 4x2 model. So this isn't the Class 8 truck, is it? It is. A 6x4 version. There we go. So 4x2. 150 kilowatt maximum charge rate. PCCS. And this is what we talked about last week, but they had um, the lower weight rating, and I don't really understand that. I mean, electrify all the things for sure, but generally you want to come out with a range topper. That was a weird choice for me. Got a baby crying over here. All right, let's move on to something a little less confusing. All right, so the Tesla Life is reporting that uh, Tesla, one of the best employers with a compensation plan. Let's take a look at their compensation plan here. So over 3 million unique applications. Yeah, we saw that in the impact report last 2 weeks ago. And zero cost paycheck deduction for benefits. I do like that. That was something I had at a couple of other jobs that were really large companies that their healthcare was on point. And it looks like I lost the camera. Sorry, guys. Camera. And now I'm upside down. Okay, there we go. All right. So let's see. The mean hourly wage production is 18, and the median is 17, and they're getting 2160. That's not bad. Zero contribution medical plan. I like that. Employee counseling and assistance. I think everybody's got that these days. Zero contribution dental and vision. That's really nice. Save a couple bucks a week. And zero cost shuttle to and from underserved transportation hubs in Northern California, or in California and Nevada, which makes sense. You want as few people parked at Tesla locations as possible because it's slammed. And it only makes sense to make it easy to get people in and out of work. It makes it easy for you. But it is a nice benefit, especially if they don't charge you for it. Employer paid life insurance. I've had that a few times. Employer paid short-term and long-term disability. That is nice and is not necessarily given. And that's since 2007. And then since 2016, they added safety net, which is limited financial assistance. Okay. 5 days of backup child and elder care for employees. That could be clutch, especially if getting added to a child care setup is time consuming and expensive. If you only need it a couple days a year, this is good. Fertility benefits, that's nice, and it's in line with Elon's repopulate the globe philosophy. Transgender benefits, wow, that's that's expensive and progressive. Since 19, Rethink a benefit provides resources for families and children who have learning and social behavior challenges. That's great. 2021, they added a safety net program that includes travel and lodging support for those who may need to seek healthcare services that are unavailable in their home state. All right. See, this is how they keep winning all these awards for being, LGBT friendly and family friendly. Uh, since 2022, they got LGBTQ plus employees concierge service, and we talked about this on the show. They added the 401k matching, and nice. All right, so more fertility services, including up to $40,000 and $25,000 for either adoption or fertility. Wow. Third-party reproduction services, 16 weeks of paid leave, 1 week of time off for a new parent for Tesla child bonding. That's nice. Can be taken following the birth or adoption of a new employee. Okay, that one seems like you got to use it right away. A lot of the other ones you can wait. Similar to the FMLA, you can wait and do it later when the baby will recognize you. 6 weeks of paid time off for new parents that have worked for over 1 year. That is nice. So instead of just being like, hey, you can go take time off and you got your job when you get back, they'll actually pay you. Take time off, go get that kid set up straight. That's nice. Disability benefits and paid for 9 weeks of maternity leave. Awesome, awesome work. So that's over on Tasmania, and they've got the details on it. So let's give you a link to that. All right, send that there, and then we'll move on to the next one. So this one was exciting to me. Got a lot of friends who've been waiting on the 2023 Cadillac Lyric, and who was this one? This is Autoblog is showing that that this could be the future of Cadillac. Uh, Something will come up again later is that they're sold out of these things already. But a couple friends managed to get in line before the door slammed shut behind them. Uh, so it's a refresh. Let's take a look at what this thing looks like. I think that they know their target market and they did a decent job on it. You've got GM Super Cruise and eventually GM Ultra Cruise available, all the safety features, and assuming that you've got a dealer that you can trust nearby to land this thing, then I think it's a good choice as well. That cockpit is nice for folks who want the feel of accessories and luxury, but without a 747 cockpit. All the extra buttons and switches for no reason like these, or a reasonable amount of buttons and switches for me. More than I would ever use, but reasonable. I got into one of the Cadillacs after I stopped working for a GM dealer, and wow, the buttons. uh, so it's like I'll never use half of that. Yeah, so it's gonna have that same level of like plushness that you might be used to. And this is the constant theme on this show is what constitutes luxury? What do you mean luxury car? And that's different for everybody, but there is a level of consensus as to some cars just aren't yet. Some of them are premium. Other people consider them luxury. Others are that's an entry level car. It looks like this is a USB-C port at the bottom of there. Interesting. I never did like these type of interfaces here with the knobs. I'm sure you'll get used to it. It's all knurled and jewel looking. All right, so let's see what the rest of this article has to say. So it made them famous for gasoline V8s, yes, and it's two-row mid-size SUV. It's bigger than the XT5 on the outside. So what's new? I mean, what do you mean what's new? It's a new car. Everything better be new. All right, here we go. Specs and performance. They both share a 100 kilowatt hour battery pack. and I don't know what the both is. Is it both trims, the all-wheel drive and the rear-wheel drive? Yes. The rear-wheel drive has a single motor that produces 340 horsepower and 325 foot-pounds of torque, with the range being an estimated 320 miles. Boom. As I keep saying, 250 or bust. And that is sufficient. 19.2 kilowatt AC charging. So that is 80 amp, baby. That is a good AC recharge rate. So on my Model X, my Model S was a 40 amp. I was saving for the dual chargers, and then when I got the money for that, I actually just dropped that as a down payment on the Model X rather than putting in my charger. So anyway, that one's got 72 amp charging, and it'll go from, it's a 100 kilowatt hour battery. It'll go from uh, in the red 0 miles. I don't know what percentage that is. It also shows 0 to 90% in just around 4 hours. The amount of times I actually need that kind of recharge speed or do those kind of trips is slim, but I like that it's there. On the new Model X's and every Tesla for that matter right now, you don't get 19.2 kilowatt charging anymore. It's limited to like 48 amps, which is still solid. It's just won't finish a 100 kilowatt hour pack in 4 hours. But the kind of trips I was doing to do that, my wife and I would arrive home at after midnight and then go to sleep for a couple hours and have to turn back around and get back to work. I wouldn't need a full charge to do that, but it was just one less thing to worry about after not having enough sleep for the night and then getting up and going to work. So that was something I enjoyed, and something that, I could see some of the younger Cadillac folks doing it. And I'm not saying that old people don't do it either. I'm just saying that they tend to value a well structured day, so they're not going to do a 4 hour turnaround unless they're already up for the day or something. But then you've got DC fast charging for that. All-wheel drive adds up to 500 horsepower, and torque is estimated. Torque and estimated range are not available. GM lists a towing capacity of 3,500 pounds, so this is definitely a Model Y contender. To kind of put it in perspective, uh, it's only capable of 11.5 kilowatts home charging. Interesting. So I wonder if that motor uses up space for the onboard charger, that they would make the all-wheel drive charge slower than the rear-wheel drive. For DC fast charging, maximum charge rate is 190 kilowatts, which is not terrible, because for the longest time Tesla was 150. Started at 90, and then after that for a good while it was 120. So 190 is not bad. My car can't do that. Mine sits around 170 most days, and only for a brief second. Uh, let's see, they'll have a choice of 2 years of free charging at EVgo or a $1,500 credit via Qmerit towards an eligible professional installation of a level 2 wall charger or 240 outlet. Nice. I would probably go with if I didn't already have a station in my house, I would go with the wall charger install, because then you're kind of guaranteed to use it. Whereas, as we saw with all the folks who got the free supercharger miles right before uh, uh, the COVID situation hit us, a lot of them had expired miles. So I'd rather have something a little tangible for it right there on the spot, personally. But you know your situation. Let's see what we're looking at. So it's 62,990, and it does not include the tax credit for most buyers, because they're out of the federal credit at GM, just like Tesla is. I can see this. I kind of like it. And let's see. There we go. So this one I saw in my feed just before going on the show, and let's take a look. Carbon Robotics autonomous weeder can kill over 100,000 weeds an hour using 8 simultaneous operating laser modules that deliver quick zaps on emerging weeds. And here's a quick video. Wow, it's literally burning them out of the ground. That's actually really cool. It means you're going to use less pesticides and less water, everything, because you're not growing a secondary crop of weeds. That is really cool. And one of the comments was, "Can I get this for my home garden?" And the answer is actually yes. They do have. I don't know about the high powered laser part, but they do have robot weeders available for for home use. Some of them are like super intelligent, and they'll do like this one does, and use cameras and track it down and everything like that. Others are more like a Roomba, of the old style Roomba that would kind of just bounce around between bumpers in your garden and just kind of dig up anything that wasn't marked as an established plant, which also worked. It was a lot less expensive than some of the alternatives. Imagine food without dangerous chemicals. Yes, indeed, that's the point. Uh, Literally pay money for this to come visit my lawn. Yes. All right, so let's see. All right, so Tesla has officially filed plans for the Hollywood uh, Diner and Drive-In Theater at 7001 Santa Monica Boulevard. We spoke about this a few times. It's going to be a two-story affair, and here's some blueprints of it. The one I saw had two photos. Here we go. First look at the restaurant and diner, 2 stories tall with seating inside and around the building. So this is very much like it's not quite a roller diner like Elon originally described, but this I think would be more of an experience. There we go. I think that's pretty cool. I would take the time to go visit that. Hopefully this answers everyone's questions about the movie screens. That's another good question because so it looks like they're going to do both. Diner and drive-ins. Okay, so you can go stretch your legs and get out of the car if you want, or you can do the drive-in. Uh, that, that choice is even better. Let's see. Finally, there'll be two movie screens for viewing by people charging their cars and/or eating in the restaurant. The movies to be shown will be features lasting approximately the same amount of time as it takes to charge a vehicle, about 30 minutes. The two screens will be on the north and west property lines of the site to allow people to view the screens from both their vehicles and from the rooftop seating area. A decorative bamboo landscape screen will be planted on the property lines to frame both movie screens. All right. Operational hours for the drive-in movie theater will be from 7 to 11, pursuant to the commercial corner standards. That sounds like it'll be a nice, tasteful, fun experience. What do y'all think about that? Would you use the drive-through or drive through the drive-in and the drive-in theater, or would you get out of your car and go to the restaurant? And then if you did that, would you be on the upper level watching the movies with your family, or would you be on the lower level just enjoying the stretch of the legs? Let me know. Yeah, Elon was talking originally about cutting up feature movies, so I don't know if they're going to have a partner that produces content for that, or enough time for a Looney Tunes show. uh, uh, does this predict the launch of Tesla Studios to create a bunch of 30-minute movies? That might be interesting, actually. All right, so what's next? All right, so another reference to that, confirmed by Tesla Canada. Another reminder that you need multi-factor authentication turned on your phone, which I do have for my Tesla app, just in case. The app and the website. Politics. See, my plan was even if I didn't get them all into the document, I was going to at least separate the politics and tech and the stuff for the show, and I failed miserably. All right, so LG Energy is going to produce lithium iron phosphate cells in Michigan. One bit of that news is the lithium iron phosphate, and the other bit is that's they're going to make them here in state, which is nice. Hopefully, when they build this factory, they have better quality control than whatever happened with Hyundai and GM. So we heard earlier that Ford was considering lithium iron phosphates, and Ford and GM or most automakers don't do the cylindrical cells; they do prismatic cells or pouches. And so the prismatic cells, this sounds like this could be for Ford, because Ford was talking about going iron phosphate, and this lines right up with that. So heard rumors about LFP in 2021, and the two cells in the pipeline that will enter the market are standard size cell and the long size cell. And I do believe it's the F-150 Lightning using the long size cells, and maybe Ultium, but we haven't heard GM say they're going to go iron phosphate yet. Uh, we guess there's a chance the long cells might be used in electric vehicles, but there's no confirmation. Going to manufacture 5 gigawatt hours annually, so it's not quite the kind of gigafactory as the original gigafactory, but it's not a small amount either. So 5, and the expansion will be 5-fold. So it's going to start out smaller, then it'll be the same size as the regular gigafactory. That one's 30 to 35, or at least it was planned that way. So I think it's more now. So 5 to 25 is in that realm, including 20 gigawatt hours of lithium iron phosphate cells. Interesting. So 5 NMC and 5 and 25 or 20 iron phosphates. That's interesting. All right, what's next? Got a video about Cybertruck development stages from Telosive. I didn't watch it. I pulled it up for me to watch to see if there's anything interesting. All right, so we talked about the eCascadia coming online last week, and now we have our first announced order of this thing. Cisco, the food distribution group, they plan to buy 800 of these eCascadias. And remember, we were talking about how the range doesn't always matter, because if you're doing local, you don't need to worry about if the thing can do long haul or not. Because when this thing is stocking up your local fast food store, your grocery store, your school, your whatever restaurant, they're coming from the regional food distribution hub to the restaurant, a couple different restaurants, and then they're going home for the day. So you don't need a 300-mile range on these trucks at full capacity. Not to say they don't offer it as an option, but to say that you do want full capacity, but you don't necessarily need enough range to go from sea to signing sea. So let's see when they're going to take these orders. All right, so the letter of intent says that from 2022 to 2026 is when they are expected to arrive. That's quite a span for the first one to arrive. 4 years. You get 4 years. Give us some trucks. I hope we'll see some this year from them. And that's also really good because the Cisco trucks, since they are food delivery, they tend to do either a lot of idling or running an APU to keep the cooler going. So now they can do it off of the EV batteries through an inverter. So this will make it a lot quieter when you happen to come through a place and they're reloading and you want to go eat either at a drive-through or at a sit-down restaurant. I don't think it really matters behind a school unless the loading zone is near the classrooms. But that's really cool. And then we've got some more specs on the cab. 438 kilowatt hours, about 220 miles. For the tandem drive, 438 kilowatt hours. For the single drive, up to 230 miles. So it looks like saving that weight gets you another 10 miles of range, not bad. And single drive is only 291 kilowatt hours with 155 mile battery pack. So that would actually be interesting because you see a lot of trucks running around with a single axle, like the chip trucks and the and like the beer trucks and stuff too. They all tend to have just a single drive rear, and then they have that low slung trailer out behind them. So up to 438 kilowatt hours, 195, 291, and 438 kilowatt hour options. And then you can get it only as a day cab, which is fine because to get the sleeper cab would mean that they are aiming for long haul trucks, and right now I don't know that the infrastructure is there yet for long haul trucking in the States. It may be available in Europe, but in the States, they're just using the same chargers as the cars if they're away. And that might be fine for a bus, but it's got to be significantly more difficult for a Class 8 semi-truck than it is for a tour bus. All right, so what's next? Oh, this was nice looking. So Einride is teasing a sleek new trailer at the inaugural Mesh conference. So one thing to consider is if you're going for a new propulsion platform that is limited in how much energy it can store, perhaps you want to use the energy that you have more wisely. If this might be more for places that own and operate their own trailers and trucks, like Walmart, Amazon, and various couriers. I don't know that. I guess eventually, like the the general shippers might want this as well, but I think that's probably where we'll see it first. And that's why you also need to be compatible with a standard trailer, which so far every electric truck we've seen is. So let's see what's so special about this trailer for them. Aside from looking sleek, I haven't seen too many triple rear axles, unless it was a extra heavy load. Because when you get to toll roads, you pay extra per axle. But you do need the extra axles for the load, so that you don't tear up the road and you're not out of spec. All right, so their nameplate vehicle, the Pod, similar to or is a similar all-electric driverless truck. Interesting. That's been running in Sweden since 2019 and will be headed to the U.S. soon. The T-Log, autonomous logging truck. That's interesting. All right, so they have shared plans to deploy 200 battery electric Class 8 trucks from BYD in the U.S. and partnered with a Danish company, Maersk, to further electrify the shipping segment. Interesting. So I could see this being an intermodal container. I don't see it at the top, but just because you don't see the hooks doesn't mean they're not there. Interesting. All right, so deliver, dock, and own. I mean, it's a really sleek looking trailer. It looks like sci-fi. I don't know how much adoption we'll see. Like, interesting. The e-trailer. There we go. We've been talking about something like this, if it's the one I think it is, where the trailer will assist in its own towing. The e-trailer is designed for seamless integration with other Einride electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles to provide optimal platform performance. So it's not as awesome if you have to get their truck to pull this trailer. If it was working with standard trucks, then that would be much cooler. All right, so let's see if they make it to production and what happens. But here's a little video. Hopefully, it's not full of music. Let's find out. Of course, it is. Sorry about that. All right. Okay, so the e-trailer is what we were talking about with the assist, which is nice. But if you need their truck for it, it's not going to see the same level of adoption. Mm-hmm. It's pretty. It's definitely pretty. All right, that's enough of that. Stop. All right. Yeah. I'll let it finish out while I find the next article. All right, here we go. So, Los Angeles Fire Department gets the first electric fire truck in America. It's been delivered to LAFD Station 82 in Hollywood. Now, I know that we've seen a bunch of other electric fire trucks, so I'm wondering if what is special about it is that maybe they're the first to actually take delivery. Let's see what they got here.
This is a historical day. The LAFD signed an agreement to become the first fire department in North America to purchase an all-electric fire engine from Rosenbauer. So we are beaming with pride, as you can see, to be able to add this fire engine to our fleet. This engine, electric engine, has many benefits, and first and foremost, it will reduce noise. And one of the main things when we talk about our firefighter health and overall well-being, it'll reduce and bring it basically to nothing in regard to diesel emissions.
This is very important. We keep talking about air quality and how it has effects on not just the community around where this vehicle will operate, but also the people who will be working in and around it. You've got all the air pollution, the soot, the particulates, the CO2, the monoxide. Then you've got the noise and vibration, like riding in and outside of the truck. Outside of the truck is the noise. The vibration doesn't matter as much outside because the pumps and stuff will still beat the earth. But when you're riding in it, those vibrations, those micro vibrations, we've seen where folks that do Olympic sledding, they have vibrational injuries for life, and this is not quite the same thing because you're able to sit rather than lay versus the sled, but that vibration is not healthy either. So neat.
And that's a very important piece, at least from my perspective, that we are actually going to create the space for our firefighters to be healthier around our fire engines.
Curious if that's more or less room than you'll find on the fossil, because you gotta have space for the battery, space for the water. It looks like at least for the firefighters itself, it's got the same amount of room for tools. I wonder if they'll have a frunk.
I also want to stress the importance of, our tools are only as good as the people who operate them. So I wanted to shout out to our amazing professional firefighters that do their jobs and do it very, very well. I'm extremely proud of our workforce, and we're going to lean into the future.
There you go. All right, so yeah, we've been talking about it for a while. 2020, they announced they were going to order one, and so the news here is they actually took delivery. That is a really cool situation there. Let's see if this is them. They'll tell us about their truck and what they think about it.
Hi there, I'm Todd McBride, the RTX Sales and Marketing Manager on electric.
Well, it'd be nice if we could hear him talk, but there's music, so sorry. What if we do this? Look at that. Closed captioning. All right, but I want to take 7 minutes of it. Ultimate driving experience. Don't let BMW know. Yeah, that's right. That's a good point. It is very low to the ground compared to a regular truck. Okay, so it's got height adjustable suspension. Is nice. Can go down 7 inches. Or come up. Okay. That's practical. Off-road mode, which creates even more ground clearance. Up to 14 inches. Yeah, because sometimes your fires aren't on the beaten path. 19 inches. Goodness gracious. So they made the equipment more accessible. That's good for the human factors, because you don't want to be reaching up to grab too much heavy stuff. And everything they carry is heavy. Yeah, when you're wearing all that gear, you don't have to climb into the truck. If you can just walk in, step in, that would be great. Okay. No engine tunnel. Yeah, that's just like the sedans and the SUVs, the electric ones. They don't have all these drive shafts and stuff going on. So yeah, it looks like there is more room for them. Sweet. All right, so let me copy this, and you can watch the full sales video if you'd like to. Not that I suspect you're out there buying any fire trucks, but this is an interesting video. All right, so I want to pause this, turn off closed captioning, and enable the sound. This one was fun news for people like me that have a Cybertruck reservation on hand. So this is Chris Dirty Tesla saying, "Oh my goodness, the Cybertruck press, let's go!" And right now in Texas, huh? looks like it. So this, I think that's why I had the Deloso video loaded up, is because it was in that video. And in case you thought Tesla was dead or about to be passed by a competitor, this arrives. 9,000 ton Idra press is being assembled currently. No one is even close. Yeah, because remember, just like the Gigafactory Texas Model Y is being single cast, so is the Cybertruck. I guess it's got the folded steel exoskeleton, but the frame is still Gigacast or Megacast, whichever. I think that's pretty cool. All right, so moving on, we've got Drive Tesla Canada. Share this tab. Close those two. Cyberlander has received a Green Concept Award from the EU, which is interesting because the truck isn't being sold in the EU. But I'm guessing that perhaps when they move on from just the Cybertruck and they start making other models, the EU wants to be ready to receive them there. And it's a great concept. It's very expensive, but I think it costs more than the truck. All right, so for those who don't know, the Cyberlander is it's kind of like a pop-in camper. It compresses down and folds up to fit in the vault of the Cybertruck. The vault is what they call the covered bed, and it's got a water recirculating shower. It's got a toilet, kitchen, office, and yes, it's only one room and a restroom, but it reconfigures the chairs and it's got the bunk beds and stuff like that. So I'm wishing them well. It's also got a little bit of like it's got a not really cybersecurity. It's got a security system and it's facial recognition, that sort of thing. So you arrive, it sees you, it lets you in. I wish them luck. That'll be fun. All right, so then next we've got, what is this? All right, so this is an ad from Ford and is full of music. So I'm not gonna play the music, but let's see. This is such an awesome win to help accelerate the change, having Ford help educate the public about EVs and charging infrastructure. So let's, can I make this bigger without being full screen? Yes. All right, so states where I can recharge and states where I can't recharge. That's what people are expecting. Only in the coastal elites can use their EVs. Well, that's not the case. Because, in reality, you can charge in all 50 states, even though it's only showing 48. And then follows with a 4 dead. Which, that's their prerogative. They want you to buy their electric truck, so why not tell you that you can use it anywhere? One thing I forgot to do was I don't know if it's going to work. I'll try it anyway. I just sent an invite to Marcus. Here's Thunderstorm Watch 155. That's now. All right, so if we go off air, then it was probably loss of connection. This is an article I set up for myself to read later. Come on. There it is. Sorry, I was showing the screen, but I lost track of it. So the former NASA leaders praised Boeing's willingness to risk themselves for a commercial crew, and the quote they pulled out of the article is, "I think if they look back on it, they wouldn't do it again." They had a rough couple of years with the failures of Starliner and also the Boeing 737 Max, and they had some troubles on the Dreamliner as well. So Boeing's had a rough couple of years, and this is something I wanted to read later, so I'll allow you guys to do the same with a link to the article here. Here we go. And then let's move on to another one. So this one is another one from Drive Tesla Canada, and I didn't know the real name for Circle K. It's this alimentation. I, my French pronunciation has gone even worse than it ever was. But the Circle K is opening their first EV fast charger. Let's take a look. All right, so coming from Quebec, which explains the French. Let's see, the first fast charger was activated Friday at a new prototype Circle K in Rock Hill, South Carolina. So I will go visit that the next time we're visiting family or going to my house in South Carolina. Serve as a pilot and track driver usage. It'll serve as a pilot facility, and it'll track driver usage so they can determine how they want to roll it out. And how many EV drivers visit their convenience store while plugged into the charger. I would say you'd find a significant portion of folks at the charging station would go and visit the convenience store at least to go to the restroom, but probably to buy something. If your prices are reasonable, you get a good quick in and out experience. A lot of the folks that run superchargers at their gas stations have seen this experience. And if you have hot food ready to order, like Wawa, Sheetz, Royal Farms, and I can't remember the other name, but if you and Buc-ee's, of course, too. So if you have anything like that, then you'll find that people are actually going inside the store once they plugged in. It's very rare for somebody to just plug in, do a full 15 to 30-minute session, and then never visit. All right, so is that program working? And let's go on to the next one while we're here. So the Tesla Life has an article that they got from Inside EVs suggesting that what might Tesla's nickel mining deal suggest about the future strategy. Let's see if this is probably an FNX. Yep. These think pieces tend to be FNXs or EVNX. So the what we're seeing with Tesla securing their raw minerals is actually pretty smart. They're getting extra lithium contracts. They're getting nickel contracts. They've switched to lithium iron phosphate for as many vehicles as they can, and they're pre-contracting as much as they can. It's a smart way to handle everything. I don't know. I'll read this later. No, I won't. I won't read it later, but you can read later. I've got enough articles that I know I won't come back to this one. I was hoping that we'd have a discussion on it, and so I brought it in. Anders says that Circle K has many stations with charging options in Norway. That's a really good point. I noticed that first with Bjorn. He was kept stopping at Circle K. I was like, what? They have that over there? And yeah, they do. Yeah. I like them. One of my relatives, they didn't have 7-Eleven, and we did. And so every time we wanted to go visit 7-Eleven, they'd say, hey, let's go to Circle K. I was like, what? And that when we were kids, the kids would, walk to the store, grab some snacks, and the simple things. So this one was an interesting article to me. So almost half of Brits would not consider an electric car, according to NF Mutual study that shows charging and range concerns as the top sticking points for petrol and diesel. So with this, I'm wondering, one, how was the study conducted, and two, why these hangups continue to persist? Like, we still need more education out there. Like, folks kind of understand the concept of a hybrid, so that's getting better. But like, hybrids have been out for over 10 years now, and people still don't understand them at a conceptual user level. Not anybody's going to be working on them or needs to buy them in quantity. Um, EVs, thankfully, are simpler, but got a long way to go to get people out of this paradigm. If I need to go to the place and hold a cable for a while and then get back in my car and go about my day. So 29% quiz said they would consider switching to an electric vehicle in the next 5 years, while a further 16% said they would consider making the move in the next 10 years. 7% meanwhile said they would consider switching to hybrid power, but not a fully electric car. There are reasons to be cheerful in this research, with 52% of Brits prepared to consider switching to an electric or hybrid within 10 years. Yeah, that part is nice, but I'm just curious if it's a FUD factor or not. Because remember, in this region is the same place that Lexus was allowed to continue on with their self-charging electric car garbage, which was really just a Lexus hybrid car that ran fully on petrol. And baby's not happy. Getting there. So the Harley Davidson has paused production for 2 weeks on all models except for the electric motorcycles. So this shows you that they understand. This is like every other automaker we're seeing is like all the sales of everything is either going down or staying flat. But when you look at deeper into their numbers, what numbers are going up? The electric cars are going up. So when you don't make cars and just motorcycles, then you probably expect to see the same trend go on, and that looks to be the case here with Harley based on how they're handling this. All right, so the Milwaukee-based motorcycle company is feeling the sting of sudden supply issues that plagued many major manufacturers for years, and they've been forced to pause production across all of its motorcycles except the Livewire. It's not just production; shipments are also halted. All right. So on Tuesday, concerning a regulatory compliance matter related to the supplier's component part. Interesting. So it sounds like parts for control of their gas bikes are just in limbo right now. But you don't need emission controls on electric bikes, so you can keep on making them. Livewire sub-brand is electric and shares minimal components with the gas bikes. All right. They still have the same problem that Cadillac, Buick, and Lincoln have. They have an aging customer base, and they need to get younger buyers to buy the new product, or this will be their last generation of customers. Livewire dropped the long-anticipated Delmar. We talked about that last week, which lowered its Livewire's pricing from a lofty $22,000 for Livewire 1 to a more manageable $15,000. Yeah, if I could get spousal approval for a motorcycle, I would definitely appreciate a cheaper one. What is this? Oh, it's Windows. More Windows. Halo. All right, so Monroe Live. They have a video of what happened when they removed the front from the Rivian R1T. So let's take a little preview of that, and then I will watch it later because that interests me.
Really understand what was going on.
And Eric, if you zoom in right here, you can see the spots where the magnets interface with.
Oh,
you
cool.
have these little metal
Even the cowling
metal tabs
is
that slide over this plastic piece.
magnetic.
And
That's
then
nice.
there's even one on the headlight. So it's a little bit of a complicated stack up because you're dealing with the headlight, this front center insert piece here, and the headlight over there, as
And
well
then
as,
these
as
two
well as the
connectors.
slip right there. Yeah. And Sandy, we have seen these before, typically on interior panels, but it is kind of a stretch for them to put this on such a piece that you would be interfacing with as you're leaning in.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice. They do have the same sort of magnetic closure as we saw on Brandon's R1T inside the frunk to hold up the divider, so it will magnetically stick it up to the back of the back wall of the frunk, so you can then use the deeper space, or at least if you're dealing with stuff that's under the floor of the frunk, you don't have the top. You don't have to kind of juggle it. It's out of the way for you. So yeah, we'll come back to that. I'll watch that tonight. And this one is kind of tangential. Skift is talking about the best cities for digital nomads, and they came up with Libsyn, Miami, Dubai, Algarve. Can I make that bigger? Yes. Algarve, Barbados, Barcelona, Dubrovnik, St. Lucia, Malta, Antigua, Mauritius, Côte d'Azur, Cyprus, Tuscany, and the Bahamas. Looking at prime residential rents, air connectivity, quality of life, climate, and internet speeds. I thought this was kind of both interesting and, like I said, tangential, because part of it was the climate aspect, and part of it is in the new normal, as we were talking about. Some folks are able to work away from the office, so I don't know where I was going with that, but you don't have to choose to be in a packed city if that's not what you want to do. Other times, like a lot of folks do like that New York City charm. Like you can just walk everywhere and everything is open so many hours of the day. But also means you don't have to be like me in this concrete expanse, and can enjoy something either more beautiful or uh, that you have a reason that there's so many people around you. And that was it. That was just the chart. So it's this one I haven't read yet. It's a passenger's 1-star review of the trolley ride from the Trolley Problems review, and they said, "Where do we even begin?" I first we killed the guy. So this one isn't one I shared for this. It's one I'm going to come back and read for myself. The premise of the article was interesting to me, that somebody would look at the trolley problem from the perspective of a passenger in the trolley rather than the people on the tracks, where either the one track is empty or it's got less people to run over, and then the one that's got a lot of people to run over. Uh, I think I showed you guys this. One of my favorite solutions was by like a 3-year-old, and no, that was wrong. The 3-year-old's idea was just to run the trolley through and then run it back down the other track. This one was a train enthusiast's idea, and he was running the trolley down his model train set, and they hit the switch as it goes through, so the trolley then gets stuck, and it can't run because of the way they set the track up. That was pretty cool. So then he didn't have to pick anybody. All right, it's politics, this one. All right, so we're going to avoid most of the Elon Musk stuff for the week because, man, that dude was all over the map. But there was some of his usual stuff, like the stuff that we do like, making the world a better place. Super excited to be launching in Brazil for the launch of Starlink for 19,000 unconnected schools and rural environmental monitoring of the Amazon, or of Amazon, but he meant the Amazon. And a lot of folks were joking that Jeff Bezos isn't going to like this, and like right here, I'm happy to see you're working with Jeff Bezos and Amazon. But the important thing is, this is for the schools. I saw a lot of other. I mean, the dude does a lot of stuff that you can legitimately not like him for, but like the people who just hear his name and they just go rabid. They're like, "Oh, he's working with bad people." Blah blah blah. I don't know if this was the same trip or a different trip, but connecting the schools is awesome, regardless of if the politics in that country are not good. So that's exciting to me, is that they're continuing to make the world a better place, because allowing children to have access to information and then helping them process it and form ideas is what it's all about. Yeah, exactly. Like Franny says is this is what Starlink is all about: providing cheap and super fast connectivity with low latency to rural areas where otherwise there would be no internet. Fast internet has become a bare minimum essentiality. I did hear back from that satellite installer. I need to return his message. We may get our Starlink hoisted to the roof here, so that I can then add it in as a peering technology rather than as a backup. Because right now, every minute we lose connectivity for a few seconds, and that is not good for primary installation. But it's not the fault of Starlink that we're losing connection every minute. It's that this lot that we're on is full of trees, and they're not long enough that I can get it even out of the shadow of the building. So uh, the idea here is to get it put up on the building, and then when we move out, to get it taken back down and to take it with us. Like at my house, I've got no trees. Well, I've got one tree, and so they're not able to get in the way of the solar panels or of the dish, no matter where I put it. Just toss it back out in the yard. Actually, my yard has a little bit of a water saturation problem when it rains, so I won't just toss it out in the yard. But I could put it on the pad to the porch if I wanted to. All right, Brazil's a large country, but Mexico is the oldest, greatest, and most populous country in South America, and they're a fellow member of NATO. And like Canada, you should be there. Yeah, exactly. Mexico is part of North America. This is typical of anything the man does. Is oh, that's great you're doing this, but what about X? It's like, well, is one person with private money. You can't have him solve all the world's problems. This reliance on the world's millionaires and billionaires is not the way. We need to make sure that our governments are supporting us and elect people who will take care of our interests. I'm not saying to bite the hand that feeds you. So when one of these rich people does give out help without any strings attached, I'm not saying you can't accept it, but we shouldn't be reliant on them. This is not the Middle Ages here. Hello, Zachary. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Let's see. Welcome. We're excited too. What? All right. Let me stop before we get into too many of this problem with musky tweets. They get a little out of hand on the replies. So I didn't get to it yet, but right now the Tesla repair manuals, the service manuals, are available for free at service.tesla.com. I'll go over that when we get to it in the as we sift through the news I pulled up for the week. But one item that came out of it is that the Tesla structural battery pack is removable, but quite an ordeal. So this is something I've been saying the whole time, is that why would they make a non-removable battery pack? That's not logical. And not saying that I didn't think that it wasn't removable, but saying to the folks who were doubting that, that this thing would be able to be repaired in a crash, for instance, that, oh, well, you get in a fender bender and it's gone? Well, maybe. This depends on, on what happens, but it's not because sorry, the baby's crying again, distracting. The It's not that I don't think that Tesla would make a car that wasn't serviceable, even in a collision, especially now they own insurance and several body shops. So it came out in the service manual that, yeah, you can remove the 4680 battery pack. It takes about 300 some odd steps to both remove and replace it. And let's take a look. Dual motor structural pack remove and install. And here are some screenshots from the service manual, and you can see that as they described it, it looks like the whole floor is gone. Yes, the whole floor is gone because the floor is the battery pack. 314 steps in total. 171 to put the new pack in, and 143 to remove the old pack. It's doable. Exactly, Eddie. Aren't all battery packs removable to some degree? I think what was happening was that folks were hearing Elon talk about structural pack, and they were thinking that it was welded in like the frame. Like you can't really take an A pillar off of an intact car without making it not an intact car anymore. And so I'm guessing they were thinking it would be like welded in and sealed in, but that didn't make sense for a company like Tesla to do that. Now, if they had like an 8 million mile battery, yeah, maybe, but there's always a chance something could go wrong after it leaves the factory, and it didn't make sense for them to make it completely unserviceable. But as you can see here, with 314 steps to take it out and put it back, clearly they are confident that they won't have to be doing that more than once or twice in the lifetime of the vehicle. Elon Musk is solving electric cars problem and space development with SpaceX, but he's not made me a sandwich, so I'm going to hate him now. Some people can never be satisfied. Yes. Um, I mean, it's like they always say, don't meet your heroes. And knowing that he's human going into this, like, I mean, I know the dude's got a weird sense of humor and makes bad jokes, and I know he's got a sense of not necessarily entitlement. It is entitlement, but I don't think it's intended entitlement. I think it's a matter of not having a point of reference outside of himself in the world, and that is difficult to obtain. It's easy for somebody who's been through the struggles to come through and say, "Hey, um, what about X?" Not in the same case as the people saying, "Well, why didn't you fix world hunger?" or "Why is cat cancer still a thing?" or something like that. But he is an immigrant, but he did not have the same experience as other poor immigrants to Canada and the U.S. Uh, there's a certain base level of respect for his personhood that comes as he travels the world, and not every immigrant gets that. We see that in the UK right now. We see that forever in the history of the U.S. And so that's what I'm saying there. Where but we know this, and that if we look at him as a man and not some uber genius, I mean, he's smart, but look at him as not as some uber genius, world hero sort of person. Like, just say, he's a guy who wants to do good things, and he's doing the best he can with the tools he has to work with. That's the way I like to look at it. And then you've got a case where he's got a little bit of naivety about him as well. Like, he wants unlimited free speech. In concept, yeah, that's a good thing to have, but in practice, maybe you need to look at how it is deployed on a private platform. Like, if you own Twitter and anybody can say anything and everything, um, that's a choice you can make, but there are consequences to that, as far as like if enough people like are harassing women, for instance. Um, Spamming, like the whole reason he wanted to get in there, he said, was to combat the misinformation and the bots. So if you turn off the bots and misinformation, that's already a limit. So that's why I say it's a little naive the way he describes it. But I think he has a communication problem where what he's thinking and what he's saying don't always they don't always line up. For instance, when he was talking about the Twitter bot problem, as far as how Twitter says that they've got just 5% of bots. Um, Elon said, "Oh, I'm going to at random pull out 100 people and see how many of them are bots." And everybody started piling on him and said, "Oh, that's stupid. What are you? You don't know how to do statistics. You're supposed to be college educated. Blah blah blah. How can you be so foolish?" And then hours later, because I guess he got busy and started working on other things, he tweeted out, "All right, so this is actually how Twitter does their methodology." And it's like, "Oh, really? That's what they put in their report." And so then at that point, then people who were paying attention, not just pooping on him because they can, were able to see, oh, there was a method to that, but it was not at all communicated clearly. But once you understood more of what's going on, you're like, oh, okay, I can see that. I have a similar problem. People always say that I like to start a thought halfway through the conversation that I've had in my head, and it's true. Like I could be sitting in a room and what they call it, the model you have of somebody else, of an AI running in your brain. So it's like how they would react to a lot of stuff, and so I don't ever rewind back to the beginning of that conversation that I mapped out in my head sometimes, and that's interesting. He seems to do that too. So I want to pause for a minute and thank Zachary for the $9.99 donation. He says, "My small contribution to your great effort for educating us about electric vehicles and so much more. Thank you very much." Yeah. So that's one of the other things that comes up with Elon a lot is we don't always understand uh, where what he says means. But then like I said, there's the little bit of that sense of naivety. Like he thinks that as he is, he can just people can just say whatever they want and it not be a problem. But then when you point out stuff like the Elon jet tracker that he doesn't like, or the guy who was complaining about the shrimp at the Model X party, Elon said, "Get out of my party." Refunded his Model X and said, "You're banned. As a customer, we don't want you." Uh, I thought it was when you understand the whole of how the guy was doing that was kind of funny and it seemed to make sense. Fire customers that are going to be thorns in your side forever. But it wasn't just the shrimp at the Tesla event. He also did a BMW and several other cars. He made a big stink about how they were, and then ran them through the ringer in the public, and then returned the cars. So he was clearly lining himself up to do the same with Tesla way back when they weren't anywhere near as big as they are today. Um, And then you've got the allegations that came out to him or about him this week that alleged that 8 years ago he uh, exposed himself to an employee. That I'm not really going to weigh in on. It's just out there. But like I said, there's so many reasons you could actually dislike the guy that you don't need to make stuff up about emerald mines or any of this other stuff that's just blatantly untrue. Like, get him for stuff that he really said and did, rather than than stuff that's been made up. And as far as the allegations, we'll look and see as that comes out what the real story was. He says that he doesn't remember it, and there are oddities in it as far as like it was the friend of the alleged victim, and we'll see if anything becomes of that. Marcus says, "I remember that one." Oh, I was supposed to send you a message, Marcus. Stand by. Oh wow, thank you, Marcus. $4.99 through Super Chat. Gotta love it. Thank you very much. And what I was gonna do here was this. I meant to send you this message before the show started. There we go. So Zachary says, "Let's face it, as me being an immigrant, being white, police treat me nice from day one. I've seen people treated so poorly. They're born in the USA, and the only difference is our skin color. White privilege is real, and this is a very real and true thing. And uh, we like to think that it is less than it was or than it is today, but we learned that as much progress as we thought we made, there wasn't as much progress done. And like you're saying, Zachary, as immigrants and immigrant family members, we because my wife is not from the U.S., my mom is not, and we get a different experience based on how they perceive us, and it's not just like with both of them being women. They've got already a, 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 a more uphill battle than somebody like myself that would try and do it today would have, as well as uh, no matter how you look, if you're perceived as being poor, that they're automatically going to treat you worse than somebody they perceive as being higher status than themselves. And if you are higher status than them, either perceived or legitimately, and they don't like that, like they resent it, oh boy, they're going to make you have a bad day. Let's see. Pair character lifting up some weights. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Out of the track and can't get on. Okay, cool. Keep up the good work, and I'll be on next week. There we go. So we're gonna see Marcus next week, and we get to hear about how Evie Smoke did. I am excited. All right, so So that's the structural pack, and as I was saying, that Elon did not communicate that clear enough for many people. But later on, he did kind of clarify and say, hey, if you get into a crash and it's not a totaling event, they can cut off the crash rails. So the piece that holds the bumper, the metal bumper onto the car underneath the plastic piece, they can cut that off and then just repair it like they do today. And then one thing I had suggested is if it somehow totaled the front of the car or the rear of the car, but not up to the firewall or to the trunk, that they could just unbolt that from the car. Obviously, you'll have to take the sheet metal off, but unbolt that from the car and then just put a whole new front end on the car. As a possibility. I don't know if they would ever actually authorize that, but it's a possibility. But the other part of it being a structural pack is that now the battery pack isn't just hanging underneath the car; it's actually part of the support. It's an integral member of the car, just like your say your suspension is. It's not a permanent part of the car; it's bolted in there. But without your suspension, the car crashes differently than if you replaced, say, a strut with a solid piece of metal, for instance. All right, so what was next? Ah, yes. Electrifying all the things, baby. So the Swedish electric boat maker Candela is launching their next-gen C8 flying electric boat in Venice. Look at that. It's a hydrofoil. I think we talked about either them or one of their competitors recently, and that's pretty cool. Got one picture of it. 30 knots with only 20 kilowatts of power, not bad. Flying at 2/3 of its maximum speed. It can cruise for 2.5 hours on just €8 of electricity, and Candela says is 90% lower than a similarly sized ice boat, which makes sense. Every time we look at ices, what do they do? Throw it all out as heat and sound, and then a little bit makes it to the ground, or water in this case. So it's not just energy, it's going to be quieter, it's going to be smoother. And unlike V-hull boats that crash up and down on each wave, the C8 remains smooth and steady when crossing over the waves and boat wakes. Yeah, because it's under the water, which is really cool as a hydrofoil. All right. Hey, yeah, we did talk about them earlier. So it looks like this either they got a little closer to production or somebody had a chance to try out the prototype. Uh, yeah, that's what it is. Test rides around Stockholm. So now let's look for the phrase kilowatt hours. Doesn't exist. Amp hours. Nope. Dollars. Nope. All right, I can't type a euro sign because I don't know how. I was looking for like a recharge time or something. Size of the battery. We did talk about the C7, but either way, small wake of 5 centimeters, which is 2 inches. A 2 centimeter wake or 2 inch wake. That's not bad at all at top speed. That's like they say it's a classic Venetian gondolas level of wake. So like in Venice, you've seen the little boats that they use to get around Venice, right? They don't put out much wake, and this boat at full speed leaves the same level of disturbance in the water. So even without all of the human factors of environmental pollution, the wakes can make a difference in erosion and I imagine they're not necessarily comfortable for the wildlife, especially if it's not a body of water that typically has much in the way of waves. So having something that's a smaller effect than the wind on the surface will be phenomenal. So I just wanted to share that because it was new. And then we've got this one from Inside EVs. Oh, my screen share went away. When did that happen? Well, bring it back on. All right, so Mitsubishi is debuting their Sakura and EK electric K cars in Japan. They're going to start at $14,000 after subsidies. That's not bad. I think the last time we saw a little tiny car was the Mitsubishi i-MiEV, and that was a nice little ick. I think these are smaller though, because I don't think that one was purely a K car. I think that one might have been that mid level But if it was a K car, then think of the Mitsubishi i-MiEV. Or I think they renamed it later the Mitsubishi i. See what we're working with here. Well, I wasn't going for the mute button, but I was going for this.
Experience that will transform the conventional thinking in the Japanese automotive market and will be a booster to expand the penetration of EVs. Since the introduction of Nissan Leaf, MNC has been leading the creation of the EV market in Japan and around the world. What she thought of the car after she had a
Music. They didn't have a translator on that one. I was looking for the other car.
the surprisingly effortless drive, and third, everyday drive, and fourth, a rich menu of driver support. Let me private space.
Here we go.
Days is already on the market, and it offers the spaciousness which is highly appreciated by the owners. This time, without
One thing that's really unique about EV packaging is that in a regular K car, you would have to put room for the fuel, room for the exhaust, and the transmission. And in the EV, you just put it underneath the seats. So I wonder if these things have a frunk. Let's see if they. Here's the interior. For that price, this is a
large
nice
furniture with
interior.
fabric and monolith integrated display system has been installed, and therefore a simple and sophisticated use of shocks and noise
They don't have to do as much
responded to. So we
with the
newly
EV motor
established
versus the
unit
fossil motor.
and we minimize the motor center of gravity and robust body.
All right, so this one might be fun to drive with that low center of gravity.
And with that, when you turn right or move,
So the other part about the K car than its size is that it also has to have a very strict power output requirement, and it looks like that they do have the same horsepower, 47 kilowatts, as the gas car, but they can put out more torque because that's the way EVs are. They're torquey, and so 195 newton meters versus 100 newton meters. So this will be a little more sporty off the line. In addition to having that better feel, it will. This will be a more fun to drive experience than a gasoline K car. Are they talking about regen or smart cruise? Here in Stockholm, Sweden, it costs the equivalent of $8.25 per gallon for petrol, and US $8.73 a gallon for diesel. My goodness! I saw pictures of a sign in California for $7. I don't know if this is that one that's always like $2 higher than everybody else, or if that was a standard. But the fuel prices are getting up there, and so it's becoming easier to justify a switch outside of the normal period where you'd switch your car to go EV if that's something in your budget to be able to handle. Let's see.
if the Sakura is fully charged in Sunday evening between Monday and Friday on business days, you can drive Sakura without any extra charge and heat pump.
Well, that's something we've talked about here on the channel before, is that, one of the beauties of an EV is that you can have it just leave every day full. But if you forget any number of days, it doesn't typically hurt you if you're just doing your daily routine. And it seems here like they're kind of focusing on that. So if you need a K car and you live in multifamily housing and you don't have dedicated parking, you don't have to go find charging all that frequently. You can charge once a week. But if you can charge at work, even if you can't charge at home, if you can charge at work, then you've got that same experience, just that it's kind of flipped. You you finish your commute having started a full charge rather than starting your commute with a full charge. What I was looking for all the time was the other car. All right, so I like that they took some design cues from the Aria and moved it over. So these are more of the same one. I was looking for the other car they announced there, the EKX and the Sakura. Either way, more choices are good. Electrify all the things, and this is kind of exciting to me. Oh, there it is. There's the EKX. So it looks like it's a related car. All right. Oh, they had another one on it. No, maybe.
Point balance is also okay.
The actual price after subsidy starts from around 1.8 million yen in the main grade, while safely offering enough cruising distance for daily use. The vehicle battery can also supply power to the household.
All right, so let's look up stats. 111 mile range. That's not bad. And let's look up kilowatt hours. 20 kilowatt hour lithium ion battery. 47 kilowatt front mounted electric motor. 195 newton meters of torque. I am flipping back and forth between measurement systems. I know. Perfect for daily use in Japan's major cities. And the EKX EV is just $18,000, so it was $4,000 more than the other one. But that does include the consumption tax and your subsidies. Wait. No, it's the same car. Before subsidies is 18, after is 14,000. Not bad. All right, what's this one? This one was cool to me. So high-power e-bikes are helping Ukrainians stop the Russian invaders. And, I don't give enough service to e-bikes on this show, just because there's no place for me to go biking. And so I don't have any perspective on it. But this one, I didn't realize how the range it does. It has a 200-mile range as an e-bike. And where was it? So the ice scooters are noisy, and they can be detected at a distance, which is true. So if you're looking for stealth, these bikes from E-Leak and Delfast are playing a role in helping the troops get around. So they're still bikes. They're not necessarily motorcycles, but they're, e-bikes. More like e-dirt bikes. I don't see the pedals on them. Do I? Yeah, there's pedals. Very low profile pedals. Let's see. They added an important feature that allow you to not take additional power banks into the raid. They've added 220 volt output, which allows you to the use of any standard charger. Nice. So you can also use it as a power pack. That is phenomenal. So you can, because when you're on a bike or on foot, like the less stuff you have to carry with you, makes the job easier. So they're able to kind of come in with their rockets, launch them, and get back out. Let's see. The first version of this article I found, I don't know if it was them or somebody else, it said the range, and I'm not seeing the power or anything. But let's see, 240. Search might just be broken because I just read you 240 from the article and it's not saying it. Oh, that's why it says it's 240, 220. Yes. This is cool. Some of the articles I saw of it, they kind of blacked out the people's faces, so that it would be harder for, because the Russians are really big on using facial recognition, and they already do it to their own citizens, and they're definitely going to do it on people that they don't feel have rights. So I thought it was kind of cool the way that some of those places blacked out their faces. But I see here that in this photo they've got the balaclava and the sunglasses on to help with that as well. All right, so this one I thought was not a good move. One of the Tesla large shareholders, I think the third largest shareholder, is suggesting that Tesla take this time and buy back some shares of stock. Typically, it's thought that when companies are spending their money to buy back their shares, they have run out of ideas for where to actually invest that money, as far as increasing their rollout of products, improving the lines, improving the experience of using their products, etc. So I was a little bit shocked to see this suggestion, and hopefully Tesla doesn't take them up on that, because yes, it would help the share price go up for a quarter or two, but this is supposed to be a long-term buy, a long-term company, and they still have so much more stuff they need to accomplish. Like, they don't even do dividends, so why start with a buyback now? That would be kind of counter to what they say they're trying to do. So let's see. So this guy is Kogwan Lee, or Leo. He advised the company to buy back shares with free cash flow. He believes that Tesla can buy back undervalued stocks while investing in FSD, Optimus, and Gigafactories. He argued that the Fremont, Shanghai, Texas, and Berlin were like money printing machines. I agree, Andrew. So I'm like, what is this guy trying to do here? Like, if you want to raise your prices, just wait. I mean, I understand everybody has to get out sometime, but if you really want what's best for the company, you want them to invest that money elsewhere rather than in a share buyback. So he says, we test the bulls need more support. I mean, unless you're going to spend the money, it doesn't really matter. It's just paper profits until you cash out. So then I found a couple of comments. Let's see if they're still there. Exactly. Even if they don't want to sell it all, they clearly want to sell a chunk, and they want the most money for that. That's the only reason to do a buyback, is for that artificial bump in the sale price. But if they use that money to improve whatever needs improving, like make service better, make the ability to put out more cars, because right now they're production constrained. So if they can put out more cars, they can make more money. they have plenty of other things they can spend that money on, or just keep it for a rainy day, because it looks like we're running into troubled times. So if you have cash to write it out, rather than having to get expensive loans, you can just reach into the kitty and then say, hey, here's that thing we need to take care of. It's covered. Right, so Tesla should be spending their money on resolving supply chain problems, access to raw resources, exactly, stuff like this. Investing in themselves, not investing in themselves. Oh, agreed. The problem is only Fremont is running at full speed currently. Kogwan is making a delusional argument because he wants short-term gains at the expense of setting Tesla back over the next 2 years. This guy's saying, well, he doesn't seem like a short-term investor. Yeah, but does he know that? If yes, he's not complaining about Tesla, but his own over-leveraged positions and timeliness. The bully at the roulette table is not in charge, regardless of his sob story. Even long-term investors sometimes want to profit and move around some of their money, regardless of the reason. It's ridiculous. I'm someone that owns Tesla in the long term and trades Tesla on its swings. I'm fine with waiting for the price to recover without a long-term harmful buyback. I forgot to mention, as this is a stock piece, I'm not a broker, not a financial advisor. I do own a small handful of shares of Tesla. I did buy another fraction of a share last week or week before last, when prices were dipping around, and why not? The full shares I own, I bought for like $30, so it was a lot easier to buy back then. But now it's like, I don't really have play money like that, so we'll see what happens to it. Let's see. Tesla supply chain problems in CCP. Share buyback is the Wall Street solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Yes. Free cash flow, including FSD and Tesla bot. 2022, 10 billion. 2023, 20 billion. Yeah, but that means they could then dump money into whatever. But if this were to happen, screw stock bar buybacks, secure your material supply chain. Heck, you can buy Live Vent for 4.5 billion. There's your lithium supply. Yes, and Elon said that that they could start a mining company or buy one rather than somebody suggested they could buy a competitor, which doesn't really help them. It might give them back those percentage points in the market, but then they have to integrate the other company. They'd have to then figure out how to supply the other company with raw materials, service them, and yeah. So it was an interesting concept, and I see where he's coming from, but I don't think that's what's good for the company personally. All right, so then we had a bunch of recalls, not just from these guys. Ioniq 5 and Kia EV6, 10,729 Ioniq 5s, 9,014 EV6s from 2022 model year have been recalled because the vehicles can roll away due to possible voltage fluctuations that could disengage the parking pole. So basically, the car is physically locked in park, and then something happens, and it no longer is. Everybody has recalls, so I'm not sitting there harping on Hyundai Kia having a problem. It happens. But because this is exactly the kind of car that I keep saying to get here on the show, if you followed my advice and bought one of these cars, you should go ahead and get this service completed so that your car is not a threat to you and your family when it's off and parked. Brand new models, I could see a recall or two related to the EV system, but the two so far have nothing to do with that. I consider anything from HKG to be a big risk these days. Too many models, too fast. We're talking like basic safety stuff here. We're not talking about the fancy flip up seats or whatever. Or I guess seats are for safety too, but some gizmo. Interesting comments here today. All right, so next, that's because it's not an EV site. Microsoft Remote Desktop. There we go. Polestar decreases their 2022 delivery plan by 15,000 vehicles, citing the Chinese lockdowns. It's the same thing we saw with Tesla and everybody else in China that's anywhere near Shanghai. That place got locked down so tight because it had rampant run amok COVID. And by rampant run amok, we're talking on the Chinese standards. I don't know if it was really as bad as they describe it, but they are now down to near zero or zero detected, or however they want to call it, and they've started to unlock. So clearly it worked for them. I'm not suggesting that we do it their way by any means, because locking people in their houses is on the extreme side. And when we talk about the lockdowns here in the US and in Europe, we didn't have real lockdowns in most countries. They were very, very porous. And but like we're talking like some Chinese cities have like welded you into your apartment, so that's a lock-in. So I talked about the Tesla service manuals. They were free for like an hour, maybe 5, a couple months ago. And if you got in, great. But if you didn't get in, they were back to full price. And some people who did get in, their orders got reversed. But now, like I was saying, at service.tesla.com, you're able to get in and access the repair manuals for free. You will still have to pay for the toolbox access, which gives you the ability to go in there with a diagnostics kit on your laptop. They used to cost $500 for 30 days or $3,000 for annual for the access to these documents. Now they're free. I was hoping that one of our right to repair people would weigh in on it so I could watch their video or read their article and see if they felt this was a step in the right direction. But I would say that it probably is, no matter whether or not they think it's a step enough in the right direction for them. But you'll have to go through and you will do it in order. So you're going to give them your address, everything but the credit card, and then you'll have to go through and actually make an order. Like in my case, my autofill filled in my my address wrong for every line, so it kept bouncing back. So I was wondering what was going on. But when I looked closer, it was that they didn't have a real address. So I gave them the state and zip code and all that, and then it went through and it processed. I got an email saying, "Hey, here's your $0 order, and you've got a year to use the kit." So first thing I did was I pulled the connection schematics. This is the icebreaker out of the Model X passenger door. So I pulled the connection schematics for this connector so that I could finish my icebreaker series videos, because there's 4 pins in here and they aren't labeled, and I wanted to know which one to apply voltage to. So I didn't burn this thing up. Not that I think the one in the car is going to see enough use that I'll need to save this one. I'm also not in the habit of just destroying stuff for making videos. I'd much rather be able to say, hey, oh, your icebreaker broke? Here, I've got one. You can install it yourself. Personally. I guess what I could have done, I didn't even think of it, was it's got all these Torx bolts. I could have just opened it up and looked to see what the wires look like, and then put it back together. I may do that after I apply the voltage to the pins. And basically, I wanted to extend it out and do a little video on it. And very few people had the access. The people who didn't see my tweets. So, but now I've got it myself. So we're good to go. And so they've got every vehicle from the Roadster all the way up to the 2021 Model Y in Austin. And by Roadster, I mean the original Roadster. And so I did download a bunch of stuff that I thought I would need for personal work on my own Model X. And if they allow us to continue to renew for $0, I'll just kind of keep this as a ongoing subscription, and I'll probably use it on the Cybertruck as well. But we'll see. Yeah, see, it's unclear if this free access is a glitch or permanent. Let's see. We got a post to a private chat from Lee. Let's see if this is something I can share on the group here. So this young lady here, she and her family have rented a Tesla. The premise is, she said, when individuals aren't educated prior to renting a Tesla. So her language is rough in the beginning. I've skipped that, but that doesn't mean she's not going to drop any more F-bombs. Let's see what she says here.
My sister's birthday. You know what? Why not? Let's be bougie. Save the environment. Nobody's trying to pay them gas prices right now. Well, would have taken a 5.5-hour trip from Arizona to California. Took 9 motherfucking hours. 9 hours. Why? Because we had to stop 5 million times just to charge the bitch.
Well, for first, it shouldn't double your travel time. So that means you're probably charging the full for no reason. Let's see what else she did.
Okay. Well, for a fully charged Tesla, it takes about 310 miles. That's what it gives you. That's what it says it gives you.
Yeah, 310 to 320. Okay.
No. 310 miles if it's only one ass in the seat. Don't even turn on the music. Don't turn on the air. Don't even.
Every car, if you overload them and you drive fast, you're not going to get what's on the sticker. The sticker is done in a very controlled test environment, and that's not the way most people drive, but it's consistent for you to compare them against each other. And only in cars in the same class. So you can only compare Model Y against mid-size sedans. You can only compare, Model 3 against mid-size sedans. Only Model Y against mid-size crossover SUVs. Model X against other tanks. So it's not you can't compare them. You can't compare all the Teslas with the window stickers because they are all in different classes.
Fucking breathe, okay? Because what one true mile you drive take away about 5 miles off the battery.
You also got to keep your tires inflated and again not have it overloaded.
Why is the battery so damn short? Why is my iPhone doing better than the Tesla battery? Okay, I knew the charging wasn't free. I knew you had to pay for those. What I didn't know was that the faster you want your car to charge, the more you gotta pay.
That's it right there on the map. When you click on the station, this is our prices. There's a menu right there. It's not a secret. It's just like the gas station. You pull up at the gas station, it's got the menu board. How much you're gonna pay.
So what they have is the superchargers, which can get your Tesla charged anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour. Costs about $25 for every supercharger. And mind you, from Arizona to California.
So $25 is really high. Like I said, she must be charging to full each time. Most people I've seen that before the price increase, most people that were charging were anywhere from $8 to $12, maybe $14.
All we use was supercharger because our asses are impatient. So we were paying $25 each time. By the time we hit California, we probably paid close to about $125 in supercharges. At that rate, I might as well pay for liquid gold. I would have just gotten a gas car, cause.
All right, so what gas car can you do every gas stop for $25? So even if she did it wrong, her logic is failing right here.
Ain't nobody trying to pay that much for close to the same gas while also having to wait an extra 4 more hours just to get to your destination. What the fuck is that? That don't make no damn sense. I thought it was supposed to be saving me money, not costing me money and time. Oh, and don't get me started on the panic attacks that I've been having the entire time of the trip because they didn't tell you between Arizona and California, there's not that many chargers.
If you use the navigation system, it'll tell you, here's what you do. Just like Tesla, Rivian, GM, all of them. You put in the map, it'll tell you, hey, you don't have enough range to make it from here to here without stopping. Here are some stops you should consider. And they're generally going to give you the fast stops.
Oh no, okay? From one city to the next that has a charger, which is about 2 to 2.5 hours, that entire time there, it tells you, okay, by the time you get to your next charger, you're going to get about 10% left. So
you want to get there at 10% because if you get there with high charge, you're going to charge slowly. So you want to get there low, charge quick, and leave.
You better hope your ass makes it to that charger. So anyways, y'all, we left California around 4:30 p.m. It is now 3:30 in the morning. I am sitting in a mall parking lot by myself after I've dropped off my family. Why?
That is a Tesla destination charger. Not destination charger, sorry. So, that's a Tesla urban supercharger. It only charges at 72 kilowatts. So if she's looking for these and doing her charging, then yeah, it's going to take her double the time to charge. They don't. The urban supercharger is meant for you to be able to go and shop at the mall, do your stuff, watch a movie while don't watch a movie. It's not that slow, but it's designed to be slower than the full size superchargers. Cheaper for them to install. They can install more of them, and it's just designed. It's not designed to rush you out of your what you're there for. Like at the malls is where you'll see these mostly.
Charging this bitch once again. Because I have just enough to get home and nothing else. And unfortunately, there is no chargers at all around my house. So, do y'all a favor.
Yeah, do you a favor and educate yourself on purchases you're going to make because if you're renting a car and you're renting it to go on a specific trip and it doesn't have range for it or it doesn't have charging nearby the beginning or end of the destinations, it's going to be extra work to keep the thing moving. And wow, so this might be part of the problem we were talking about earlier with the EU survey about how the cars are being done. Wow. So let's just say that that I am in a bubble here as far as thinking that people understand that was what they're spending money on. Where was I with the news? Thank you for that find, Lee. It was an experience for sure. Okay, so we talked about the service manuals, and then I did some stuff in the service manuals. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tabs of Tesla service manuals open. And I need to go clean the air conditioner because it is hot in here. I'm not going to do that on air, obviously. And then we'll close that extra tab, get those resources back. So Tog Turkish electric SUV is spotted in Germany. So let's see about that. So their battery electric high rider should go into production in Turkey by the end of the year and debut in early 2023. So yes, Eddie, that's the same old SUV shape, but it does look pretty nice. Like they put some effort into it. And anyone talking about Tesla panel gaps, look. All right, so okay, looks like I'm back. I don't know why my computer crashed like that. Next thing is to make sure that you guys can hear me. Can I hear me? Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Oh, can I hear me? Check, check, 1, 2, 1. Microphone turned off, so we're getting there. All right. Check now. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, so my noise stunner is not working, so you'll hear all the background noise from the street, and I'll try to fix that in a minute once I get the. We were talking about that SUV, so where I don't need your tab. Do need the right window. Ah, at least it opened up the tab I was on. So let's now share the tab and get back into it. Oh, boy. So whoever tells you that Macs don't crash is a liar. And they don't get viruses, I can also tell you that's a lie, because when I was a PC tech, I helped people clean up Macs with viruses. There we go. So the mic is sending stuff to you guys. How is it coming across? Okay, so now I'll make sure it's using the right mic, and we'll be on track. Perfect. Okay, so that did sound clearer. So as we were saying, it does have that same old SUV look that he's talking about. And if you were looking at panel gaps on a Tesla, then that's huge. But this is a prototype, so it's probably hand assembled, which to me seems that they should do even better if it's hand assembled. But this looks like one that Sandy had in house a while ago that had a similar like rubber seal situation that just was kind of confusing. They have many pictures on this thing, do they? No, not many. 13 of them. I mean, it looks like it'll ride smoothly. Got European plates. Oh, it's a video. No, it's not a video, it's a slideshow. All right, so looks like they took some cues from Audi and has normal side mirrors. The concept had cameras. The door handles are also more conventional. And a big imposing grill. Why do you need a grill like that on an EV? Good point. I looked right past that. I'm so used to seeing just honking grills. This is an interesting setup right here. The controls are in front of the armrest there. That I don't know that it's ergonomic, but it looks interesting. Because that knob, the way it's set up, would be a left-hand knob, and unless this is a right-hand drive, which it does not appear to be because of where the pedal is, you'd have to take your hand off of the wheel to deal with that. Or is this the rear seat? No, because it's got the park and whatever on there. I would think this should be on this side for left-hand drive. So as I was saying, it looked like it might be a little more upscale, and it definitely does look that way on the inside as well, whoever Tug is. Interesting. All right, so 250-mile range. They're claiming 310-mile range, but that's using the NEDC cycle, which is not useful for what you might expect to see on the road. But again, that's the same as I was saying earlier with our US tests of be able to compare other cars in its class. It's the single motor is quite average at 7.6 seconds to 0 to 100, or 62, and the all-wheel drive version is at 4.8, so very respectable. But 7 seconds, or sorry, 8 seconds in today's time is. Let's see what people say about it. Nobody had anything to say about this car. All right, so that's one I was going to watch from Chris Dirty Tesla about. They took a couple of FSD vehicles and put them against each other. So you guys may have seen this guy before. I'm not sure if he's a deepfake or if the simulation is out of ideas. But this is a Chinese guy that has made a couple of videos where he looks like Elon Musk, and he uses a couple of his catchphrases, but very much has a Chinese speaker's accent. And the amount of English he does speak is incredibly good compared to, say, somebody like the CEO of what's their name, Faraday Future, and he's been suspended from the Chinese social media. So I wonder what he did to upset the upset the establishment. He says he's not sure why his accounts are facing suspension. However, Western media outlets have yet to connect with him to confirm his identity or get his side of the story. I'm still curious. If he does look like that, then that's really interesting. But if he deep faked it, then he also did that very smoothly as well. I don't know. Really fake account and picture. This guy can't be this close to Elon in both looks and first name. First name, it's probably a nickname. A lot of Asian cultures do nicknames. Like at birth, my wife's family all have different nicknames for. That doesn't look like a nickname, but it could be. Anyway, let's go on to some more substantive news. Polestar reports a solid start to 2022. They've got numbers of 13,600 vehicles sold for quarter one of 2021, and they've expanded their order book to 23,000 cars. That's pretty good. So I hope they can produce them all for anybody who's in line for a Polestar. We're seeing cars from everybody slip delivery dates left and right. We've got Ford. We've got recently the Tesla Model X recently slipped another period. It might be what do they say, September to April, for folks who were already expecting it to drop in June, and that's not going to happen now. And Polestar will expand. What was that? Hertz. Yep. So Hertz has got 65,000 vehicles they've ordered, and in Europe they're using more Polestars than Model 3s. I wish them success. Yes, I agree, Omar. And I was just talking about how Model X owners have to wait for their vehicles. Many who ordered their refreshed Model X in 2021 have seen their delivery dates pushed to 2023. It is substantial. That's not a refreshed Model X there by any means. It is a refresh of the image though, because I think when this first came out, they had the old 7-seat with the with the pillars. The new 7-seat and 5-seat are like mine, where they have this the black legs and they can fold down. The pillar seats can't fold. I also think it's really luxurious to have such a large garage that you can have the Model X with the doors fully open and have all this room to walk around the vehicle, because it is not a small vehicle. Let's see, what's this? Omar setting to the stream here. Let me open a new window so I can find this one back when we're done. And click that. So Omar's got a picture of a Model Y on fire, or video, I should say. Passed a broken down Tesla on the way to the distillery today. Shot the owner, said lost power and was locked inside. So I've done several videos on this whole locked in a Tesla concept. You are not locked in a Tesla. For one, you can just kick the window out like that. Two, Model Y and Model 3 have the manual override. You don't have to push the electric button. You can pull the pull tab. Model Y, S, and X have manual overrides for the rear doors as well. Model 3 has it in the door, but you have to drill it out and put some way to snag that cable ahead of time. I'm curious what all happened with this thing. Yeah, Omar says another Tesla Fire story. Owner clearly didn't realize he could pull the manual override. He ended up kicking the window out. Rest in peace, golf clubs and beers. And this person brings up a point. Remember that Cybertruck video with the indestructible window? Well, for one, we saw that it was quite destructible, and two, um, if it performs the way the one that Franz attacked, you should definitely be able to just kick it out. And I say just as if it was so easy, but it's not. This first comment, exactly. For future reference, the emergency latch is right next to the normal button. Seems like the fire started somewhere inside the hood, but not the big battery. So for the fire to start in the hood means that that something happened either in the frunk or under the frunk. Omar also adds that it was put out quickly when firefighters got there, so it was not the high voltage battery. And I'm curious what that would have been, if something in the front caught fire, or maybe like there were some mods done to it, or some poor electrical connections between items under the hood. Omar's typing. So while he types, let's get the next article up. So, possibly a 12-volt issue. I'm thinking aftermarket accessories such as a power frunk. Yeah, that very well could be the case. And if you don't make sure your connections are solid, that is a very real possibility. You need to be careful when you're working with electricity, even if it's just 12 volts. Most car fires are actually 12-volt car fires. Cadillac Lyric already sold out through 2023. This is coming from the other Omar. And all-electric Lyric 2023 from $62,990. And it says 2023 Lyric orders are full. Waitlist now open. Get on the waitlist. And that's at Cadillac.com/electric/Lyric. So if you hadn't already got in line to get the Lyric, might as well get on the waitlist if that was something that you wanted to get, because clearly, unless a lot of people drop out, you're not going to be in the first edition group. They said they plan on making 25,000 Lyrics this year. I think not much of that was sold today. Congrats to them, though. Sold is not the same as produced. What is this mysterious GM product made? And 25K is something to brag about. Well, I don't think it, other than like we talked about the K car just a minute ago from Mitsubishi, and all of them, there aren't that many 25K electric cars out there right now with the way that the supply chains are looking. Andrew says estimated delivery time for Model 3 is January through March 2023. Model Y, August of 2022, and Model S and Model X, they are not even committing. They're like, hey, we'll take your reservation and we'll call you. Wow. So if you order your car today in Andrew's region, you won't get it until next spring. And if you order Model Y, off the right packages, you'll get it sometime this fall. It must be a nice problem to have as a manufacturer. I mean, especially when you look at like where they were just a couple of years ago when the Model 3 came out, they were looking at bankruptcy. They were going to go out of business. Wow. A company this old and big, 25K is not a serious number. They need to go bigger and start winding down from ICE ASAP. Somehow, I doubt this will happen. This is true, but no matter how big you are, you have to start somewhere, and they're starting from zero. So it's going to take some time to get it right. And then not only that, but they're reliant on suppliers. So you gotta have suppliers with capacity, and nobody really has capacity right now. So getting squeezed in, it's gonna take a little bit of money. that little bit of money is going to take away from how much you can put into the product. All right, so we talked about the Ioniq and the EV6 parking brake malfunction. What's coming from Drive Tesla Canada. Lucid has bought another 120 acres near AMP1 in Casa Grande. That's good. Like I keep saying with all these companies, build it first. And so Lucid has made several deliveries of their cars. So I am excited to see that they are doing what they need to do to expand. So this is in Arizona. And then they're also going to start on a Saudi Arabian factory. Because remember, they had to make, what was it, 100,000 Saudi Arabian Lucids for whatever reason. Because the prince said so, basically. 120 acres. So they plan to make a pretty substantial investment in Arizona here. The first sale was for 80 acres near Thornton Road and I-8, and the second purchase just a few days ago on May 16th included another 40 acres near the southwest corner of Thornton and Peters Roads. So are they separated? They started construction in December of 2020 and started production in 2021. All right, good stuff. And then the other Omar made some good points here on a investing binge that he went on. So right now, every analyst is valuing Tesla based on the number of cars produced times earnings per car. It seems logical. Again, I want to reiterate, this is not a stock show, blah, blah, blah. I'm not a financial advisor. Talk to your financial advisor or make up your own decisions. That's looking backwards. In the future, the model will be something like the number of robots in the fleet times income per robot, including cars and bots that aren't made by Tesla. Excuse me. So if they license out any of their parts like they used to do, if they sell FSD, you're looking at revenue per unit. So you've got FSD subscriptions at $400 a month. You've got whatever profit they're making from the virtual power plants. You've got again more FSD subscriptions on the robot times 1 million cars a year. This year, 20 million cars a year, hopefully by 2030. So do this. I want to do, let's just say 10 million cars. That's 10 million times, call it $200 a month, assuming that they were all rented. That is, what's that, two? Okay, so there's that's $2 billion just in subscriptions. Or is that 2 trillion? No, that's $2 billion just in subscriptions, if I did the math right. And then you've still got the sale of the product, and that's per month. So that's $2 billion a month in subscription fees. Yeah, looking at just cars with this company is not smart. Yes, the other products are constantly taking second shift, short end of the stick, whatever, to the cars. Like energy keeps losing chips and batteries and everything to cars, but they're still there. They're a real product. Solar, same situation. And then we add the bot, man. So let's see what he does. Let's look at how they're operating. Yeah, supercharging fees. Supercharging is not free for very many people anymore. Look at how they're opening up the superchargers. Look at how they're starting to talk about licensing autopilot. It's not the number of Tesla cars times earnings. They're going to be able to monetize cars made by other brands too, and already are. Yeah, because they do it in Europe already. You can supercharge. Yeah, assuming their efforts materialize as expected, it will prompt a dramatic reevaluation of the business. Yes, it will, and it'll be too late for the other people at that point. Read the notes. Jonas says autonomy is a decade away. It's not what my car says. It's not perfect, and it's not ready to drive by itself, but it is getting closer every day, even without the software updates, or at least not the download, install software updates. It's surely doing something with those hundreds of gigabytes a month that it's spending on my internet. Uh, um, okay, what is he going to say if it happens in a few years when FSD is producing billions of earnings before autonomy? And exactly, so if they're like, I used half of what Elon hopes to be able to do, and assume that amount of people were renting the FSD rather than paying the $12, $15, $18,000, whatever it's going to cost at the time. And so that came out to be $2 billion per month. That's $24 billion in software revenue per year. And just for those products, like who knows what else they're going to come out with by the time that they have an FSD, like a robotaxi. I also think leasing out the software to other car companies and also FSD rentals for rental cars of subscription will be big money. Yeah, they don't even do that yet. I have a degree in finance, buddy. CFA tell me you can't value Tesla's growth as it's all projections and nobody knows the future. Straight face. I mean, you have to be able to do, like, that's the whole point of the market is you're looking forward and you're basing your stuff on future, not based on the past. I mean, you might be able to extrapolate based on the past, but when you come across something that's never been bundled this way before, it does change things. Even by then, standard Tesla is worth at least $2,000 a share, maybe. I value Tesla at $17.48 currently. That's on automotive and manufacturing prowess alone, assuming on track for 1.5 million vehicles in 2022. Yeah, 1.5 million vehicles is in the bag, even with the Shanghai 3-week shutdown, because we've got news about Shanghai, in addition to the fact that we saw them add extra shifts at Fremont. I still think that David might actually win this thing. We have that running bet on the Tesla Live show. David was predicting 2.2 million cars. He might be right today, not just 2.2 million rate. It might exceed that number. I can see how. I stuck with what Tesla was guiding for because I was being the conservative. I mean, because we see how Tesla does. They sandbag. They know they write out what they know they can do, and sometimes they slip, but usually they exceed what's there. And I figured I couldn't go wrong with just saying what they said they were going to do. I don't even think that's all. I reckon long term Tesla will be an AI company. Yeah, we already know this with Dojo. Obviously, that includes robots and taxis, but I think it'll be far broader. As a car company, Tesla is obviously way overvalued, but that's not what they'll be long term. Yeah. I experienced 99% of analysts are using old techniques, noisy data coming from leading edge technology and activity. Yeah. For analysis of new technologies, I find it invaluable to have hands-on experience over theory to help separate noise from useful decision-making information. Yeah, so all these people who think that self-driving is going to be 10 years away at a minimum, unless they're basing that on, say, the regulations and consumer acceptance, that might be 10 years away. But if they're basing it purely on the tech, it's not going to take that long at all. I mean, if you're in the area, I might even give you a ride in FSD. I'm not going to let you drive, but I might let you ride and see it if you haven't already seen it. Yeah, so Tesla Dude points out that, yeah, they're already allowing I've seen 2 pictures today from Sweden, both happy non-Tesla customers charging at supercharger. That's great. Both parked wrong. This will be a frequent issue if Tesla won't paint big arrows on every supercharger spot. I think that's why they have that one that we saw with the video where they had to. Yeah, that's wrong too. They're gonna have to do something about this before it gets to the States. There's so many cars with the charge port in the wrong location. I don't know if they maybe sell them an extension cable with the adapter, or just make enough spots that people could do this and be fine. I don't know what to say with these. The Steam one. Steam wants to update. Go ahead, fine, whatever. There we go. All right, so speaking of other shows that I participate in, What Drives Us, Russell sat down with John B, and they spent 40 minutes talking about John's new EV6. Let's look at a little sample, and then I'll send you over their way. I don't have rights to that song. I'm sure that Michael Manring wouldn't tear me up over it, but I would want to ask him permission before using it.
Special edition of What Drives Us. My name is Russell Frost. I am your host for this really cool little one-off with our friend John B. Welcome, John B.
Hey, Russell. It's still a rare car, especially in Canada. We probably only have a couple hundred, to be honest with you. Oh. And so, there's been people coming up to me and asking questions. And the funny thing is, I've noticed it is slightly stiffer than the Ioniq 5, which is kind of tuned again for more of a family car, more of a cruiser. This one does certainly, of course, can. It's built on the same EGM platform. But then you tap into the expertise of Albert Bierman, former BMW M division vice president, right? And you have him start touching the tune. And this is why I keep harping on the ride and handling, because it is very well sorted. And of course, there's a nice Canadian connection, Korean.
So John is in Canada, and that's where he purchased his EV6, and he likes it. And have a listen to his experiences. Leave a comment if you have any questions down on their video, and they'll be sure to answer them. So let's find the next one, and I'll restart my camera because I see that it's gone low frame rate. All right, so we talked about the reservations. So I've got a camera, but I'm upside down. There we go. Back in business. All right, so let's find the next article. This one I was really looking forward to. I didn't even watch it because I wanted to watch it with you guys. So let's open this up and maximize it. It's 2 minutes with the Rivian R1S and RJ Charange, the CEO of Rivian. So let's take a look.
All right, so we're getting lots of questions around SUV, the package. So I'm here with Stacy from our quality team. Hey. We're going to try to explain a few things.
I first saw the Rivian R1S prototype in New York when I went with on Brandon's owner ticket, and he and his family had some stuff going on, so they couldn't make it, and I went in his place. And my favorite vehicle of the ones they showed off several R1Ts because that's what people had ordered, and then they also had a handful of R1Ss because that's what less people ordered because it was a little further out. So let's look at this in the factory here.
Answer some of the questions we see coming up. So first, there is a button to open the rear liftgate. So right there, thank you, Stacy. And when that is open, you can see these lights. So if it were dark out, it illuminates while you're putting things in the back.
So I like how many lights there are back there because right now on most cars, you get one little light. I think mine's the same. I got one little LED. Thankfully, mine is one of the ones that has more in the cargo area, but like my Volt had the one light for everything, and that was not sufficient. And theirs was incandescent rather than LED, so it didn't even get bright enough. I replaced it with a LED, and it got a little better, but when you swap out an LED into an incandescent enclosure, the beam pattern is not always efficient.
Then the lower tailgate, Stacey, you want to open that? So when that's open, those lights also act as a great way to light the air if you're sitting here, let's say, reading a book. And with that down now, you can see it sort of gives you this great work platform, loading platform. And Stacey, do you want to show the little hooks there? So these slide back and forth.
Slide back and forth, and they come out.
They come out. It's great for hooking up gear. Mm-hmm. And then the seats. So the seats fold flat. This is a question we get asked all the time. So why don't we first fold the third row?
Third row first.
So that's the third row.
Very easy to do.
So on Model X and R1S now, those appear to be manual. I would love to see, like on Model Y, where those kick down, and Model S even, where those kick down on a spring. Or since this is a more luxury vehicle, I would love to see a power return. Doesn't even have to be fast, just enough that you don't have to reach all the way over or come around the side door and lift it back up. But I understand keeping the cost and the weight down, so I get it. But getting them pushed down is easy enough with a strong enough spring. And I think that both of these cars should have that, given for what they sell for these days.
And then we dropped the second row.
They got it on the second row, but not the third row. Come on, guys. One more step.
There you go. And then to get full flat,
There we go.
full flat, this panel goes like this.
Like that. Look at that.
And you can see this is perfectly flat.
Perfectly flat.
And it's easy to hop in and out, but I will just say,
You
so
like
want
to
to
hop?
hold this?
Yeah, I can hold it for you.
And I will show.
We'll show how long it is. He's pretty tall, guys.
So I'm like 6 foot something, and you can see you can fit really easily.
He's a little bit taller than me. I had to look up a little bit at him when we met. For those of you that have met me in person, so that gives you an idea of his height.
Yeah, with
It's a
leg
perfect
room.
bed. It's comfy.
Pretty
My
comfortable.
kids love to do
Is it
that.
pretty comfortable?
It's pretty good.
Okay.
You can close back up.
All right.
All right. Well, there you have it. Thanks, Stacy.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. We'll see. We'll see everybody soon.
All right, thanks, RJ and Stacy. Looked great. When can we get a chance to get behind
All
the
right, so
wheel
we're
of one
getting-
in Canada? Looks great. If you order one today, when it's expected delivery. Before the Cybertruck reservation only gets their truck. Oh, so maybe he was being serious based on this response. I took it the same way that this person took the comment as well, that it was sarcastic. But if it was serious, then that's a good question. Betting some frustration that in China we'll probably get the refreshed S and X after Cybertruck is the Roadster. Okay, so they made up there. Let's see here. Looks like a great product. I hope you can make a lot of them. I think it was meant backhanded. Can Sandy check it out? Yes. You trying to take my job, RJ? So this is large YouTubers, Zach at Jerry Rig Everything and Jenna Ezrick. Irving make a bed that's custom for the back there. So it looks like somebody does. Oh, or somebody should, because they already do for the Tesla. Okay, fair enough. She asleep? Motoko's asleep after all that fussing. What did you do? You gave her a shower? Yeah, she needed it. She got all that. Baby's been spitting up. She got it all in her hair. In her nose? Oh man. In the tub? Oh, okay. Trying to levitate the situation. Look at the size of that trunk. You can put 3 bodies back there. When I was selling cars, if it had a big trunk, you didn't get an end of the how many bodies comment. So I guess this is where it comes from. Only 2 anchors in that third row. Yeah, mine only has 2 anchors as well. Because we thought about putting the baby seat in the middle rather than in the left or the right. But with it being in left and right, it's easy to get the baby seat clicked in under the wings. So we talked about this with all the Elon rampage. You're my new papa, no pressure. Don't have hero worships. It's just like, you can be like, you can admire what they do, but the minute you start like investing your personality into these men, you're going to be disappointed, or you're going to come out looking like a fool. So, like, respect them for what they do publicly, and the parts that you do like, ignore the parts you don't. Condemn them for that which is wrong, and I don't mean like Like, hey, don't do that. Not go do something drastic with it. And if they do more bad than good, then don't buy their product. Where's Front Puppy? Front Puppy is in Alaska. RJ's came Java is looking for a 7-seater. Make her cancel her Model X reservation. I don't know why Alex is so combative against Tesla. I mean, she already is a fan of Rivian. Kim will be envious for sure. Model X can't tow off-road, or can't off-road or tow as much. Yeah, I would never take my Model X seriously off-road, but it does tow 5,000 pounds, which is sufficient. But with the Cybertruck, I'll be able to tow at least 14,000 pounds, according to the sales paper. All right, so let's move on to some more newsy stuff. Now we've had our little dessert distraction. So we talked about the service manuals. So Skoda is launching their production of the MEB battery system. I do believe Skoda is working with VW on this, right? Yeah, they are. So the Volkswagen Group's modular electrification toolkit in Dawood. Yeah. All right. There you go. What's up?
Not too much. Long time. No check-in.
That's right, man. Yeah, so this is good news about Skoda ramping up their production of the battery packs, because without battery packs, you can't sell electric cars. Well, you can, but they're not very useful, and you won't sell very many.
You can Flintstone them.
Yes. Well, it's a lot easier to do on the structural Model Y, because with no battery pack, your feet are on the floor, baby.
There you go.
There's nothing to sit on either, but
right.
You know, put a hammock on the back of the back seat, extend the steering wheel. So what do you think about some of the stuff we've discussed already today?
Oh man, I've been running around. I've been in and out. I don't know where I would start.
We talked about the girl who rented the Model 3 or Y and didn't know what she was doing. We talked about the one
nuts.
Yeah, it was nuts. We talked about the one that was on fire. We talked about so one I wanted to talk to you about was we talked about the future of the Tesla stock. How everybody's only counting the cars.
Uh-huh.
But the other Omar pointed out that what if you just look at FSD subscriptions or supercharging or the premium internet, like all that stuff that's not free anymore.
Right. Now I did catch you. I was heading home from Costco and I heard you talking a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Because yes, there's a lot going on with the stock that was about 50% down from its 52-week high. So people are concerned, but this company is so much more than just the cars. Like you were saying, that the subscriptions. I'm even considering doing the FSD subscription, and the premium service we're subscribed to, and even if we do look at the cars, I was listening to Ride the Lightning. Elon did an interview with I can't remember who it was recently, and they just talked about what makes Tesla different from other companies.
Yes.
And how they are so vertically integrated, and how they have so much more control over their supply. I mean, this current stock price just does not represent where this company is going to be.
Right.
So if you're a real investor, you buy and you hold long. It'll be back. Don't worry about it.
These are our personal opinions, but yes,
this is
how we feel.
Thank you. I never had to say that before, but yes, this is not official stock advice. See your stock professional for advice.
We're giving you things to think about and things to take to them, because like that one person in the other thread pointed out, that their advisor is only looking at the cars and said, "Oh, don't do this." But we've heard time and time again people whose advisors say, "Hey, it's a bubble, get out," and then they did, and it was disastrous, or they didn't, and they made a massive profit. I'm not saying that it's necessarily smart to disregard your advisors. You have them for a reason, But if you can bring them more data, because if they're looking at this from the wrong perspective, they might change their minds or give you nuanced advice based on that, or at the very least, you know what they say and you know what you see, and then you can then make your own call there, but that's your call. We're
Right.
just adding the data points to that. And then another thing that you pointed out, it is a little undervalued right now. I mean, the whole market has been sliding from real stocks to crypto to everything is just going down in the red.
Everything is right now.
But on top of that, we've got Musk just running his mouth in public and scaring the crap out of people. And
that is just, yeah. So that's part of that is just that I've got to deal with that. It's like I don't know Elon Musk. Right. Driving his car.
Right.
I can't go anywhere without family and friends and employees or people on Facebook. What's up with your boy? That's not my boy.
That's not my boy. He's the CEO of a company whose products I like. And then you got situations like where they have their discrimination suits or this alleged incident on the plane. It's a group of people. It's not one man, and he couldn't do it alone. And how many other companies do we know the CEO, and do we know what they're into and what their political stance is and that sort of thing? Most companies we don't know, and they would actually probably prefer it, because then there's nobody saying, "Oh, you voted for these people, I don't want your shoes. You voted for these people, I don't want your car." It's smarter not to make that stuff public.
It is. And I wish I didn't know who Elon Musk was voting for.
Same here.
You probably
Same here.
guess that most CEOs are probably Republican, but you know what? We don't know, and they purposely keep it that way.
Exactly.
So I don't know. It's just I was just in Costco. I bought a grill. It was $700. It was $800 in Costco. Then I went online to get it. It was $900, and I went back to Costco and I saw it again. It's $800 for this whole thing about I bought it online, so I can't exchange it in the stores, all kind of thing. But the point again is that
did you return it and buy it again?
It would have been way too much trouble. It would not have been worth $100 to do it. But nobody's texting me and calling me and saying, "What's up with the CEO of Costco for giving me this much trouble on your grill?"
Yes.
You know, it just doesn't happen. But when Elon Musk does something, everybody, speak for Elon.
Right.
No, no, I can't speak for Elon.
Right. And I, like I said, I know he's intelligent, and I do agree with a number of the things he does and says, but I don't worship him. So like some of the stuff he does, I'm like, dude, that was stupid. You shouldn't have said that. And and others are like, oh, well, I mean, that's just your opinion. But like when I don't know what well, I mean, other than what Mary says, I don't know what GM is up to, and I don't know what the I have a lot of bad examples because I'm a nerd and I do follow all these companies I'm throwing out, so I do have an idea like what Microsoft CEO is up to. But you know, he suffered a tragic loss of his son. Do I think that's going to make the Microsoft products worse? No, he's one of millions of people who work for that company, and he does keep his mouth quiet. But, you know, so it's a little harder to suss out.
On everything, even whether or not he's shorting Tesla stock.
Oh, you're talking about Gates? Yeah, there's Gates. He's a little louder than Satya.
Okay,
yeah. Satya lost his son a couple months ago, a couple weeks ago, and so it's the unique experience to be able to both see into the company for the good, but also that comes with seeing into the guy constantly for the stuff that he maybe should have run through a PR department first.
Exactly. Just focus on. He says he doesn't like being the CEO. Then just
don't do it. Find somebody who can handle it. Get yourself a Gwynne Shotwell for Tesla, and maybe Boring, and then you know that woman has made him so much money, and stabilize the thing. I mean, because we don't know her politics, but you know, we do see her more than many other CEOs. But again, you know, she's smart about how she speaks in public. And, you know, he can go goof off and share memes and stuff all he wants. I mean, we've got a sense of her sense of humor, but and then, like I said, she's more transparent than any other CEOs we see other than Musk, but
Mhm.
and we see more into them from her about what's going on in SpaceX than any other rocket company. But then you've got Elon actually in there sharing the engineering and stuff, so it's a little different. But that just kind of goes to show, like we're saying, like most businesses aren't run this way.
Right. I mean, you can't run, one of the largest companies in the world with 100,000 employees, a global, three three of the most advanced manufacturing factories in the world, like it's a Silicon startup, a Silicon Valley startup with foosball tables and ping pong. This is a serious company. It's a serious, ongoing matter that needs to be dealt with that way. I don't know if there's some fear that they're going to lose the quirkiness of the Easter eggs and things like that.
Yeah.
If Elon's not being silly,
but he can be silly and not do it in front of everybody.
Right.
But that's another thing you pointed out. They are being run like a Silicon Valley company, not like a car company, because they're not just a car company. So
True.
you also need to evaluate how they make software. Like we look at all the software recalls that we've had with Tesla and how quickly they're fixed versus the Ford Mustang recently had a software update that put the wrong version of the software on some cars, and so it's like then you had to take it into the dealer anyway, even though you did have an OTA update.
Right.
But then we look at the Porsche updates, where I've talked to a couple of people where they just drop the car off for a day because it's going to be a 6-hour software update. It's like once they get to your car, so if you're at a busy Porsche dealership, it might not be but 2 days before you get your car back.
Yikes. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that does speak to the value of over-the-air updates. I mean, we're used to this stuff. We're used to it with our phones, with our computers. We don't bring in our iPhones every time we need an update.
This Mac had an update the other day. It rebooted, did all its chips the same way the car does, and it came back. It was good to go. My PC doesn't update all of its chips. I have to manually go in and say, all right, these chips are going to update. I've got a hardware update on that, but it's the same thing. I don't take it back to the main manufacturer of the board, and it's just a little more involved because I'm a nerd, and so I went with the not off-the-shelf PC. If I had bought a Microsoft PC, well, actually I did buy my Microsoft laptop. Does just like the Apple laptop, and it's much older, so it doesn't get updates like that anymore. But when it did, it would update the chips all the way through and through, just like the Apple does. Hey, Omar.
Oh,
what's up? So you sent us a couple good articles today. You and Lee. Lee sent us that lady who didn't know anything about renting cars, and you sent us the Model Y on fire. And we were just talking about investing in Tesla. The other Omar pointed out that that there's a lot of being left on the table if you only looked at the cars. And I pointed out that if you only got to half of where Elon was going and only counted FSD subscriptions, you're looking at $2 billion a month in revenue.
Right. So yeah. So if you look overall, it's in my opinion, an undervalued company. Most people are just looking at cars themselves, whereas they're much more than that. Obviously, they have solar, they have battery, they have cars. That people seem to underestimate how valuable full self-driving is going to be. That's a humongous revenue maker right there by itself.
Yeah.
When they start leasing it to other companies, when they're able to, I mean, the amount of things that they're going to be able to do going forward with that is humongous.
Yep. And another one is, even if the Tesla bot can only operate in a factory and in a nursing home, that is billions in revenue right there. and that's assuming they don't sell the FSD for the bot to other companies, because now it's an AI perception engine that already does billions of miles a month. I'm sure that other companies could be able to do some stuff with it that Tesla's not going to do in their bot.
Oh, right. Just imagine the robot, just in manufacturing alone. Just take out nursing homes, any other stuff like Rosie the robot, helper.
I was thinking like Osimo, like because in Japan, they help them lift people in and out of beds and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
Even if you drop that.
But even if you drop that and just say, okay, just in the, just for industrial purposes, that right there is going to be a humongous, first of all, cost savings for them.
Yep.
Because it's less people that they need for those functions.
Yep.
And then a humongous revenue generator if they decide to sell it to other companies.
Flufferbot wouldn't have failed because it would have had fingers. It could have picked up the mat and put it in the battery. So for those who are a little newer to Tesla, Flufferbot, its job was to pick up a layer of foam, like a foam blanket, move it from the stack of foam blankets into the battery pack. And what this did was it muffled the noise between the Model 3 battery pack and the car, and then also lessened the sounds of the metal expanding and contracting during supercharging. So right now, if you have a Model Y or Model 3 and you go supercharge, you'll hear a bang every now and then as stuff just expands and stretches under there. And that was more of a thud, like somebody kicked underneath your car versus something metal slamming against the bottom of your car. So that matting helped with that, but because the existing industrial robots weren't built to deal with that sort of process, it ended up costing them time and money, and they ended up having people do it. And then they decided, let's just remove that process at all because the noise difference isn't that much, and we save $5 per car or however much the mat costs.
Right. And I remember the first time I heard that noise when I was
Scary.
supercharging. I was like, "Whoa, what the heck?" I'm like, "All right, let's get out the car. We'll get back to the car when it's done, and
It doesn't blow up.
just in case."
Yeah, for those of you who haven't heard it yet, it's more prominent in the wintertime because there's more expansion going on from the cold and the heat there. Go ahead, Dougwood.
No, I was just saying I was fortunate that I had heard these things before. So the first time I heard the noise, I was prepared. My wife was like, "What the heck?" So it does that. No big deal.
Yeah, I haven't heard it inside yet, but I've been next to other, because me, Mr. Supercharger. I've been next to cars when it happened, and you can see the new owners when it happens.
Yeah.
Right, but this is more of an not X, 3Y issue. I've never heard on my X.
No, because your X.
I've never heard it on the S either.
Right,
So
your
that's
S
why
can't do
I
it
was
either.
kind of shocked when the first time I heard it.
Yeah.
When I heard that in the Y, I was like, "What the?" I'm not used to that.
Exactly. And
Is
so we also
something
talked
wrong?
about
Is something going on?
Yeah, we also talked about looking past the man or woman and focusing on the good, or at least the pertinent. Because like if everything the dude did was like flim flam evil, then that might be an indication that the company is rotten to the core. But we know people who work there, and we know that they are trying their best. They're not out there to scam us and rip us off. And then we saw somebody who tried to switch their hero worship to RJ. And I suggested that maybe don't worship heroes, but like acknowledge the good they do and respect them for that and appreciate that, but don't wrap your personality around these CEOs.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah, I know. I have a couple of employees in my family or as patients, and these are hardworking people. They go to work, they make the cars, they appreciate, especially being able to make cars that people drive here, like down the street from where they work.
Exactly.
I mean, the Tesla employs a lot of people, right? So
Yes.
it's a lot of employees. I don't put too much stock into what any CEO does as far as when it comes to my personal decisions. Like I've heard people say, "Oh, well, Elon's going crazy and I can't stand him and I'm never going to buy a Tesla because of him." Okay, so what are you going to buy? Because the other CEOs of the other companies,
you don't know where they stand.
If you really look into the stuff that they do, I mean,
Yeah.
Elon's just more prevalent because he's on Twitter and he's just putting it out there. But if you really look into everybody, there's going to be stuff about everybody you don't like.
Right.
So,
Same thing we said with the discrimination suits. Like everybody's had these. I'm not saying it's excusable for Tesla to do this. From where they stand, they need to do better. But if you say I'm not going to buy them because of this, if you keep that same stance, who are you going to buy from? Because everybody's got it.
Right. If I took that stance with everything, I wouldn't have anything because I wouldn't be able to buy anything. Like
It's coming. I mean, right now, we'll look at. I mean, if you look at the price of a new car, they're all through the roof. Everybody keeps pointing out, "Oh, well, EVs are so expensive. Gas cars are so expensive." They're all through the roof. But as supplies, as the overall supply chain grows, and the overall price of an EV becomes competitive, closer or even less than a gas car, then it's over. They won't care what Elon does.
Right.
Right. The Tesla is cheaper. That's what I'm getting.
Exactly. And we've seen this in the past. Like every time that Tesla had the opportunity to keep their profit margin where they wanted, and something happened where they could make the car cheaper, they made the car cheaper. So it's about the number of the number of cars out and the percent profit, not the. A lot of people seem to think that Elon is a typical trillionaire, billionaire, where he wants yachts and he's like Scrooge McDuck living in the living in the
swimming in his gold coins.
Right. I've got a meme I'm going to share with you guys.
His vault full of gold.
Well, we've all been there. We've seen the Facebook posts where people are upset because Elon lowered the price of the car, and so now my car is worth less. Who's ever seen that before in a car ownership?
Right.
We've been there, and it'll come back again.
I mean, right now the cost of all vehicles are up. So it's not just Tesla; it's all across the board. Everything's up.
So people seem to think that this is Musk. So it says, when I grow up, I want to be a dragon. And the adult says, you can't be a dragon, Jeff. And 40 years later, the Amazon logo, pile of gold coins, and he's just. So people think that that's Elon. And it's not. As I said, he's not a perfect human being. He's flawed, but...
I mean, quiet as his cat. He's very quiet about it. He literally donates millions of dollars,
right?
That nobody really knows about or talks about.
Right? People are like, "Oh, you don't do any charity," blah blah blah. And like, here's he doesn't even bring it all out. He's like, "Well, just last week I did this many millions to this charitable fund," and like he doesn't name them all. He tries to be humble, but like I say, he's not perfect, and we shouldn't wrap ourselves up in the man. But we can be fans of the product and say, hey, they're good products. Never heard anyone compare Elon to Scrooge McDuck before. I've heard a lot of people seem to think he's the typical yacht-owning billionaire, can't help himself, needs more money, or he's gonna, like a shark, gonna drown. I just don't think that is the case here, because the dude was too cheap to buy his girlfriend a bed. He's like, we can flip it over, or we can bring the one over from your house.
It is hard to believe that that someone could be altruistic while making billions of dollars. Mm-hmm. That there's a problem. Climate change is a real problem. Yes. Pollution in our neighborhoods is a real problem, and for him to create a solution that allows us to still function the way we normally have. Now, I can change out a product that I use every day in my car and still generally be the exact same as I was before. And he makes money on it while solving this problem of climate change. People just can't believe that he can be doing that for the good of humanity. There's got to be a catch to it. He's got to be, right. There's got to be something evil to it. No, I'm solving a problem, and I'm making money, and I'm making your life better.
Exactly.
Well, that's what happens when you make products that people want. People buy them, and you make money. And if your product happens to, kind of effectuate change for the good, or promote, or encourage, or speed up the process to have, good change, then that's even better.
Right.
Yep. And like I said, we can't wrap everything up in him, because when you look at, he's human and he makes mistakes, and he's got a naive worldview because of his life experience. He says, oh, these people are coming after me because, I help make the world better with green cars and whatever. So I'm going to go the complete opposite direction, and go for some politics that actually actively threatens a bunch of you. And it's like, whoa, buddy, I don't have that leisure to but he's going to be okay. I mean, because he is a affluent white man in America. So as Zachary pointed out earlier, he doesn't have to worry about some of the stuff that the rest of us have to worry about. Like, but as we saw in their compensation plan, they at least are, I don't know if it's him, but they as a company are doing the right thing by their people. They've got the LGBTQ plus money. They've got the money for traveling outside of your state for healthcare. So they know that they've got people who live in Texas. So we'll help you get out of Texas to get whatever healthcare you need and get back in. Not just anything you might need, like LGBT services, abortion, healthcare, whatever. They will help you get where you need to go. And I like that they stand by their people that way. But again, you can't invest it all in the one guy. So, Nissan is soon to announce a U.S. battery supplier for the next-gen EVs, which is kind of important because Nissan is one of the EV companies that used to have a battery factory. Because Omar and I keep saying, and Dawood too, if you don't make batteries, how are you going to make the car? How are you going to make sure that you can continue to make the car? You need a long-term contract on batteries or something. And so here we see that they have got themselves now some more access to batteries here. And if that Aria it does as well as it looks like it's going to do, that's pretty important. So this is going to be a $2 billion gigafactory in Kentucky, and it's a joint venture with NEC, which was formed a few years ago. Nissan just has a minority stake, but it seems they have enough that they were comfortable basing their products on it. And so it's going to help their cars from 2025, so just 3 years from now. So it sounds like this is actually already underway, because remember, everything about these from scratch takes around 5 to 7 years. So if they can do it in 3, then either they've blasted a lot of extra people onto it, or this was already in progress and they're just now making the announcement.
Cool. Well,
yeah, I have a feeling this is probably already in the works, and they're just now making an announcement on it.
Yeah.
That's good for Nissan. Nissan fielded a car before the first Teslas hit the road.
Yeah.
So they were on battery technology, but they just dropped the ball. They should be ahead of Tesla with all of this. But
yeah. They were the hare and the tortoise and the hare. They took a nap. And
right, they just
everybody passed them.
Just let it go. Right. Are they still air cooling their batteries, or are they going to put
on the Leaf? Yes, but on the Aria, they have finally come around and actually no, they're not even air cooling their Leaf. There's no cooling on the Leaf. they put a computer fan in the NV 200, which is the Leaf fan that they only sell in Europe. And the Aria has finally got not just a cooling system, but it's got a liquid cooling system like everybody else.
So I mean, that's not fair. The Leaf really kind of is air cooled. It's just not. Doesn't have active cooling.
Right? Like a Volkswagen, it's passively air cooled. and when I say Volkswagen, I'm talking the Bug here, because the most of the Volkswagens are liquidly cooled as well.
So how does this work? I mean, if you drive faster, does your battery get cooler, but then it has to get hotter to drive faster?
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Exactly like that.
which is why it can't DC fast charge more than once a day,
right?
Without overheating.
Right. So the old one, they let you do it as many times as you want, but then they had to spend so many millions in batteries that for the new one, they're like, yeah, only one DC fast charge a day at full speed.
So my oldest is 16. Friday we took her to get her do her driver's test to get her permit.
Nice.
And when she was younger, I said to my girls, I said, you guys will never pump gas in your life. All right. Well, maybe not for your own car, maybe for somebody else's car,
right?
But for your car, you're never going to pump gas. So it's getting closer. So I've been looking at the Leafs. They used to be affordable, but now
every used car went up.
Well, I mean, every car has, especially green cars, have really increased in price because everybody's looking at those gas prices and everybody wants an EV now or some kind of hybrid.
They want it now.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I mean, who wants to pay $100 a fill?
Right. Everybody wants relief from the pump at this point.
Exactly.
I mean, it's starting to do the math. It's like, wait a minute, when I'm already paying for my payment plus the gas, I can actually afford an EV.
Exactly.
So I just had this conversation with a coworker the other day, and he was asking me about well, how much does your Model Y cost? And I told him, and then he's like, oh, wait a minute, I'm paying $500 a month for gas in my truck, and between the car note in the truck and the amount of gas, I'm paying more than I would be paying if I bought. I said, yeah, you could definitely afford a Tesla. You're paying $500 a month in gas, you can afford a Tesla because you're gonna save.
I mean, people are still convinced that they're all $100,000 each.
It's not the case, right?
Hasn't been true for a very long time.
But now the biggest problem is trying to get your hands on one because if you order a Tesla right now today, you're not getting it till next year.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've got a cousin. Oh my goodness, I've been on him to get a Tesla since I got mine, and then when he finally sat down to do it, this was about a year ago. He said he couldn't make the numbers work. It came up about $5,000 short of where they needed to be. So they went ahead and got the Buick, I think the Lincoln, the small Lincoln. I forgot what it's called, which one it is. But now they want to get an EV. They got to commute, and they want to get an EV. And I'm like, dude, if you have bought the Tesla,
when I told you to, right?
It would have been $10,000 cheaper, and it's always that way. Between now and then, his wife got the dream job she wanted, so now their income has gone through the roof, and his business is doing better. And so if you had just stretched back then, it wouldn't have seemed so expensive now.
Right, it would have been a small stretch rather than a big jump.
Right. So the advice to everybody, if you're thinking about getting a Tesla, as Omar always says, get it now.
If you see what you like, get it today, because what you like today might not be an option tomorrow. And if you keep waiting for the next best thing, you'll be waiting forever, because they don't do typical car stuff. They when it's ready, it's ready. But then once that comes out, you'll be waiting for the next thing, because people will be talking about what they're going to do next, because they'll already be lined up getting the next thing ready. Meanwhile, you could have enjoyed your car for 5 years and then get the next one and just kind of take snapshots, do it through the ages. Yeah,
exactly. So he's like looking at what can he get now if he wanted to go EV, and it's like I told him maybe the Mach E, but they're not taking orders on those. So maybe you can look at a Polestar. The Hyundais look kind of nice.
Yeah.
But that, or he's gonna have to go used. But I mean, used Tesla's worse than a new one.
I do like the Hyundais. They're
Hyundais.
Nice.
Yeah, the Hyundai, the triplets, I call them. They're good. The Ioniq 5, the EV6, and the GV60.
Okay,
yeah.
So I'll have them look at those. Can you actually get your hands on one of those?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
for now,
it's still the same problem though. You gotta watch who you look at getting them from, because some dealers are greedy and some are pillars of the community, or try to be.
Yeah. The whole dealership model is a thing where they're doing a lot of mock-up. They're marking the prices up on pretty much all the most coveted cars that they can't get a lot of. So
exactly.
Yes, I told him, just put your order in for your Tesla, get you whatever you can get now, and you can sell it in a year, and you probably still won't even lose any money.
You still be good to go, right?
There are a couple of YouTubers, Quinn and Andy, that came through, and I think Chris at Dirty Tesla was the same way. They bought their cars, and the way that the market was, they made a profit selling their car. It might not have been a huge profit. It might have been just a couple $100, but they made a profit after buying their car, using it, putting miles on it. And in Chris's case, it's a dirty car. Like, I better hope you don't like paint on his used car, because Chris is Dirty Tesla, so it's always caked in dirt.
Yeah, and it's crazy, because I mean that's the way the market is right now because of all the shortages and everything else. Whereas in the past it was always, okay, never buy a brand new car, because you lose value as soon as you drive it off the lot. You just lost 5-10% of the value or whatever, right? Automatically you lost money. Just buy it used, you make out better. Well, now that's no longer the case. So now it's crazy how it's flipped, where it's like, yeah, buy that new car, drive it for a year, sell it, and make money off of it. What? Like, how does that work? Yeah, that's how it works now. That's the world we're in.
But you have to watch the market, because it won't be like this forever.
No, it won't.
It's not going to be like that forever. No.
Right.
But for right now, it is.
Right.
Especially when it comes to EVs. I think this is going to be something that might last a little longer in the EV world than it will in the gas car world.
Right, just because supply is limited.
Yeah.
Right, just because of a supply and demand issue where they really can't make EVs fast enough because of the battery supply.
Right. Yeah. Eventually it'll catch up, but it's going to take a while to really be able to make batteries in the quantity that we need.
Right. It's going to be a little while.
Yeah. So I just went over to KBB, and I'm checking my car with age and miles on it, and let's see what they say. Say it's very good. It's not excellent, because no car dealership ever says your car is excellent. Ex-car salesman here. I had a car. The guy traded in a week after he bought it, and they wouldn't rate it excellent. I was like, what?
What? A brand new car.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Rogue, for subscribing. All right, so they're saying that my car is 74,148 to 80,243 on trade-in, in very good condition, and private party, they're saying 80, here, let me share the tab. They're saying $75,000 to $81,000 with almost 100,000 miles on the car.
Yeah, but how much did your car cost originally?
A lot. I think it's been as low as 79 and as high as 180, 160, I think, for Model X. So, I mean, it's not the same level of like Model 3 and Model Y where you make a profit, but that should be much lower.
Yeah, but at the same time, your car is older too. So like a Model Y today, at most, is 2 years old at the most.
Right, and they all have the same features for the most part.
Your car is how old now?
It's pushing 4 years old.
Right. So, and there's been some different features and stuff that have been changed. Different cameras, different hardware stuff. So, yeah, hey, I mean, it's holding its value pretty darn good, if you ask me.
Exactly. So I found that the system here allows me to now do tab groupings. So this will help with, even if I don't get to put the articles in the list, I'll at least be able to kind of group them for transitions and at least separate out the stuff for the show versus the internet garbage I like to consume. So Kia is going to make purpose-built EVs at a new Korea plant from 2025. So just like we were talking about Nissan already having that battery factory underway with their partner, well, it looks like Kia has had this plant underway for a minute, because there's no way they can have this plant done in 3 years in a Western nation like this, unless they are. I mean, like when you look at what Tesla did with both the recent all three of the recent gigafactories, that is something else. Because like when you look at Gigafactory 1, Gigafactory Nevada, that one. It would not have been done as fast as it was if they didn't get into it while it was under construction, and it's not even done being built yet, for one. and then you got like even Giga Berlin. That one took forever and a day because of permits and stuff. But Giga Austin came up right shortly behind it, and that was a Herculean effort. But Giga Shanghai, they cut through a lot of the red tape, if you will, in China, and that was because they're like record breaking. It wasn't normal. So unless they're doing that kind of effort, then you expect, again, from scratch to putting out cars anywhere from 5 to 7 years. So for them to be at 2025 means that they are well underway. Or, like I said, Herculean effort, but that's unlikely because most of these companies don't have the free cash to just, I just want to buy a factory in cash, and I don't need to finance it. I don't need to sell stock. Just build another factory. There are a few, but I don't think Kia is that kind of company. They have dead. So it's going to be located near Kia's existing site in Korea, and they plan to begin construction in the first half of 2023 and kick off commercial production in the second half of 2025. So they're not even going to build the plant till 2025. No, or is that when they're going to make? So
it'd be in production in 25, like it'll be usable in 25.
Okay, so then
they're gonna building next year.
So they're gonna be working around the clock to get it done in 2 years if they don't start till next year. I'm not saying it's impossible, but again, that you saw what Tesla.
They'll get it done within 2 years. That's definitely doable.
Yeah, I mean,
look at what Tesla did with Giga Shanghai, even Giga Texas.
Once they've got a contract for that, anybody who misses the contract has massive fees. So once they commit to that level of expenses and effort, it'll get done. But that means they're not playing around if they're willing to speed this stuff along. Because yes, you can speed it along, but that is so unheard of in the industry. Let's see. I thought there'd be EVZ car by now. I agree. There should be an EVZ car by now. They've been at this long enough. And greetings from Arizona. I still didn't update the intro and end cards. Baby had her own schedule, but I'll get you over there. All right. And so this is cool. you need factories to make the products, so that's them putting their money where their mouth is, and even more so because they expedited it. Because as we were saying, 5 to 7 years normally, not 2 years, with round the clock shifts.
Well, a lot of the big auto manufacturers are like battleships. For them to pivot and turn, it's not instantaneous, right? It takes a long time to turn it. You want to turn it all the way around to 180, it takes a while.
Exactly.
So,
and so this is something that I've always said that I never understood why nobody does this. If you're so interested in hydrogen, why don't you make it a Volt? Make it a plug-in hybrid, range extended hybrid. And so Renault agrees. Their vision concept is a hydrogen fuel cell range extender. So if you could find some hydrogen on the road to fill up in minutes, you could do that. But then when you're at home, you can use the smaller battery and plug in and just not have to worry about filling up unless you're going on a road trip, which I thought was kind of cool. I watched this thing have music in it.
Okay, so the range extender instead of being gas is hydrogen.
Yeah, I can support that.
I mean, I don't think that's going to be extremely successful.
Well, I mean, where can you get hydrogen?
Okay, so the idea of a range extender, right, is that it takes a longer amount of time to charge up a battery, right?
Right.
So I don't want to be able to travel long distances, road trips, and conveniently refuel quickly.
Yes.
The problem is there's barely any hydrogen stations out there to refuel with. So you're relegated to, okay, I want to take a long road trip, but I'm only gonna, for it to be convenient, I'm only gonna be able to go those places where there's hydrogen stations, which is very far and few in between. Which means basically I have an EV that when I want to take my road trip to go just anywhere I want to go, I have to charge like a regular EV, like normal, but yet I have less range now, because they had to put a smaller battery pack and everything else in order to also haul around this fuel cell. I just
think it'll succeed. I just think it's a better idea than doing it with gas.
I like the idea of where the thinking process was with
that
this,
part.
but I don't. But it's not practical,
exactly,
in my opinion.
Hydrogen, I just don't see it bring practical, like they said, but outside of big rigs, big trucks.
Right. Big trucks, planes,
big
ships.
Trucks and planes and ships. Ships, because that way, the trucks have a specific route. They know where they're going to be. They know where they're going to stop. They've already got big truck stops where they may have the space where they can add the hydrogen. It's a matter of how they're going to produce the hydrogen greenly, in a green manner.
They won't, because it's not cheap, so they won't. but as we see with the Tesla Semi, you can get all of your legally required range on your legally required brakes. So why invest in that when you can just drop a couple plugs in?
Another thing, hydrogen for individual people, so they don't have to charge when they're on long road trips. I just see that argument. That argument of not being able to use the EV on a long road trip going away as more and more people adopt EVs and get used to how you're supposed to drive it. And
unless you're really, really dumb, like that video that I shared earlier.
I mean, how much education? I think Lee was posting that there just needs to be more education of people of how EVs are different. You can't overload the car. You can't drive it like a gas car and expect to get that much range.
Because you don't get that much range in a gas car either, but they don't see that.
But the different. Okay, so here's the thing: you can load up your EV with plenty of stuff. Me and my wife have done it. We've taken a lot of road trips, and we don't pack light. We pack a bunch of stuff, plenty of bags, coolers with ice and food and snacks and everything. Like, we load up our car, right?
But that's fine. But people come in 200 pounds each.
Right.
even if you load up with multiple people, a couple 100 pounds each, let's just say you put 5 people in the car, all weighing 200 pounds each.
And you got a ton right there.
Listen, here's the thing. Yes, you're going to get a lot less range than the EPA rated range. However, your stops do not have to be an hour and a half long or hour or whatever. You don't have to add an extra 4, 5, 6 hours or whatever to your trip in one day's worth of travel. It's called stop at the supercharger, charge up the amount that you need to get to the next charger. Give yourself a little bit of cushion to account for all this extra people and extra stuff that you're now loading up your car with, and then keep it moving. Not, oh yeah, I need to charge it 100% every time. No, that's not how that works. It's not. It's different than driving gas. With gas, yes, every time you make a stop, you want to fuel up to 100%, right? But with EVs, you don't do that. And I think that's the big mistake that a lot of people make when they do road trips is they want to charge to 100%.
Even with this setup right here that you're seeing on screen is me towing a 5,000-pound U-Haul dual axle trailer, square as can be. I didn't have to do any hour-long stops. The only time they ever approached an hour was when somebody was blocking my only accessible pull-in charger.
And that's an urban charger right there, urban supercharger.
That one is urban, but it's at a regular site. Rather than block the superchargers, I just use the urban supercharger.
Okay.
There were valid non-urban spots for me to use, but you can't disconnect a U-Haul van trailer from the car once it's loaded safely. But
even then, you were probably weren't there for an hour.
I was not there for an hour. Even with waiting for the jerk who I need to finish my lunch first before I can move my Model S. Asshole. Sorry.
I don't hear anything coming from Tesla as to whether or not they're going to be doing something about the Cybertruck. There's going to be more towing.
They would be stupid not to.
They have to make more pull through charges, and they have to do it
or longer cables or something.
But they have to also do it not just we're going to do it in the future. You got to do that at some of the existing ones because some of the some of the routes that people already use now, getting from LA to San Francisco, there's no dedicated pull-ins.
Exactly.
Or you can pull in, but then your trailer will be blocking the whole way.
Yeah. So Timothy asks, speaking of range extender cars, do you guys like the BMW i3? I think they look sort of cool. Yeah, I love that little car. The only reason I didn't get it at the time was I was running Uber, so I couldn't have suicide doors and still qualify for the platform. So I skipped that one and went with somehow the Volt qualified, even though it didn't have the proper amount of seats.
So the funny thing is, I looked at the i3 before I bought my Model S.
Yeah.
And the reason I went with the Model S, to be quite honest with you, is I had a bad experience at the BMW dealership.
Yeah.
And they completely turned me off to wanting a BMW at all whatsoever. And then I ended up with the Tesla, and I was actually glad that I did the Tesla because overall, I think I probably would have had a better experience with the Tesla because of the charging network at the time.
Right.
I was all BMW before my Tesla. I like that. That was all BMW's made was BMW, and when everybody else had an up market and down market car, and BMW was all BMW. So I looked at the i3, and at first I thought it was pretty ugly. I didn't get it. I didn't get the concept. I was just now getting into green driving and sustainable driving. So I didn't understand it enough, and the dealership did not take the time to explain to me what the heck was going on here. So it's just like, it's a funny looking car. There's like grass, moss, or something in the.
I love the way the interior looks. Yeah.
So it's like, nah, just give me a new 5. I'll be okay.
Yeah.
But when Tesla came along, it just made sense. It was simple. You plug it in. You plug it in at home. You plug it in at these special things that we're going to build for you that says Tesla on it, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't think that this hydrogen extender concept is going to make it out of the concept phase unless they fall for the same mindset as Toyota did with Mirai, and they just have to make it. So you'll see like a couple of them that they're basically paying you to drive, but it'll just be a couple of them in like California or whatever the European equivalent of California with the hydrogen stations that still exist situation happens to be. One thing I did notice during this ad they were playing, it looked exactly like the Volkswagen ad about how she'll never grow up having to drive a car. like shot for shot even. And I thought that was interesting.
You know what I find interesting is that you haven't seen more car companies in the plug-in hybrid space do diesel instead of gas.
Very few of them,
on
yeah.
the
Like
hybrid.
remember the original Volt was going to be a 3-cylinder diesel, and that never came to be.
Yeah, I found that interesting because you would think that the diesel would actually be better on fuel consumption, and then you marry that with the plug-in hybrid concept, and you're usually using battery then most of the time. Then I just think that probably would have went over well, but yeah, here we are.
So recycled floor, I like that.
I just recently went to what you call it? Oh, it was an Earth Day thing in Napa, and I talked to a guy who had a i3. But what I asked him was, well, it does take gas, and he was telling me how, because he charges at home and at work, he never uses the gas.
Right.
So the gas gets old after a while. So what then happens to it? I think he said something like the car would just burn off the gas.
Yeah, that's how the Volt was. After a year of calculated age on my gas, it would just burn the whole tank down.
Okay, so it just force you to
It just
drive on
starts
gas.
using it. Whenever you drive it, it just starts using it just to burn it off.
Yep.
Okay.
So the way you could stop it is once it got to like half a tank, you could put in another half a tank of fresh gas, so the calculated age becomes less than a year, and it would stop forcing you to burn gas for no reason. Or you could do, which is really not advised, you could just let it run out of gas. But I do not recommend that. It could void your warranty. It is very stressful in the car, and you end up with the possibility of stranding yourself because now you've got a 38-mile stated range and an empty gas tank. Every month, it would burn 3 tablespoons of gas to lubricate all the seals and oil. So that's the other part. So then when you do need it, it's broken if it doesn't have a chance to turn on to do maintenance.
I see. Yeah, but back then, that car still only got it barely got 150 miles of range, even with the gas.
Right, because the way the law is set up to get your tax credit, it had to have more electric range than gas range, and it had a kind of like a medium-sized battery. So it had 5 miles more range of battery than gas. What we found out was that they actually had the same European gas tank in it, and you could actually software unlock the rest of your gas tank to get 2 and change gallons instead of 1 gallon, and you'd have slightly more gas range than electric range. And you could use your whole tank.
Or you can just get an EV.
Well, they offered an EV version with slightly more range because they didn't have to put in the motorcycle engine and the gas tank and all that, but it didn't make up for all of it. So like you didn't have that peace of mind that you would get from like a Tesla.
I can't find those. I've searched for those online.
They didn't make many of them.
Price. Right, but you can't get those anywhere.
Right. Well, they didn't make many of them here, I should say.
Okay.
Most of them were the range extended. So GM has concluded, after many years of leading and making mistakes, that a full lineup of EVs is key. So General Motors believes that offering a full portfolio of EVs on sale at the same time will increase sales. Oh, you don't say. Having some people
You
buy,
led, Mary. You led.
Yeah.
GM is such a fail because they were so ahead of the curve with the EV1.
Right.
And it just irritates me to no end, just knowing where they were to where they are today and how they got there.
Yeah. And Eddie pointed out that the diesel is more likely in Europe for that Volt. But they didn't even do it there. So I'm glad to see they've finally seen the light because we need to electrify all the things. And look at this. The Stephen points out EV1. They were leading, and they weren't.
They were leading in the 90s.
Right. Well, even when it was the Volt and the Leaf, they had a chance because it was the Volt, the Leaf, and the Roadster, the Tesla Roadster. So between those 3 cars, those are the only ones you could buy all over the country. And the Roadster covered a certain demographic of money and style and practicality that the other 2 did not. Then you had the Leaf for if you didn't need any extension. Then you had the Volt if you wanted extension, and those were both very practical, affordable cars. And then there was nothing, and then there was a Roadster, and it's like they had a chance to capitalize on this. They even showed off this Volt.
You're absolutely right, because that's funny because they each had their own niche. right?
Yeah, right.
The Roadster was that super expensive sports car that was a rich person's toy, basically.
Two-seater that
And
people
then
6 foot and above could not fit in.
Yeah, that was somebody's show off toy that they sat and let it sit and look pretty in the garage and take it out on the weekends.
Exactly.
And then you had your Leaf, which is a practical everyday commuter car that if you don't have to go on a long road trip, you're good.
Yeah.
And then you had your Volt that was like, it was a practical car that you could go on a road trip if you needed to or whatever.
Yeah. And then they even showed off a Volt-based SUV. Basically, it was an Equinox that looked like a Volt and had the Volt powertrain, and they never made it. Like, they had one concept they showed one time, and
that would have been popular.
That would have sold like cake, and so they didn't.
Well, luckily, Chevy finally came up with this concept of having a full EV lineup, so that now we can move forward with full EV lineups. Ignore that Tesla's already been doing it for the last 15 years. But I'm glad.
And Kia and everybody else now is finally on board. Like, before GM even realized they should be doing it. So like Kia, you can get a compact SUV, mid-size car, or eventually Hyundai and Kia are making a truck. Rivian, they're only a truck company, so both their trucks are trucks. Tesla is making everything from the not compact, but the mid-size car to a truck. Great to finally catch on, Mary. Who would have thunk this would be the way to success?
Great, Mary, you led.
But as I'm saying, I'm glad they did it. But man, it took them. So they started in 2011. So it took them 11 years to figure this out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, at least they figured it out.
Yeah, so ignore where this says it is and what the license plate looked like. This is like California, isn't it? You got Model Y, Model 3, Model 3, Model 3, Model X, Model 3, Model 3, Model 3, and that's probably another Model Y there. California, right?
Tesla's everywhere.
Well, these are Chinese license plates, and this is coming from Jay in Shanghai. Tesla's literally everywhere. How would you caption this? So yeah, how would you caption this? Let us know in the chat, and we'll put it up on the screen here. It looks like California to me. I mean, look at it.
Tesla's taking over.
Yeah. Wow.
That's obscene.
No, it's not obscene.
And by the way, the person taking the picture is in a Tesla.
Yes.
Yes.
In a Model 3, it looks like, yes.
A 3 or a Y, one or the other.
It's a little low, like, compared to the Model Y, Model 3, so I'm going to guess it's a Model.
Oh, yeah, probably a 3.
Yeah, 3. Attenborough voice, a beta of Teslas in the wild, seeking out room to run. Which reminds me of the Giga Austin unveil where they were just run in the Model Ys.
I like the fact that he said beta.
Yeah. Starting to look like Santa Monica. Tesla's everywhere. This is the way. Jay, if you're in Shanghai, you shouldn't have known the plate in Shanghai is blue with white numbers. First character is this, not that, which is Shandong. White plate is no longer used several years ago. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. What did the original tweet say? Did it actually say Shanghai or did it say China?
No, they were just saying China.
so where'd you say Shanghai from?
He says, I didn't say anything about Shanghai. I just said, meanwhile in China.
Okay, there you go. So,
are those actually random people that actually happen to be in Teslas? Probably. Because usually if you're going to an event, you tend to form a 1 or 2 lines. You don't take the whole road up.
Right.
And we know that China is pushing real hard for EVs, and it's this one and the Hulong Guangdong Mini, which, as we saw last week, has finally seen its first sales dip because with the prices of everything going up and the lack of components, more people are just saying, "Hey, I'll just jump up to the Tesla from the neighborhood golf car."
Yep.
Tesla's everywhere.
That's what I was saying.
Tesla's Woody's a cowboy, so they would be like, he might be an oil farmer and see his face. So that was fun.
Oh no, what does this mean for my gas industry?
Exactly. So while we're in the spirit of doing recalls, we did Hyundai, Kia, we did who else did we do this week? Always recalls. So this one, the other Omar
doesn't
found
have a recall.
Right. So the other Omar found this one, and this one's from a Ford Mustang Mach-E. And this is the one I alluded to earlier. The functional safety software may ignore a possible unintended acceleration or unintended deceleration or unintended vehicle movement on the secondary axle. The FMVSS numbers 1 and 2, no records. The description of the safety risk: unintended acceleration, deceleration, or unintended vehicle movement or reduction in motive power. So basically, it's just not, if you don't want it moving, it's going to be moving. If you do want it moving, it might not do it the way you expect. Increases the risk of a crash. Software was incorrectly updated to a later model year program file, causing, and then page 2 was saying to cause the start of this recall. So if you got a Mustang Mach-E, get yourself a software update down at the dealer. And
wait, they're not doing over-the-air updates yet on those?
They are, but I don't know if this recall is being done over the air, because remember, fixes in most dealers' systems can't be done over the air, only enhancements. And a recall is definitely a fix.
But wait, then how does Tesla always do the fixes over the air?
They don't have any dealers.
Full dealership model thing. Right, that part.
Yeah. So where's the news story about this? Good question. But it's Ford, and everybody has recalls all the time. So why have a news story about it, right? I generally only do the stuff that I'm pushing here on EVs. So I'll generally only do the recalls on EVs. But every now and then I'll pull out one to point out stuff like the fossils. And the one last week
that could cause a fire.
Something that causes a fire, yeah. The one last week was a bit of an exception because it was a stop drive order. It wasn't a stop sale. It wasn't, hey, get over here as quickly as possible. It was, hey, park that V and we'll come get it, and then we'll decide what to do. Don't
even drive it to the dealership. Just park it.
Yes.
And we'll tow it for you.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that was again on the older Mercedes large SUVs. For those of you that happen to have one or have family with one. Sounds like crazy.
And that right there is crazy. If I were to get that type of notice, I'd be like,
yeah. I would do like GM said to do with the bolts. I'd park it in a field, hopefully near no mice, and then be like, hey, get me on the schedule. All right, so let's see. Does it say the second page on this one? The functional safety software to always report a torque value of 0 when on the secondary axle. So basically, the back motor would always be thought to not be doing anything. So the car would correct in various ways depending on what was going on. So if it thought you were crashing, it would try and stop. And if it thought you were trying to go and it didn't know that the rear was actually already going as well, it would try and go twice. And now you're going faster than you were trying to go. Not good. Yeah, thanks for that second page. He says, brah. And there's a link to it. So if you do have a Mustang Mach-E, which I know some of you out there do, here's a link so you can read the government recall, and you can call your local Ford dealer and either get them to do your update, or if they can do this over the air, to get them to get you in the queue, or however they want to work this. But I really don't think they're going to do it over the air because of the fact that it's a repair. If Tesla was who can solve it with OTA, it would be the cover story on every newspaper. This is true. It'd be even worse if it was that Mercedes stop sale or stop drive order.
Well, Tesla has had
they've had quite a few recalls, yeah,
that are software related that they just fix over the air.
Well, some of them weren't even really something wrong with the car per se, like a problem like this. They were just like, hey, they were in violation of the noisemaker. And even then, if you read it, they weren't in violation, but they were in violation of the way that particular enforcer interpreted it. So they had to change it because they were still making the noise, but they were also making another noise on top of it, which was not, there's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball. But rather than fight them, they just said, all right, fine, we'll fix it. But that requires a recall notice to be sent out.
Yeah, so, which I've already talked about in other shows that, I don't like the language of a recall when it's not actually a recall, it's just an OTA update.
We need another way to describe these things. All right, so Sawyer is talking about news. Tesla Giga Berlin is to launch employee train shuttle in 2023. So we've talked about this even before Giga Berlin came online, but what's new is we got a little more details. And he's on break right now, so there won't be any more breaking news this weekend unless it's humongous. The shuttle train will have to travel about 2.5 miles from Erkener on public rails and then turn on to the railway track, which is owned by Tesla. Okay, so that's new. I didn't realize they were going to use any public rails. I thought they were just going to have a parking lot and then take you from the parking lot to the factory. And it's a one-way track. So all the folks who are complaining about that boring tunnel that's currently only one track, they have some experience in this.
Right.
Those are electric trains, right? Not the track looks like that. The network may or may not be electrified, but the line in the picture is not. Yeah, the line doesn't need to be electrified to have an electric train, as we saw with the electric ferry train. Not really ferry train, but the one that pushes the cars around in the lot. But it's always cool to have such nerds involved. It's not worth electrifying a spur line just for one temporary shuttle. Most of the traffic is cargo, and those are diesel anyway, because loading the tracks cannot have electric lines. Yeah, but like I said, it doesn't mean you can't have an electric train on there. It just means you can't have one that is not a battery electric train. And since it's just a people shuttle, I'm sure they could take any old battery subway and put it on there and just run it, because it's not running that far. So it's not like it needs to.
Yep.
It just needs to fit the track. All right. So Tesla taking on BYD, Duracell, Pacific Code, Geico, Burlington. Oh, we forgot about insurance when we were talking about revenue.
Oh yes.
Because I can buy Tesla insurance. Yeah.
How much are insurance companies worth? I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, look at the policies. You're looking at a minimum of $90 a month.
So when you basically have multiple companies in one, you're generating a lot of revenue.
Exactly. All right, so we talked about the Mustang Mach-E recall, so we can skip that one. That was politics. It's about gun politics, so we'll skip that. Kawasaki said that they are going to launch 3 electric motorcycles this year, but leaked details show the first is just for kids. Well, electrify all the things. I'd rather kids play on electric motorcycles than on gas ones. All right, so like LimeWire, Livewire, they are launching electric motorcycles beginning in 2022. The first one will be known as the Electrode, and the basic design is the only thing we know. More details coming later.
Okay.
If Twitter's to believe, we'll know on June 7th, which is just right around the corner. But for now, we can see a child-sized rider, a child-sized bike, and a pump track that looks like it would be a fun setting for both. Take a look for yourself below. All right, let's take a look. Let's mute it. That looks like fun.
So you're doing electric dirt bikes? Okay.
They could have done some more like action shots than that and still hidden the product.
Yeah.
The bike itself is visible in the reflection of the visor, though it doesn't provide any major hints. All right, let's go sleething through. Yeah, it is. But they could have done that like with a blurry camera or something as he was doing the jumps and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, like, ooh, it's a dirt track. He spent half of the video on a dirt track. All right, so as this develops, we'll find more and tell you about it because electric motorcycles are cool. All right, so this was something that came up a lot about how Mercedes G-Class will have a silicon anode on their electric SUV. However, let's see. Just watched a Bloomberg video by Mercedes about their Drive Pilot system presented as a step up from Tesla's so-called autopilot, as they called it. Limited to highways, sub 37 miles per hour, no lane change. How can these people be so blatantly delusional? And not only that, they weren't the first to do this. Honda did 100 of them in Japan for lease only months ago. So way to lead, Mercedes. So as we were on this article, the writers also said that the G-Class will feature a silicon anode that will increase range by 40% in 2025. I don't want them to know that Tesla's already producing cars with silicon anodes already, and have been for a couple of years now. They may break down on such cognitive dissonance. I don't think it matters to them, because if they can claim to be first when they're really number 2 on their level 3, and Honda actually was first on level 3 at 37 miles an hour, stuck in traffic on pre-mapped roads.
It's a first for them.
The first for Europe. Second place should need a telescope to see us. Elon Musk. I like it. 8 years later, they do. Maybe they can borrow some time on the James Webb when this launches. Oh man! All right, let's move on to the next one. This one is Microsoft, and it's not at all green related, so we'll skip it. All right, so next week, like I said, I'm going to start with the groupings, even if I don't make them to the notebook. Here we go. Excuse me. Tesla's building a 100-stall supercharger station in the Mojave Desert town. Which town is that? Might as well look at it real quick. That's in Barstow. One of the original supercharger locations is going to have a 100-stall supercharger station. This will be the largest outside of China. It might be the largest in the world. They have a lot of like 98s out there, but they don't have any 100s in the States anyway. So this is cool. Let's see if they mention China. All right, so China has the world's largest station located in Shenzhen with 637 spots, but those aren't 637 supercharger spots. So either this will be the largest from the U.S. or this will be the largest in the world by like 1 or 2 stalls. Always cool. More places.
Either way,
to
it's
charge.
good to see.
Yeah. Just like we were talking about the girl not knowing how to charge her car, if there were more of them and they weren't urban superchargers, she would do a better job of it. All right, so Tesla FSD Beta 10.12 release notes. 10.12.1 is already out, and I am not one of Elon's safest drivers. You know, the people who didn't have to take the safety test to drive the beta. So eventually, I'll be able to tell you what it's like. But we can tell you what's in it. Also, we can also tell you that it now shows the blinkers, not just the brake lights, on the other cars around. So let's see. Let me zoom in on this because it's small.
So now that you're seeing it and you know that it's recognizing it, does it act on it?
It's been acting on it. Like my version right now, if somebody turns on the signal without zhooking into my lane, sometimes you can see it pause and watch them a little harder before it does anything. And if they turn on the signal and move immediately, like they tend to do around here, then it'll either act on what they've done or the signal, which is pretty cool. And let's see, upgraded decision-making framework for unprotected left turns for better modeling of object response to eco. You know what? Let's just skip through all the jargon and go to the English one because it's easier to read to you guys. All right, so I'll try my best to dumb this down. Your car better understands what is and is not drivable space. This makes it more confident in easy situations and more capable in tricky situations. Your car also now can now also use medians for difficult left turns and accelerates quicker to complete turns. Your car has a better idea of objects blocking camera views. Creeping should be less scary. Now this is what I'm hearing from Model 3 and Model Y owners. It's not what I'm hearing from Lisa, who drives a Model X. So I will let you know. I mean that is a boat. Fast, but it's a boat. Improve path predictions where others are on the road will be. This gives your car better decision making for turns. Sounds like your car will be able to drive itself to safety much more smoothly if your car finds itself in a place it shouldn't be. Better problem solving ? So this one, let's go back to the original on this one to see what he's talking about. It was about non-drivable space, danger zones, some garbage like that. Let's see. Updated planner to rely less on lanes to enable maneuvering safely out of restricted space. So if it finds itself in a bus or bike lane, it will not necessarily use the lane lines to get out of it. If it'll be less likely to do so. Your car should see the lanes on the road. Or should better be able to see the lanes on the road and how many of them there are, thanks to new data. This gives better turn confidence and path planning during a turn. Your car is now trained on 180,000 new clips related to what lanes look like. Your car is less likely to panic brake in a yellow light scenario and has a better understanding of lane guidance when going through an intersection. I can't wait for this one. Road edges and lane lines are now more accurate. Your car now better understands visibility from the cameras thanks to 30,000 new clips of training data. Speeds of motorcycles, pedestrians, and cyclists is now more accurate. Plus, your car now better predicts which direction a pedestrian is walking.
Now, wait, is Dojo in play yet, or
Not yet?
So they're doing all this without even Dojo being in the mix.
Right. This is all on the NVIDIA stuff. Your car is now less likely to confuse a parked car and an idling car thanks to 41,000 new clips of training data. This should result in fewer phantom brakes or silly lane changes, or the car trying to pass people at a red light. So it gets impatient. We've been waiting here too long. Let's get out of here. Whoa, hold on. Your car now better understands objects that are far away from you. Your car will plan a better path around vehicles with car doors open. I've seen some photos of that. Objects that are not pedestrians, cyclists, or etc. should have more accurate speed predictions. And when changing into an adjacent lane, your car will look further ahead at vehicle speeds. If somebody up ahead is braking, your car will handle it more comfortably, which is nice because there's a lot of times where I decide to move over and tell the car to do so, or the car decides, and then somebody else says, oh yeah, I'm moving over too. And it can be uncomfortable sometimes when it does that. So it should be better now. Your car used to only predict acceleration, not speed, of objects moving adjacently. Now your car will predict acceleration of all moving objects, including objects accelerating across your path. Yeah, so you have the situation where a car cuts in front of you to make a left turn. I find it's more likely to not slam on the brakes than it was in the past, but there's still times where it doesn't realize they're going to be gone by the time you get there, and it jams the brakes pretty hard. On the previous versions, I haven't driven this one. Tesla retired a few old systems and gained 2 frames per second per camera, resulting in better performance while driving. So 2 frames per camera times 8 is 16 frames. Overall, that's significant. If you could get 16 more frames in some of these games, it could mean winning.
Oh,
all right. So Tesla should hire you to write the release notes. Thank you. I think they should do both. Like, do the friendly and then do the jargon. And the jargon is good. It's just that it's harder to read.
The jargon is good for the people
explain.
that want that type of,
like
geeky information. But
yeah,
then you have your normal people that you might want to put it in layman's terms in very simple, make it make sense terms that everybody can understand.
Exactly. And but either way you do it, either like that guy did or like they do now, it's better than, oh, we made some stuff better. It's like, oh, okay, give me some real information, please. Even if I don't understand what it is, don't tell me it's better.
Right? How is it better? What did you do?
Right. And so it's a couple scrolls if you scroll through. But here are the new car models. Here's an open car door. It's highlighted in yellow, and it shows as open. All cars have wheels now. All cars have wheels now. We're wondering if this shows you height or something on there on the curb. We don't know. It shows you the what it thinks that each path should be able to do. So you can go straight through these lanes. You can turn in this lane. You can go straight or turn in this lane. And yeah, so right now it's employees and the safest drivers are driving it now, and we'll see when us normal folks get to drive it next. Like the actual safest drivers, people who had to have 100 safety score to get the thing. All right, so GE launches a 3 megawatt Sierra onshore wind turbine in North America, or just for North America, I should say. And so we've seen them with like these massive megawatt scale turbines offshore, but now they're bringing it onto land. Typically on land was like, what, 1 to 2 megawatts? And this is incredible. So the 2 megawatt platform, which recently surpassed 30 gigawatts of installed base globally, the Sierra platform launched with 2 prototypes, one in Lubbock and one in Kamtaka, with more than a year of successful runtime on each. The 3 to 3.4 megawatt turbine features a larger 140 meter rotor to unlock motor to unlock value at lower wind speeds, and is offered with a variety of hub heights, including greater than 500-foot option. Wow. The wind turbine's hub height is the distance from the ground to the middle of the rotor. Yeah, the ground to the hub. And 140 meters of wingspan. That is substantial.
It's huge.
Yeah. Oh, wow. They're so big they can't even make them in one piece. Usually the windmill blades are one piece. The Sierra's two-piece blades are manufactured by Danish LM Wind Power. Wow. We asked GE what made this turbine uniquely useful in North America, and he said it's easy to transport, easy to install, and easy to operate. Well, there you go. We like it easy here. For example, the Sierra requires more standard-sized cranes instead of the large ones. Yeah.
Hit that easy button.
Yeah, give us the easy. That was easy. All right. They have more than 1 gigawatt of orders for the platform, but it's taken, wouldn't say who placed those orders. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just get them out there. All right. Something for Microsoft development. Model 3 and Model Y outsell all other cars, including fossils, in California for Q1 of 2022. We made it, baby.
And this is something we've been seeing in certain places in Europe for a while now. And now we're seeing it here in California.
Yes. If they can do it there, they can do it everywhere in this country.
If they can just make enough of them.
There's that part. So according to the CNCDA, which is the California New Car Dealer Association, I really thought it would be CATA. Drop the new car and just be whatever. A total of 21,812 Model Ys were registered in the state for the first 3 months of the year. That's just Model Ys. That's more than enough to. It was just more than enough to outpace its little brother, the Model 3, which accumulated 21,506 registrations in the same period. As Elon and Tesla and everybody keeps telling us, the Model Y is going to be more popular, and 300 more units in the first 3 months of the year.
I mean, that's a more popular form factor.
It is.
Especially here in the U.S.
Yeah. So those numbers place the electric SUV and sedan as the number 1 and number 2 spots overall for new car registrations in the state, easily surpassing the sales of much more budget-friendly vehicles. And they went ahead and did it on the quarter level, so it's fair. Like Tesla only reports per quarter, and a lot of other manufacturers have followed Tesla into doing only quarterly reports rather than the monthly. But even more than that is they actually went through and got the registration data from the state. So it's down to the car, and we know which models it is, rather than like Tesla says, 3s and Ys did this, S and X did that. No, we know this many Model Ys and this many Model 3s versus every other car that they sell in California. So the top few were Model 3, Model Y, Model 3, RAV4, Camry, and Civic. So it is truly the California Camry.
Better than a California Camry.
By double.
Exactly. Twice as good.
Yeah. These
Look how
figures
far behind. I'm surprised the RAV4 is that far behind. Like,
right. They don't need a telescope to see us from second place, baby. Wow. And luxury.
I wonder if that includes all the different versions of the RAV4, because they got the hybrid, the plug-in hybrid, the regular normal gas one.
Yeah. Yeah, because when you pull the registration data, it's not going to tell you the trim. It's going to tell you the it might tell you the trim, but it's going to lump them all into the model.
It's just going to right.
Wow. Even the Civic, like there's Civics everywhere. 11,000, barely 11,000 Civics, and almost 22,000 Model Ys. And if you put them together, you're looking at 42,000, or more than 42,000, because they're both over.
Yeah, 43,000.
Yeah. All right, so then if you could compare them in their class, the Model Y in luxury compact SUV did 21,812 for 55.5% of the share, compared to the Mercedes GLC at just 4050. So more than double of the next of number 2. And they did almost double of number 3. Luxury mid-size SUV, Model X, which is kind of hard to produce right now. They're hard to get a hold of. Still held down number 5, even though you can can barely get one, and you on a 2-year wait, as we talked about.
They're barely making those, so
right, and they still held number 5 on their own at 5.7% of the share, at a quarter of the number 1 Lexus RX at 4409. Wow. All right, so near luxury is the Model 3, just smashing the charts. 21,506 we talked about for 65.2% share. Next up was the BMW with just 2,000 shares, so 10x,
Whoa.
baby. 10x.
Wow.
Yes. Things were a little more fair on the high-end sports cars. Model S, which again, same situation as the Model X, but not as tough to find and obtain and build. It did $34.95 at 25.1% of the market, compared to the next up Mercedes S-Class at $1,553 for 11%. And they stomped the Corvette real bad, not just in acceleration and everything else, but also in sales. Just 857 sales.
The Corvette, they might as well just stop even making those until they come out with the EV one.
Oh, that'd make a lot of people in socks over sandals really upset.
I mean, it sounds crazy, but I mean, the whole purpose of the Corvette was the performance behind it, right?
Good point. So yeah, they're not even
now
in the
it's
mission.
getting crushed by anything electric. So you might at this point, I mean, they might as well just stop making a Corvette, pivot, put the electric Corvette out, and now you can compete on the performance.
I agree. Yeah, if you're not meeting the mission, then why even go after it? So the non-Tesla supercharger pilot in the U.S. Get ready. Our California friends have told us that they are not happy about this. This is coming from Tesla.com. Launched in November 2021, our non-Tesla supercharger pilot will continue to expand to new sites in support of our mission to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. Access to an extensive and convenient blah blah. Let's go on. They're selling right here. With this pilot, some stations are now accessible to non-EV drivers in selected countries via the Tesla app. Tesla drivers continue to use these stations as they always have, and will be closely monitoring each site for congestion and listening to customers about their experience. And so they did just expand it over in Europe. And so they now have Netherlands, France, Norway, Germany, UK, Spain, Sweden, Belgium, and Austria. And they've announced that they are doing the US, but they haven't given us any details on the US. I could have sworn they actually said something directly about the US on this page when I opened it. Oh well.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
Yes, it will.
Especially here in the US, it's going to be very interesting.
Absolutely. Hopefully they start with like the less common ones, because it's going to be a mess if they don't. All right, so Drive Tesla Canada says, here's why your Tesla dash cam and Sentry mode aren't working right now. So you may have seen on your Model 3 or Model Y complaints about your dash cam. Just unplug and replug it. There's a bug in the software that will be fixed with the next update. If unplugging and replugging it doesn't work, then it may be your flash drive is actually failing. But
I thought it was a problem with my drive.
Right.
I've actually swapped out. I've tried like 3 different drives. So I had a SSD that I was using. And I'm like, okay, maybe it's a problem with the SSD. I took that out, put a regular USB in. Okay. Ended up with the same problem the next set. I'm like, what the heck? I used the Tesla one that they gave me.
Right. And it kept crashing out.
That one kept crashing out. I used a micro SD with a little USB adapter in there. And that one, I haven't got the error yet with it.
You will.
I'm sure it's coming.
You will. So I've got a similar error for the past few versions with my SSD. It doesn't tell me drive unavailable. It just disappears as if it's not plugged in. And I'd find that if I plug it in and replug it, it would work. Sometimes I had to restart the computer. I haven't had to restart the computer in the last couple of versions of the update. But it feels like it's the same thing. So I'm hoping that them fixing it for Model 3 and Y also fixes it for me with Model X.
So I have tried that too with the rebooting the computer, and that didn't fix it.
It fixed it for you? Oh man.
Nah, it fixed it temporarily.
Oh yeah. It fixes it for me
it goes back to fail.
if replugging it, like unplug, replug, and it doesn't come back. Then I reboot the computer, then it usually comes back. So yeah, everybody else is having this, and they thought there was stuff wrong with their system.
I thought it was just me.
All the hearts. Yeah.
I'm glad it's not just me. It's actually just a software issue.
Exactly, and I like that they handle this, and you don't have to drive into the dealer for a recall for this repair.
I do not.
Yeah. Right, so what's next here?
The only thing is they roll out their software updates in batches, and
I don't like that part.
I don't know what batch I'm in, but it's
Right.
like I don't like not getting it. You know, like it seems like everybody else got it, and then like a week later or so, maybe 2 weeks later, then I get it or whatever. It's so random.
Right, like what was the point of the advanced button if you're not going to just give it to me on day one?
Exactly.
Obviously, it does work, because I did find that when I was not in the beta, having advanced meant I did get it before many people, but not everybody. Even some people with standard would get it before me. I'm like, what? What is this advanced doing?
Then how is why?
Well, I was still getting it before some other people.
Yeah, but still, if somebody's in the standard, like somebody's
Standard
in
should
the
get it
advanced,
after everybody in advance. Yeah,
anybody in advanced lane should get it before anybody in standard gets it.
I agree. But this is Tesla. They aren't exactly what you might expect. Motive Power Systems announces their 6th generation powertrain with 100 new orders. Let's take a look at them. This comes from Charged. This looks cool. Looks productive. Everything fits right in the frame rails. I like it. So 100 new orders from California's HVIP program, which offers point of purchase price reductions for EV fleet buyers. New customers include Centos, FedEx, Amarak, Armark, Alsco, City Fresh, and Great White Packaging. Some of those folks don't sound like they need any financial help here. Those first 3, for instance, I think they'll be fine. All right. Yeah. I mean, electrify all the things, especially these like heavy diesel trucks that are just going to be idling in your town next to your children and your parents and making them sick. Or if you have asthma, yeah, this is going to make it worse. Not the EV, but the not being an EV would make it worse for you. So you should appreciate this.
Absolutely.
Canada's Innovation Supercluster Initiative spurs $76 million in zero-emission vehicle investments. That's good. NGen Canada, a nonprofit organization, they are promoting advanced manufacturing, has announced a series of innovative projects to spur the zero-emission vehicle manufacturing ecosystem in Canada. Good. Because there aren't enough EVs being made right now to supply for everybody, so every little bit helps. Some free Microsoft training. I'll just paste that one in the chat. So if you're interested in learning .NET MAUI for free, take a look at my chat here. And we'll move on because it is not at all related to any of this.
You should get a sponsorship for that.
Right? Brought to you by Skillshare.
They're not even paying you for that.
Exactly. All right, so Airwaves. We talked about the, well, that's VinFast. Airwaves has positively surprises in the Moose test. So let's take a look at what Inside EVs and our fine friends down in the Spanish-speaking channel have done here. Let's take a look.
What?
Yeah, let's unmute this. Yeah.
Bienvenidos de nuevo a Kilómetro 77. Hoy vamos a hacer la maniobra de esquiva con este precioso vehículo que tenemos aquí. Esto es un iWays U5, es un vehículo eléctrico de fabricación china. Tenemos el motor colocado aquí delante, son 204 caballos. La batería, donde están habitualmente las baterías de los coches eléctricos, entre ambos ejes de...
So he's going around the features of the car. Let's just look at the test, and then let me copy this link and put it in here. Oh, so here's the free training I told you about. For some reason it didn't post yet. And then there is this video we're watching now.
Y ahí voy, con mi primer intento a 76 km por hora. Lo termino limpio y con sensaciones positivas. El balanceo de la carrocería es moderado, las ayudas electrónicas intervienen sin molestar y el coche responde bien a las órdenes que le doy. La pasada mayor velocidad es esta otra, a 78 km por hora, una velocidad alta para un vehículo de estas características. El U5 sigue respondiendo bien, de manera segura. Quizás lo único menos positivo son los mini rebotes de la carrocería en el apoyo del segundo pasillo de conos. Pero esto es algo que se ve desde fuera, en el vídeo. Desde el interior ni te enteras. Desde el puesto de conducción no se aprecian y la sensación de control es buena. Es un coche que transmite confianza y que invita a probar a mayor velocidad. Y así lo hice, aunque siempre tirando algún cono, pero en ningún caso aparecieron reacciones bruscas o extrañas que me complicasen el manejo.
So did you guys see how the flashers came on? I didn't see him touch it. So
I was just about to say the same thing. Like, oh wow, the flashers came on. Like the car recognized that it hit something.
Car thinks it crashed.
It hit the cone.
Yeah,
and it's like, hey, I crashed, and it started flashing.
Right, and they do this with Tesla and several other brands. Like once you get an accident, they'll automatically turn on the flashers. But like it did it during the Moose test. That was interesting. So it thought this was not a good situation. It's letting everybody else know that hey, whatever just happened here, watch it.
Sinceramente, el iOS U5 me sorprendió muy positivamente. Ni siquiera esa forma tan extraña del volante me resultó un problema.
He said the weird shape steering wheel. Is it a yoke?
Probé hasta 81 km por hora, pero a esa velocidad el subviraje impide mantenerte dentro de los límites.
He was taking out mooses. So that was pretty good. That's a good performance, especially for a Chinese brand that we haven't seen here yet. 48 miles per hour on the initial part, 40 miles per hour on the central part, and the final part at 24 miles per hour. It was also surprisingly positive and among the best recorded so far. See the list. And slalom, the car completed it in 24.7 seconds, which is between the Honda HR-V at 24.6 and the BMW iX at 24.8. So previous tests, and they referenced the initial speed. Oh goodness, the Model 3 at 52. Model Y also at 52. So despite being taller, heavier, and having a higher center of gravity,
it did it faster.
Well, it did faster than that, but it matched the sedan, the Model 3.
No, but I'm saying like that's 52.
Yeah.
And this other vehicle that they just showed was 48.
Right. From basically.
And yeah, that is impressive that the Model Y did it the same speed at the Model 3, but.
Yeah. On the Ioniq 5, which is not an SUV, but it is not a sedan either. It's a higher, it's like a station wagon basically. So 51. The BMW i3, which is basically a crossover SUV, 49. But it had little bicycle tires.
It does.
Mini Countryman, which is a car, jacked up a little bit. And then the Airwaves. So they are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were in 6th place on their first entry here. Wow.
Impressive.
Yeah, that's a long list. I'm not going through all of them. So let's see where the Teslas are in this. So number 1 and number 2, and then the Model X, which is amazing, at 44. So this is not a very big spread between all these.
The Model X is a boat, though.
It is. It totally is. Yeah. And so here's a link to the Model X video for those of you that haven't already seen it. I'll put that in the chat. Send them some people. Give myself an angrily worded Spanish letter telling me stop sharing entire videos so that they don't hit any viewers. Vivaldi has partnered with Renault on in-car browser. So Vivaldi is an alternative web browser for your PC and your phone and tablet. And The Rot has wrote an article about how they partner with Renault for their in-car browser, which I think that they might be Chromium based. Let's see what he says here. And then we'll close this. Setting its OR link system to include Vivaldi for multi-touch and voice navigation. And I don't see them say what Vivaldi is based on. Android, so it's probably based on Chromium. And yeah, I mean, there's only one car that's actually sometimes fun to surf the web on, and it's Tesla. And depending on which version we're talking about, is not always fun. In the latest non-beta release, they upgraded the web browser from last year's model to a more current version of the browser, so it should be faster and easier to use with the sites that use JavaScript. So
that's funny. I don't even use the browser in my car because it's been so awful in the past that I don't even use it at all. So I use my phone.
They go through these cycles where sometimes it's good. Like the original Model S, it was great at first, and then it got left behind, and then the MCU2s, it was great, and then it wasn't, and then now they're working on making it a little better again. And now the Ryzens, with this update, they'll still be keeping up with tablets and stuff. But eventually, Tesla will forget about it again, and it'll get terrible for a while, and we'll go from there. But it's good to see somebody else is actually putting some effort into their browser, and especially if they start bragging on it, so that Elon has to fight his pride and compete. We know he's petty.
Oh, absolutely. Petty is strong with this one.
Yes. All right. So a Tesla Model X achieved 71% of its EPA range while towing a Bolus RV. The Bolus is $285,000. The Terra Firma is it covered 235 miles on charge in real world test. So this is a very aerodynamic trailer. I've heard other people tell me that they got good towing with it. Then I saw the price, and then I stopped looking at it.
Why is it so expensive, man? Wow.
Look, you got stainless steel or aluminum. There's an RV, and I mean, we look at the Airstreams; they're really expensive too. Yep. So let's see. EPA tests. So doing EPA testing as close as they could, they got 71% of their range, which is great because I don't get 71% hauling that square U-Haul trailer. Not bad. And we know it's a Raven because it's over 300 miles of range. You don't get that with just a regular old P100D. It looks nice. Let's look at the pictures. I mean, it better be nice for that for more than my house. For more than my house costs, it better be nice.
Yeah.
And I'm not like those old people saying, "Hey, I got my first house for $20,000. I'll never buy a car that costs more than $20,000." No, like I bought my house not that long ago, and and it wasn't that much.
I mean, it's basically a house on wheels.
Yeah,
sort of.
Pretty much.
I mean, you're going glamping in that thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's the starting price. That's the base model. Brings a 1930s streamlined modern design with features like heated floors, onboard Wi-Fi, and remote temperature control from multiple devices. Lithium iron phosphate batteries with a capacity of up to 600 amp hours or 7680 watt hours enable up to 2 weeks of off-grid electric power. That's nice.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. I bet that was on purpose. Following the Tesla Model X, Bolus says it plans to perform additional range testing with other vehicles such as the Ford F-150 Lightning and Rivian's R1T and R1S.
Makes sense.
It does. Tesla Model Y tows camper 1,400 miles and leaves superchargers behind. All right, so that wasn't what we were going for, but I'm going to click it now. Let's see if anybody else says anything about this. That is impressive. Why was the AC turned off? That's a good question. Because having it on would cost 5 miles at least. And they did mention that it was mimicking EPA. EPA, depending on which formula they're running, doesn't run the air conditioner. So that would actually be following the formula. Plus, the guy probably had a stroke when he was told the price. The outside air temperature was 65 to 70. Air conditioner was not needed. Fair enough. It states a 4,700-foot climb. Did it end there or go back there on the return trip for some regeneration? These are the questions.
Good question.
The story is on just about every EV site, more or less verbatim. Okay. There's a video saying they drove around rather slowly, got 70%. okay, so they're hitting on this guy. The Model X from my previous job range was killed when towing a camper, similar length. Yeah, but it was square. Yeah, same situation I had with the. Anyway, let's go look at the other one before we get people involved in forum fights. Wow. So we know it's going to be a lighter trailer because one has got that fiberglass looking construction, and it's being towed by a Model Y, which has a lower towing capacity. Interesting they had to drop the trailer. So let's see what they have to say about this. For one, they got music, and two, it's 36 minutes long. So let's see if we can get a synopsis on this thing.
Or anything unless you already had this in as you were driving. So I'll try it out, but I think I am out of luck.
So it was not all roses. So it's level 2 charging. He's in tow mode. Let's give you guys the link, and let's see if anybody explains why he had to drop his trailer, because
maybe because of the charger he went to, maybe he had to.
That's what I'm thinking. 1,400-mile journey from Colorado to Idaho. Headed away from where superchargers are abundant. Don't let anyone tell you you can't. Yeah, that's true. The biggest concern when towing or with gas power is range efficiency loss. Yes. So if you're towing with an EV like the Model Y that has 300-mile range, better make sure there's a place to charge every 100 miles or so. Yeah. Or, keep an eye on it. So I'm searching for the word drop. There's only 2 instances of it.
Search for trailer.
Search for charge. Thin, wasn't it?
Not a lot of info on the article itself.
Right. That was not pretty. At least the scenery was great. Makes me wish PF trucks existed. Don't tell me the BEV purist that. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there should be more charging and that you shouldn't need fossils. I'm saying I get fossils. Let's see here what we got. Yeah, see? Plugins work. So nobody's actually commenting on why he had to drop his trailer. So if you're interested, there's a video. You can check it out later. And let's move on to... all right, so then I got a 20-minute video from Kyle Connor at Out of Spec Reviews on comparing the F-150 Lightning, R1T, Hummer EV, and some Chinese thing. You can add that to your watch list. Then, always got to have a little cool car. Vok Bikes, e-cargo bike seeks to revolutionize last mile delivery, which I think is the way to go, because we need to electrify all the things. So recently we saw the pedal bikes for delivery, and they were e-bikes, and we saw whatever the heck that UPS is trialing. But now the National Mail Service of Estonia is trying these little guys out for delivering parcels and packages the last mile.
Go for it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Is those solar panels on top, or is that plastic?
I think. Oh, no, that's plastic.
Oh, that would have been cool.
It would have been really cool if that was solar.
Yeah, because you can use it as a roof and a little extra range. All right, I think this will be my vehicle to share with Georgia this week on what drives us. Oh, okay. So this guy had a. I didn't bring it for you guys, but this guy had a similar thought to what we were saying about how Elon doesn't have the full immigrant experience. He says, 10 years ago this week, I wrote on how being a straight white man is like playing a video game on the lowest difficulty setting. The piece went viral. Today I offer my thoughts on its impact on the world and why it's more relevant today, alas. So, I never gave you Kyle's video. So here is that write-up. I haven't read it. I brought it for myself to read. But that comment right there about like playing it on the lowest difficulty setting versus, you know, coming at it as a woman or woman of color or person of alternative attraction, any being poor, any of these other things that you have to add is like turning it up to expert mode. And I like the way he describes that. So that's why I'm sharing that now. I'm going to read it later and deal with it. But
even being poor, it's more difficult as a person of color as opposed to
even a white man that's poor is going to have it harder than somebody who's got a college education and just
absolutely.
down on their luck.
But I'm just saying, like, even when it comes to poor folks, a white male, straight white male, is going to have it easier than someone else.
Absolutely, and we've seen all kinds of studies and proof of that. And I'm not hating on them for having it easier. I'm just saying that he doesn't seem to understand that he's got some blinders on, and some of the stuff he says, and how it can be hurtful to other. And a lot of times he doesn't care that he hurts people. Like his whole anti-wokeness. Like, oh my goodness, I have to use somebody's preferred pronouns. Somebody wants to be called they instead of them, instead of he or her. That doesn't hurt me in my day-to-day life. I've met a lot of people who go by their middle name. That's like, how am I supposed to know that was what you go by? But once they tell me, do I keep calling them by their first name? I stop. I call them by their middle name. And I try to remember some sort of a mnemonic so I can remember not to be a jerk to them in the future. It costs me nothing except for a couple of brain cycles. I've met a lot of people who instead of being called Jonathan, they want to be called John. Instead of being called Richard, they want me to call them Dick. I don't understand that one, but hey, it's out there.
Right. I mean, and that's that part has always been like, there's people prefer to be called one thing versus another, and you just respect that and say, okay, all right, your name is Charles and you don't like to be called Chuck. Fine, I won't never call you Chuck. I'll call you Charles or Charlie or whatever you prefer.
Right.
Fine.
And that's what I don't understand is like why people are fighting back against this. Oh, wokeness, but yet you'll call Susie Sue. How much of a step is that? Just because you don't like it, it's not something you would choose for yourself. And in his position and with the employees he has, we just talked about how good they were to the employees and how many awards they just won for all of that. How can they not take it as a spit in their face when you make jokes about it in front of them?
Well, at the same time, I will say this in a little bit of his defense, and like I said, I don't idolize Elon Musk. I don't think he's above reproach. I don't think he's human just like the rest of us are, and we all have faults. However, in his defense, as he says, he's someone with Asperger's and being on the spectrum somewhat and everything. Like the way he thinks about and approaches things might be a little different than most of us. So most people in that situation, they are socially awkward. They don't have the same social IQ as everyone else. So although he may have an extremely brilliant mind when it comes to being, an engineer or when it comes to doing certain things, or just the empathy part, a little piece of that's missing, So
fair point.
There may be that may be part of the reason why he comes off so socially terrible.
At his level, he should have people available all day long, friends, employees, whatever. Hey, I'm about to say this. How's this look? I mean, yeah, it doesn't feel good to not be able to just dash stuff out at a whim. But man, does it feel good to know that other people think it's okay that what you wrote. Like if I'm at work, for instance, because I am also socially weird, not as much as him, but like if I'm writing anything outside of my group at work, I'll run it by somebody in my group and say, hey, how does this look before I send it out? And they think it's weird as hell, but they also don't have to worry about me embarrassing the group when I send something to a customer or to another department, because I know that's not one of my strengths.
Right, but again,
like this all day long every week.
But again, that also speaks to his position of somewhat entitlement and everything. Is that
why should I have to censor myself?
He doesn't feel like he should have a filter.
Right,
I should be unfiltered. I should just be able to just say whatever. Okay, well, you can say whatever, but
There will be consequences.
come with that.
Yeah, freedom of speech means you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't mean that you're free from your consequences of your free speech.
Right. Exactly.
So speaking of Ford and OTAs, like we were talking about with the Mustang earlier, so the flaw was delivered via OTA, but the repair is being delivered by dealer because it's a repair. The Ford F-150 Lightning will be delivered without phone as key feature that they've been advertising since the beginning, and that the Mach-E already has. Interesting. But it will be enabled later through an OTA update in late summer. So that's adding a feature, so that can be done without taking it into your Ford dealer. That's a weird move. I would have skipped any number of other things. Yeah. I would have skipped like the bed scale or maybe some of the games or whatever that's in there rather than the key. You think the key is something that needs to be ready for day one.
Well, you know what? It's something that they thought was a great feature to have, that a lot of people seem to like it. They're copying Tesla on that.
Yeah.
But I guess it was harder to implement.
But how? They've already done it on one car.
I don't know, but maybe they
probably different chips, because the automakers
different
they
chipsets and everything else, and they have to,
and
it has to have proper security with it. You gotta
update your app on all platforms.
Yeah, gotta update your app.
And I bet you that the one in the Mustang comes from supplier A, and the one in the Lightning comes from supplier D.
Probably.
And rather than doing the Tesla, that's another point about Tesla being a software company, is part of the reason they didn't have to slow down is they just kept putting in whatever chip could do the job. And that's why we saw less software updates of substantial user-facing features these last couple of years. It's because each time they were doing a software update, it was just to support the new chips and not to add a fart mode in or whatever. And then when they had time, here's fart mode, or here's this, or here's that, or we got to roll this back because the pencil pushers say that it's not funny that I'm playing the Ice Cream Man song.
Right.
So any major news outlet's going to bash them for this? Probably praise them for doing it right or something. She's okay?
Oh yeah, so they'll definitely in the news cycle. Ford is not going to take any type of lashing for this at all whatsoever. The news is going to be kind to them. It just they have the lobbyist, so they're good. They have the deep pockets. They've been in business forever. So yeah, they'll say, hey, that's good that they're slowing down and they're putting pause on it, and they want to take their time, make sure it's secure, make sure everything is right before they set it out. They don't want any issues, any mistakes. They won't have to roll out any other additional updates after that. So that's fine.
Sorry, my baby was
Ford
choking.
will be fine with it.
I think they will, yeah.
So yeah, I was just talking about how Ford is not going to take a lashing in the media for this.
It's not going to.
They have all the lobbyists. They have all the they've been in business forever. They have all the different partnerships and stuff already out there. So
all the reviews.
They'll just people when looking at that story, they're just going to say, hey, it's good for them to pause and make sure it's safe, and that that it rolls out securely, and that they get it right, and they don't have issues with people having the vehicle stolen and everything else.
Exactly.
And they'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that's a feature that's not that. I mean, it's a great feature to have, but that's not a make it or break it type of situation. It's not like, oh,
not like there's no
have that feature. I don't want to buy that.
Right.
Return this. No.
Right. They said they'll do it. They'll say they'll do it in a reasonable time, and it's not like some company that's never delivered stuff before. So they'll probably.
And they're going to honor it on their vehicles that's already sold. So there's going to be an OTA update or whatever, and
right.
It'll be fine.
If it were a new unknown company and they promised a feature in the future, I might be leery. But this is Ford, so you can just sue them if they don't do it. They'll be around. But hopefully you don't need to. But if it was Tesla, Ford, a bunch of others, I would trust them for simple feature X coming sometime in the future, but it's not something like FSD is coming next year.
yeah, we've heard that before.
Right. All right, so in In good news, Halifax Regional Council awards tender for 60 electric buses to Quebec's Nova Bus. So electrify all the things and get some more cars off the road. So this is the way. That's what I have to say about that.
Yes, this is the way.
Yes. That was a Microsoft. And it wasn't Microsoft. Oh, let's do some more electric buses. California's Santa Barbara orders 9 battery electric buses from New Flyer. These ones look like the ones that have the overhead charging. Look at those arms up top.
That's interesting.
That's one way to handle it. It's a little more expensive, but it might allow them more flexibility than only CCS charging at the depot. Let's see if they can tell us more about what they bought. 6.4 million bus rides, 100% zero-emission fleet by 2030. They complete over 65 million zero-emission bus miles. All right. And saving 160 tons of greenhouse emissions per year. So they can give us range or battery or any of that, but like we said, they know their routes. It's pre-planned, and they wouldn't buy it if it didn't cover what they needed.
Yeah, that's the thing about those type of buses. Like when you have a known bus route, you have your known routes and everything. You know how much range you need. You know what your needs are. You know what your downtime is. Everything's easier to calculate, and it just makes sense.
Exactly. So Sawyer says, news. All automakers except Tesla are currently on track to fail to meet necessary climate goals to keep the world under 1.5 degrees Celsius warming. And that's only because Tesla doesn't make any combustion vehicles. They might also be failing if they had hybrids or whatever. Laggard automakers like Toyota and Nissan have the most negative climate policy engagement. In contrast, leading automakers in forecast battery electric vehicle production are most positively engaged in climate, led by Volkswagen, Tesla, and Tesla's positive advocacy representing best practice for the sector. And we've seen that before. Everybody agrees, including Tesla, that Volkswagen is next in line as far as putting their money where their mouth is.
That's because they had to.
They had to, and then if you ask the opinion, on the show, me and Omar always say that I don't understand why GM is getting the credit when Ford is doing the work. Yes, GM had a good start, but they are not there right now.
Right, and as far as VW's only doing well. VW was forced into having to do what they're doing, and now that they're doing it, they might as well just commit to it and keep down that path because it's what makes sense.
Exactly.
But their hand was really forced.
Okay. Oh, so I actually did the right thing and have the follow-up tweet loaded, and I put the article in the chat so you could find the copy of the report if you want. This one is tangential, but is on par with what we're talking about. If you're starting up remotely, keep these labor laws and tax guidelines in mind. So if you're working from home or doing self-employed from home or employing other people from home, yes, it's good for the environment, but you do also need to protect yourself from the tax man. Do it right. So there's a link in the chat, and let's move on to directly related stuff. All right, so we talked about the Hyundai Kia recall. Stuff about crypto. Oh, this was just a news person who retired.
Hello and welcome to another out of spec overlanding video. In this video, we're gonna take y'all on a tour of my overlanding trailer that I picked up a couple months ago in Denver for 2,000 bucks. So come along with us and we're gonna show you what's inside. So we're here at 4 Wheel Parts, just came by to pick up my annex for my Smitty built tent. So
this is from the guys over at Out of Spec, and basically he's got himself a trailer for overlanding, going over the trails, camping, and being one with nature, but in a tent. So it's a new channel by the Out of Spec guys, and here's a link to that video. So what I'd like to see next is them pull that with the Rivian or any of the other EVs that they get to trial every month. All right, another copy of the Tesla supercharger expansion.
They could pull that with a Model Y. Model
Yeah,
X,
absolutely.
Rivian, F-150 Lightning, anything. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different EVs they could tow that with.
Absolutely. So while we were talking about used car prices, Carvana used to give some really good prices on Teslas for sale, like not as a customer, but as a seller. If you wanted to get rid of your Model 3 or Model Y, they would give you top dollar. Their dealer license has been suspended from Illinois after an investigation sparked by 90 complaints from customers. They lost the dealer license on May 10th because the company failed to properly transfer titles for vehicles it sold and misused issuing out-of-state temporary registration permits. So what was happening was they weren't completing the sales correctly as far as paying off payoffs, finishing paperwork. So this was bad for people who sold the cars as well as people who bought the cars, but particularly people who bought the cars because when they sell the car, write a check and it's done. But when you buy the car, you've only got so many days before your temporary plate expires, and now you'll get pulled over for having an unregistered car. And if you're trying to get a loan on it, you need to have everything clear so that you can be making your payments. And if that's not clear and they think somebody else owns it, they get a little bit hesitant at the banks there. They're very, very cautious people. It's not only just on vending machine should fix it. It's not a serious problem. What? Anyway, so if you've had any interactions with Carvana, just
be aware and be careful.
Mhm.
I wonder how long they're going to be suspended in Illinois. I guess does it?
They had at least 6 months for them to fix it, and they clearly didn't fix it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I figured that suspension would be temporary until they fix it and change the practices, and then they would.
The suspension probably is, but like this was Illinois saying, "Hey, we're done playing around. We gave you all these chances, and you still."
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. If they've already had 6 months to fix it, and they haven't,
right.
And now it's come down to a suspension. I mean,
right.
Look, well, you know what? You hit them in the pockets, it gets their attention. Maybe they'll fix their issues.
Maybe, especially right now while used car prices are sky high. It's a little easier to fix it when you're hemorrhaging money.
Right. Exactly.
The VW ID Buzz starts at 64,581 euros in Germany, and the ID Buzz Cargo at 54,430. And the VAT environmental rebate shaves off 7,500 euros. That number sounds familiar. I would probably go for the Cargo and make myself a little mini camper just because I'm obsessed with mini campers and boats for some reason. I'm not the outdoorsy type at all, but yet those are where I go with every time I see a van or a boat. It's like I can put some solar on that, and that's a blast. Yeah, so if you're in Germany, those are your prices, and it's glad to finally see this car hit the road after 20 years of teasing. 10 years.
Even though it doesn't quite look the way they initially were saying it would, but it still looks decent, and I'm glad it's on the road.
Exactly, and 20 years overall. It was 10 years in its current what they promised us and still didn't deliver, but 20 from the very first hints of a vehicle this capable and being electric. And none of them have the swivel seats, unfortunately. Okay, so lots of news about the the Mercedes G-Class using silicon batteries. Sorry, silicon anode batteries, but as we said, it's nothing new because Tesla's already done that. The BMW XM was spotted with no camouflage, looking like the concept. I guess look. I don't know that I would call that no camouflage.
I was going to say that I think that's lightly camouflaged because
lightly or barely camouflaged, but not.
You can't see the wheels. You can't.
Right.
There's certain angles that are covered there with these white.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is on the car. It's not in the picture. Like somebody came through and edited it because you can see how it's kind of folded there.
No, that's definitely on the car.
Yeah. So if you're in the market for the 2023 BMW XM, here's another look at it for you. See if there's any comments on this one and what they say. Cough, cough. A what? XM? These car makers, they reuse some names like a mug.
Yeah, they do.
Rivian seat supply issue puts Amazon electric van production into question. Right now, they've got an injunction from a judge forcing the supplier that they are fighting with and suing to honor the current pricing on the seats. The manufacturer of the seats alleges that that Rivian changed the stuff so much that now they can no longer do what they originally promised, because what they are delivering now is not what they originally promised. And so they are saying, hey, we don't want to make it. Or if we do, we're going to raise the price. And so now they've gone to court over it. That's all right. They only have one customer in Amazon. Besides, Amazon still has a tentative agreement with Lion Electric for delivery trucks and possible partnership to buy in. Lion is a real company, unlike Rivian, which has more of a concept company. Well, Rivian's a real company now. They're making trucks. And then they've also got the deal with Stellantis, so they can easily get some of the Fiat trucks as electric, or whatever nose they want to put on that van. They're all the same van underneath. So I mean, Amazon's not going to be hurting, but this is bad for Rivian if they lose. Dave says
production's hard. Mass
It is
production's hard. And you know, dealing with suppliers, it's difficult right now.
Yeah, especially as you're an upstart. Dave says single source vertical integration if possible, never single source vertical integration if possible, which maybe that's one way to do it.
I mean, when possible.
Yeah.
But you I mean, yeah, you want to have multiple sources to get your supplies from, but if it's not possible and there's a certain thing that you're only getting from one source, and then something happens and there's a supply issue with that one source, now it holds up everything. One piece could hold up everything.
Exactly. All right, so Electrify America signed a 15-year power purchase agreement with TerraGen to bring solar to San Bernardino County. That's cool. I'd like to get my electrons from solar if possible. Electrify America says renewable energy from the new solar site will more than offset kilowatt hours currently delivered on an annualized basis to EA's customers. As long as they also projected that into the future, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like, oh yeah, currently delivered. Yeah, but there's gonna be a lot of growth.
Oh yeah, yeah. So China has cloned the classic Mini and wants to bring it back as an EV. The original Mini went out of production in the year 2000. It's amazing how long some of these cars have been in production. Like the original Bug was the 1960 something model, and it went out of production in my lifetime. and wow, I didn't realize the Mini was also in production until 2000. That's cool stuff. Electrify all the things. Somebody will buy it.
Absolutely.
So I mentioned earlier the Hulong Wangong Mini notices its first sales drop, and this is the #1 selling EV in China outside of Tesla. They sold more than 650,000 units in less than 2 years, and in March they only sold 40,000, maybe 50,000, but it slowed down due to part supplies. Story of the industry right now.
Yep.
China's reconsidering extension of EV subsidies beyond 2022, which causes doubts about the EV market as the economy slows. It's not necessary, but I can see them doing it just to keep sales up, which I think is pretty smart.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a smart move.
Yeah. All right, so the other Omar is then pointing out that the CDC estimates fatal and non-fatal crash injuries around the world cost the economy $2.22 trillion a year. And there was more to the thread. Let's hope I grabbed it all, because... Well, I guess I didn't. So here's a tweet from Elon, one of his, where he was not on a rager. Escalating absurdity of financial strength. Tesla compared to credit ratings of Moody's in S&P Global Ratings. Tesla is now in the league of Alphabet, yet still junk rated. How much longer will this continue? SEC proposal may end it. See comment. All right, so you got Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and Tesla. Cash to debt right here. Debt to equity right here. Debts to earning by the EBITDA is here. Debt to revenue is here. Whatever the Altman Z-score is. And then their credit rating. So notice they're the only one with this amount of money and stability, and they've got these terrible credit ratings, despite having almost no debt.
And I mean, luckily they don't have to borrow money because they have a lot of cash on hand. But if they need to borrow money, this makes it difficult for them because of that credit rating. And that credit rating really makes no sense. At one point in time, that made sense.
Right.
You know, when the company was darn near about to go bankrupt, trying to ramp up the Model 3.
Right.
But at this point, they're very stable, and it doesn't make any sense.
And it's not just about them borrowing money. It also means that with this junk rating, they can't get into certain funds, certain retirement accounts. So there's people who could benefit from it that are legitimately missing out because of what doesn't look good reasons. Because you've got other companies that are just red across the board with much better credit ratings than Tesla. They've got debt out the wazoo. Their cash to debt is not looking good. The only difference is some of them are older. The weird one is Berkshire Hathaway, because they're mostly a holding company than much of anything. But they do actually do some business too.
Yeah, look at Coca-Cola. Straight orange across the board, and yet they're A+ rating. Like I don't get it. A1 and A+.
Yeah, right there, 26.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So let's. So this week the SEC is finally working to change the rules. The public hearing ends in a week. Let's keep an eye on this. And then they've got a link to the proposed rules. Elon says Tesla doesn't need debt, so the rating doesn't impact us, but it's silly. And then Gary Black points out many actively managed mutual funds cannot hold equities where the rating is junk. At some point, S&P and Moody's will look at Tesla free cash flow and credit ratios and see what is obvious from what the lady above posted. What do you think that they're not already revisited and re-rating? Why do you think they haven't already revisited and re-rating? That's a very good question. My guess is probably because Tesla investor relations doesn't play the same game of bowing down to them and winning and whining and dining them. My pessimistic guess is more corrupt than that. The decision makers are in bed with billion-dollar funds short Tesla or oil. That's one big payday for the ratings biz. Fake ratings, keep the cost of debt cheap, and keep the IG status up. So funds share the GM's 84% institutional owned. Yeah. S&P 500 inclusion when there's no no net equity and the market cap imploded already. They won't cut because ETFs all sell. Yeah, that's why they won't hurt the other ones, but that doesn't explain why they don't make Tesla better, because they are doing great. Oh, and I don't think I planned on bringing this one up, but Tesla's ESG status has been removed because they had a couple of high-profile civil rights type cases, and also because they don't have a plan for how to further reduce their carbon emissions. But yet they added 6 oil companies to the list.
Further reduce their carbon emissions. I mean, it's really, really easy to have a plan of how to reduce your carbon emissions if you're an oil company or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, there's a lot of little things you could do that would reduce it by a lot. But if you're already a green company, already doing green things, reducing your emissions, it's like
we sell zero emission products, and we're also selling products to reduce other people's emissions.
We already have plans of, oh yeah, we're adding all types of solar to our factories, and we're doing this and we're doing that, and so they already had all those plans in place. So all the stuff that they're already doing, and they're doing stuff as green as possible already. So
exactly,
it doesn't make
it doesn't look good. That's for sure.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. Now the lawsuits, that's another story.
Exactly. The lawsuits are real, but I don't like we said earlier, other companies have this problem, and I think the only difference is they might have had lower payouts than however many $100 million that guy had was awarded, but then they
Well,
immediately brought it down further.
the thing is, it's hard when you're disrupting a lot of companies. You're disrupting a lot of industries.
Oh,
So
yeah.
because they're so disruptive, they've disrupted the car industry. They're disrupting the auto insurance industry. They're disrupting the battery storage industry, the solar industry, whatever. Which solar and battery that's in turn disrupting the regular energy industry. Like there's so many things that they're disrupting that you're gonna have a lot of negativity focusing and surrounding them and them not getting their just due or for the stuff that they all the positive stuff that they do. It's just it's unfortunate, but that's like the nature of it.
Exactly. So, series of Elon tweets. Tesla AI Day number 2 is on August 19th. So many cool updates. Dave Lee, who also managed to get himself the $25 a month Starlink roaming fee from his tweet. Was that him or was it the other one? Either way, wow, can't wait. Will you show a sneak preview of the Tesla bot? Elon says yes. Sawyer says rocket, fire rocket. Hoping for a sneak peek at beta FSD 10.12 soon. Single stack at AI Day. Okay, so that was them trying to get Elon to talk to them, and it didn't work. Sometimes it does. And we noticed a new software update on Model Y of 2021.1.12.3.4. I thought it was a cool version number 1234, but it was
There
pulled
must
from.
be some really big. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about AI Day. There must be some really big like leaps and bounds or improvements or something that there must be something that Elon's really excited about that he wants to put out because I mean AI Day 1 didn't happen that long ago for him to be doing 2 already.
Right.
So I'm thinking they made some progress.
Made some progress, and they need some
he's
more
just
team
trying
members.
to recruit more talent, right?
Yeah, in his responses, he did say that they're definitely recruiting with this, but he said he's got a lot to show. So I'm curious what all they've learned and what they're going to show us. Maybe Dojo's ready to come online.
Maybe.
So Tesla China's second export shipment from Giga Shanghai, loaded with 4,000 vehicles produced by Gigafactory Shanghai. So I talked about this last week, how they had the one shipment, and then as the show went online, they did a second shipment. But here's the drone army taking a look at it. It's coming from Tesla themselves. They retweeted this guy. Look at all those Model Ys. Loading up.
Oh, they're not messing around.
They are not messing around. Yeah. So then I'll leave that up while I find the next article. All right. So this was in reply to Omar's the other Omar's tweet about how much traffic crashes cost us worldwide. 43,000 people died in car crashes in the U.S. last year. FSD has the potential to save nearly 500,000 people every decade. Jeez. This was all in one thread before it blew up. So that's why I was upset that I lost the other ones. Yeah. I mean, even if you don't buy FSD, you get the safety features for free. And it'll do stuff like stop you from getting T-boned, or at least reduce the injury from getting T-boned by somebody running a red light. We talked about the Model Y option to get it from Austin instead of waiting further for Fremont, finally. More on that.
That's the 4680 cells, right?
The 4680 cells, structural pack, all that. All right, other one. All right, so Sawyer's saying that he got the letter from Tesla forwarded to him, so he knows it's real. This is another copy of the one I showed you at the beginning of this show. There we go. Let's go on. Although it takes more energy to produce an electric vehicle due to the large battery pack, actually driving the car is more efficient than energy used to produce the pack is offset in 6,500 miles or less. Today's packs are good for 300,000 to 500,000 miles, and the next gen is 1 million miles. Here's some common issues to see with the other analysis on the topic. Remember, it's a topic a lot of people with oil interests and a hidden agenda, so you have to really look behind the numbers. You can't just trust the name. All right, so using worldwide harmonized light vehicle tests, not considering a higher energy average or higher energy efficiency of Tesla's powertrains, assuming an EV needs battery replacement at some point in its life, which it doesn't, not considering emissions generated through oil refining and the transportation process, and using outdated data for the carbon impact of cell manufacturing. So these are variables that are often a flaw in other people that are trying to tell you how dirty EVs are.
Yep.
And based on what they are, I doubt that they're all. Huh? I'll be right back.
So while Casey tends to his family stuff, yeah, let's just take a look at that. So I've had a lot of because I've been driving EVs for many years, so I've had a lot of people over the years say, well, you're just offsetting all your carbon emissions to the factories or whatever, or to the coal mines or the coal powered factories where your electricity comes from, and this and that and the other, and you're transferring that, but the amount of energy taken to create your EV, to create the battery packs and everything like that are so much higher that over the lifetime of the car, you're really just as dirty as a regular gas car. And all that's just not true at all.
Yep.
At all. And I always say to them, well, and then they say, well, look at the amount of energy it took to create the pack, and then look at the amount of energy to get the electricity from the factory to your car with the losses and all that other stuff that happens to fill your pack up, and then the efficiency of you driving, and then compare it to my gas car and my gas mileage that I get. So my miles per gallon carbon versus your electricity and everything, everything that it takes to get your car to go a mile, per mile or whatever.
Yep.
And then I say, well, did you factor in where your oil came from initially to begin with, where it was transported to get to the refineries? The fact that the refineries themselves utilize a humongous amount of electricity themselves. Then they're transporting the gasoline now that has been refined from the refinery to the local gas stations where you get your gas from. Then the electricity taken to pump it out of the ground from your gas station into your gas vehicle, and then all the pollution that your gas vehicle itself creates.
Yep. Plus all the pollution from all the trucks and the fact that the trucks themselves run on refined oil as well.
Right. So I mean, there's a humongous amount of factors that if you were to factor everything in, there's no way in the world you're going to come up with any equation that's going to tell me that an EV is not cleaner than a gas burning vehicle. It's just not going to happen.
It would have to be less efficient than the Hummer EV for that to be the case.
Right. Even the Hummer EV, if you compare it to another large vehicle, because obviously if you're driving a Hummer EV, you're somebody that wants basically a tank. So right. If you're going to drive a humongous, large, hunky vehicle like that, compare the EV Hummer to the H2 Hummer, for example,
right.
or something.
Exactly.
Like
even it's better than the gas truck.
You're not gonna. I mean, the difference is humongous.
And you get a much better electric truck out of it than you get with a gas truck. It's bigger, exactly. It's more powerful, it's quiet. Oh man. My baby really likes milk. She's been breathing it in. That's why I had to leave both those times. Had to save her. So Teslas are susceptible to hacking due to Bluetooth locks, cybersecurity firm says. So whether this is true or not, they claim that there's nothing you can do to mitigate this via software. However, there's a feature called Pin to Drive that I highly recommend you use. And so even if they can open your door, yeah, exactly. They'd have to be really sophisticated to know how to re-enable the car with that on, even if they are able to open the door. So still need to continue to not leave valuables in sight and probably not in the car at all. Definitely not firearms, just unsecured. That's just, I don't know why people do that. my neighborhood.
So
neighborhood chat. They're always leaving guns in their cars.
Your point is very, very valid. Don't leave valuables in a car. The car is not a secure place to leave valuables. Even without this Bluetooth hack or whatever, anybody can break a window and open a car door in any vehicle. Don't matter, Tesla or not. Exactly. And now whatever was in your car is now in their possession. So that's not a wise thing to leave anything valuable in a vehicle.
Exactly.
Especially for any extended period of time either. And the beauty behind Teslas is they do have that two-factor authentication that you can enable, which is the pin to drive. So now it's something you have, your Bluetooth device, and something you know, the pin.
Exactly. And the cool thing about the pin is it's always moving around the screen, so it's a lot harder for them to guess the pattern. So then, where do we go from there? I got a bunch of non-relevant. Here we go. Here was a fun one for me. Bentley is going to have their first EV, and it's going to have 1,400 horsepower and reach 60 miles per hour in 1.5 seconds.
That is sick.
Yeah, I like the looks of all of it, but the front is like, what is going on here? They also have an easy button. They'll make it not as aggressive on you because 1.5 second is aggressive. So if you hit the easy
so they
button,
gotta have a chill mode, right?
Right. Their version of chill mode will slow it down to 2.7 seconds. It's still incredibly fast for what's surely going to be a 4,000-pound automobile or more.
And it's going to be probably a low volume production vehicle and cost a crap load of money. So, well, it's Bentley. It's gonna cost a crap load of money. We already know that.
Yeah, this is coming from a company that wasn't really planning on it before. Now they're in, and they're in well. If we're 650 horsepower now with the GT speed, we will double that with the battery from 0 to 60 point of view. Where from our point of view, there's a diminishing point of returns. The problem is it's uncomfortable, and then it just becomes nauseous, which is why they have the easy button. So from 650 to 1,300 horsepower they're going for. And so they said the high performance mode will be optional, with owners being able to slow down 0 to 60 to more comfortable 2.7 seconds. And by optional here, I think they just mean that the default is chill mode. you get to pick if you want ludicrous mode. Instead of acceleration as the hallmark, we want to focus on the effortless overtaking performance of the EV, which is something he thinks will be more appealing. Basically, what they're trying to say is everybody can make a fast EV, and we won't be able to keep up on our production cycle. So we'll make it reasonably fast, and then we'll focus on it being a luxury car, which makes sense. They're planning to spend, it won't come cheap. It would be priced at the range of the now discontinued Musulane, which would be over 250,000 euros. And they're planning to spend 3.4 billion to go fully electric by 2030. So they're going to be on time. Man, that front end is not my style.
It won't look like that anyway. That's the concept. It's going to look different by the time
that's true.
Released. So we all know these concept vehicles never ever look like the original concept when they're released.
Absolutely. So then Jim Farley of Ford is saying, congrats to our partners at Argo AI. As we work to build and scale a fully autonomous commercial service, this milestone from Argo is a significant step forward in their technology development and the future of transportation. So they took a Ford Escape Hybrid, and they put the hat on it, and it did some autonomous driving. Way to go.
Cool.
Now put that in a battery car.
Exactly.
All right, so let's go back to buses. Maine's first public transit buses are hitting the road in Portland, which really threw me for a loop because I always forget that there's a Portland, Maine. So they went with Proterra. So it's coming from the other Portland across the country. Right. Yeah, it's a good vehicle. It does the right things. Good on them. The Genesis GV60 owners are going to receive 3 years of free 30-minute charging sessions from Electrify America. So on the level 2, that doesn't seem all that useful. But on the, remember this is an 800-volt architecture. So on the 350 volt supercharger, not superchargers, 350 volt fast chargers, they get you in and out. And 3 years for free. Gotta love it. So on that, what we talked about earlier with the Bluetooth, it wasn't just Tesla, but if you put Tesla in the name of your news article, it's gonna sell more, and that's what that was. So just letting you know, it wasn't just them.
Of course.
Yep. 2023 Ford F-150 Lightning production is set to begin in October, and the order books will likely reopen in midsummer, just like we saw with the Cadillac Lyriq, completely sold out. Let's see here. That's Microsoft. That's the same article, but further down. All right, so there's the e-bike from Ukraine. I think that was pretty cool. How about a growing bench in London that does the work of 275 trees? Can you imagine if we built structures made of moss-growing concrete? I think it's a cool concept. Hopefully it doesn't require too much maintenance, and we'll see what it does. But every little bit is a step in the right direction. Motional begins using autonomous Ubers. In the form of the Ioniq 5 to deliver food in California. Well, another step in the right direction.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like the Ioniq 5.
I think so too.
It's nice.
The EV6 is prettier, but I like the Ioniq 5. So Overair is the latest eVTOL company working to bring urban air mobility to Los Angeles. That's all I'm going to spend on them until they have a product that we can see and touch. The 2023 Genesis GV60 will start at $71,000 in Canada, so good luck getting any EV credits on that, because it is out of the price range. But the Genesis is their luxury brand, so of the 3 cars, it would make sense that would be the one that costs the most.
That's a decent looking vehicle too. I think that'll sell well.
I still like the EV6 better than that one, though. But I bet you if I knew the features, I might like it better. All right, so we were talking about remote work. My dentist's reception desk is manned by a woman in the Philippines on video. When you walk in, an iMac is facing you on her camera to check you in. The owner said he struggled with high turnover and bad employees. The Philippines woman has been flawless by comparison. So she doesn't have to, hopefully she doesn't have to leave her house to do this job. But anybody else doesn't have to leave their house to do this job, and they could be the reception for easily 5 to 10 dentists without anybody, depending on how the traffic, without anybody having any sort of, it won't feel any worse than somebody who has to answer the phone every 10 minutes, I say 10 minutes. I was at a dentist the other day. Yeah. But that's less emissions. I mean, you have to go to the dentist, and the dentist has to be there. Man, I wish I'd done this one while Dawood was here. I might save this one and come back to it. It's the right way to go. All right, so politics.
Well, I mean that's a solution. You're struggling with keeping employees and with high turnover and stuff, and you know what? You found a solution.
Yep, and he's probably saving on salary too, because
a high-tech solution.
Yeah, because a Philippine salary is a lot lower than a U.S. salary.
That's true.
Especially for that. So again with the Bluetooth. All right, so this one, they're asking when can you order that 2023 Lightning? And the other guys said soon. And then let's watch the first F-150 Lightning pickups get shipped to dealers. Ford has really got their marketing on point for this truck. Which makes sense, it's their bread and butter.
I kind of feel like they're over marketing though, because they're creating. Yeah. I think they're creating more demand that they're gonna be able to keep up with.
Exactly.
I don't feel like they're gonna be able to produce enough of these trucks.
You hear how quiet that is? Literally, all you're hearing is the rattle of the stuff. You're not hearing any engine revving to get up the ramp. Sounds like when I tow the U-Haul
Violent.
trailer. Exactly. And they don't have to shout at each other. Well, at least if the train is off, they can just calmly speak, which is cool. So I think that's pretty cool.
That's great.
Yeah. Here, we're gonna load GoPros in all these trucks. Just do your thing. All right, so then we've got an interior comparison between the Hyundai Ioniq 5 and the EV6. And let's see what these people think about it. Because remember, they're practically the same car. There are differences, but not many.
So I have a question about that previous video. When they loaded all those trucks in the way they did, right?
Right.
How did the guys then get out of the trucks?
Very.
Didn't seem like there was a lot of space for them to open the door there.
Very carefully.
I mean, I guess they're climbing out the window, Dukes of Hazzard style, or what?
Yeah, that could be part of it. On the trucks, the covered trucks, there's doors all over the place for them to like get out. But I don't know how they do it on the trains, unless there's just more space than it looks like. But I've never seen any big dudes do that job. I've only seen skinny dudes.
Open the door very, very carefully, very slight.
Yep.
Just squeeze your way out.
Yep. Yeah, so with those two cars, I think it's a badge engineering deal. All right, so we talked about the Volta trucks, and so now there's some more information on their upcoming launch. Let's see what they say. It's fast charging at 250. That's good. Level 2 charging at 19 kilowatts. Okay, so it's almost 80 amps. That's probably my 72, right? They're going to do a pilot of 100 of the trucks in mid-2023 to be evaluated by customers with a full production rollout in 2024. And they've got 24 of them right now doing the road testing. Not bad.
Very good.
It's a step in the right direction.
Yep.
Battery passports will trace content and carbon footprint of EVs and batteries in Europe. So just like we were talking about earlier about the true cost of batteries, well, now you can actually see where your car came from and if you had any conflict minerals and who made it, et cetera, et cetera. And it's if it's done correctly, it's a good move. If done incorrectly, it's going to be a mess. Northvolt begins their shipment of batteries for EVs. They plan to make in Sweden 60 gigawatt hours a year at some point in the future. But they started now, so that's the hardest part, is taking that first step. Then stuff you don't want to hear. Ford dealers are defying Ford with insane markups on the F-150 Lightning. Let's see.
Not surprised. They were doing this with the Mach-E, and now here we go with
Exactly.
the F-150. I mean, just no shocker there.
Right, and as our friend Sergio showed you, you can, it's going to take more legwork and calling around and emailing, but you can still get them at or below MSRP. Probably not below right now, but you can still get them at least at MSRP plus minus whatever incentives that you qualify for. So there's a Ford dealer in California charging $145,000 for light F-150 Lightning Platinum Super Crew, which I think should be charging $95,000. $130,000 at another dealer in Napa, and another one marked up for $40,000 extra. Yeah, so it should be $91,000. So these dealers are charging $130,000 to $145,000. And we, as we talked about several times in the show, Ford is making some moves to combat this, but they don't own or control the dealers, so they can only make it uncomfortable for them. And apparently, these dealers feel that the short-term profits are worth losing all their future sales and all the other punishments that Ford is able to extract on them, or exact on them, I should say, not extract. Yep.
I agree with that second comment, is that the problem with the dealership model is they make most of the bread and butter from the service department.
Yeah.
And with the lack of necessary service on the EVs, it's really difficult for the dealerships to make their profits off of that, which is one of the reasons why you're seeing these big markups. I mean, the biggest reason obviously is supply and demand, and they know that there's not that much supply and there's a lot of demand. But
Especially
in
they're going to see
addition,
you again. Yeah.
but in addition to that, they need to make all their profit up front on the sale of the vehicle because they
Yeah.
know you're not coming in for service as often as you would normally. So that's an issue too that they're trying to figure out, and it's unfortunate that they're marking them up that much though.
I
mean,
agree.
you know, like a 10 grand markup, you say, okay, on a $90,000 vehicle, but you know, 40, 50 grand markups is just that's outrageous.
That's too much. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. So Sawyer points out that the 2023 Genesis GV60 is going to be priced at $59,980, and it goes on sale today, which was on May 17th. The advanced trim at 77 kilowatt hour battery, 314 horsepower, 248 miles is 60 grand. And the performance trim is up 483 horsepower with 235 miles of range at $69,000. And we got a little picture of them here. And as somebody pointed out last week with John Volker, they actually come in colors, not just shades of gray and black and white. And the interior, as you can see, is still based on the triplets. It is one of the triplets, but the interior is the same as the other two we just looked at. But it looks a little bit better appointed. It looks a little more like you're getting something for that extra money because it is the luxury brand of theirs. There you go. All right, what do you think, former Genesis owner?
That's decent. I like it. Yeah, that's definitely gonna sell.
I think so. Hydrovolt has launched their Europe's largest EV battery recycling plant. It's the equivalent of 25,000 battery packs. Not bad. People say, oh, well, you know, you don't have to recycle them yet. Yeah, that's true, but you know, you better have the capacity ready eventually. And some of the oldest cars are now hitting 10 years old. There will be some that need recycling. Tesla Model Y is on track to become the best-selling car in the world.
As we expected.
Absolutely, as was promised. The Netherlands' new plug-in car market share improved to 33% in April. Not bad. I'll skip the specifics on it because in the interest of time. Tesla China actually has marketing, and here's what they've put out lately. The rugged, remote, and unforgettable landscape will never appear if you never begin. Beautiful picture of a Model 3 in the mountains.
That's nice scenery there.
It is. Elon Musk provides insight into the number of customers who've purchased FSD, predicting 1 million FSD beta testers by the end of the year. And then he opens his mouth and sticks his foot in it on other statements. But what we are focused on is the FSD. And some folks don't think that's possible. And then you point out that they've got almost 2 million cars capable of FSD by the end of the year out in the field, plus however many can be upgraded to it with a hardware upgrade. So I don't see why people are so pessimistic about that possibility. Other people are saying that the hardware may be there, but the customers aren't there. But as Omar pointed out, you can subscribe to it from your phone in seconds. So they're not there now. They might be there by the end.
Right. When they start seeing and realizing how, you know, great that it performs, it's, you know what, let me try that out. And once you try it out, it's like, oh, maybe I need to keep this.
Exactly. Especially once it's actually doing the stuff. Like, because right now, if Omar turned it on without having to pass the safety test, then it wouldn't be like what I experienced, where my car is doing all this amazing stuff day in and day out. So he might not want to spend the money after experiencing what he's got versus what I've got. But if he could experience that, it would be worth the money. Yeah.
I think once it goes full rollout, it's going to be
Hopefully
going to be popular. It's going to be a higher take rate. It'll
Yeah.
definitely be a higher take rate.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll be affordable too. So the BMW XM production prototype appears in official spy shots, which is good on them. More EVs. And where was I going with this one? This one instead. Now, the Cadillac Lyriq gets a price bump and range figure ahead of order books reopening on May 19th, which was just a couple days ago. It makes sense they raised the price. It's becoming harder to meet these promises from 2 years ago for pricing. So the debut edition sold out in 15 minutes. Nice. And so instead of starting at, does it say the old price? Anyway, now it starts at $69,898 Canadian or $62,990 US, which is pricier than the debut edition, which costs $59.90. Okay, so they did honor it for the earliest customers. I got to respect that. It's similar to what Rivian did without the big walkback.
I mean, they raised the price $3,000. I mean,
$3,000 is not terrible. It wasn't 12 with no warning and no choice to get out.
Right. They didn't do what Rivian did. Everybody learned the lessons for that. They're like, "Ooh, y'all did what?
Right.
Oh, and that's how it turned out for you? Okay, we're not doing that."
Right. And then we find out that the range is 312 miles, which is great because that's exactly what we were promised on the early Model Ys and Model 3s. I think the Model Y is now at, what, 325, right?
I thought they were still 320.
Okay, 320. Either way, more than 310. So it's going to be used 100 kilowatt hour lithium battery pack. Ultium battery pack, which is made of lithium. And it's still a pretty car. I think it's the first time I've seen the trunk open. That looks nice. The CCS port. That awesome glass roof we've seen. It's luxury. Or it's premium at least. Again, we always ask on this channel, what does luxury mean?
It means different things to different people, apparently.
Exactly. I had some notes for myself.
Well, I like the glass roofs.
Oh, yeah.
I was always a big fan of the sunroof, being able to open it. But if you're not going to have a roof that can open, at least have glass roof is really nice.
Exactly. So I've mentioned in the past that that there's a lawsuit going on right now, which makes it harder for U.S. solar deployments. It makes them more expensive, and Electric's got more details on what's going on with that lawsuit. I put the link in the chat. Ford mocks Elon Musk in their latest campaign ad. I understand that they are coming in second, but you should say why you're better or why you're the best, not try and tear down your competition personally. The Tesla Model 3 rear-wheel drive 5-year cost of ownership versus the Toyota Camry. Let's take a look at that.
What commercial was that? I watched some commercial on TV the other day, and they took a shot at Tesla, stating that they specifically stated that their car came with the plug to be able to plug it in.
Oh,
they made it a point to mention that theirs comes with it.
So the Tesla Model 3 rear-wheel drive, I mean, that's brilliant, and it could come back to bite them, just like Samsung with the notch.
Yeah, true.
63 cents a mile on the Model 3, and what did they say the Camry? They didn't. So here's the chart. Model 3, Camry, and BMW 3 Series. Fuel. Maintenance. Insurance.
For depreciation, are they?
They're probably using today's money.
I'm just thinking the way the cars are holding their value now. I think this calculus is going to be a little bit different, but okay.
I wonder if they used a base model Camry, because the Camry should be a higher TCO, I'm thinking. Or maybe I'm thinking 100,000 miles. Because at 60,000 miles, you won't have many maintenance to do because the car's still under warranty.
Yeah, you're right.
But the BMW, those are probably oil changes that pushed it way up. Look at that, at 90 cents a mile just about. Interesting thing is also comparing the TCO of the 2021 Model 3 versus the 2020 Model 3. That might be where I'm messing up. Maybe I'm thinking of the cheaper car, because remember, the prices have been going up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the 2021 is almost 8 cents a mile higher than the 2020, so that could be what I'm thinking too. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot closer. And
yeah, that looks.
But still, the Camry should not have had very many repairs at 60K. So
right, but then when you start getting into the 100K range, now it's a little bit different. Much different, actually, calculation.
Exactly.
Because you have additional fuel cost along with maintenance.
And then this is a good point here. The Model S outsold every non-Tesla in the U.S. this year. Insane. Wow.
And they don't even make that many Model S's compared to like the 3 and the Y.
Right. Like is a rounding error of the Model S. The only thing worse than that is the Model X as far as. All right, so Model Y, 52051, Model 3, 47062, or 47682, Model S, 99250.
Yeah, look at the difference between the Model 3 and the Model S.
Yeah.
47K versus 9K. I mean, that's a huge difference.
Right, and despite the fact that this was basically an oopsie, everybody else is less than that.
And look, Ford is next with the Mach-E. Wait, where's GM?
They're leading. They're up there on the
Where they at? Where they at though?
the Leaf made the list and GM didn't make the list. And I don't ever think of Volkswagen as doing it by numbers. I think of them doing it by doing the right thing. I don't. What you keep pointing out is true, that they're only being forced to do the right thing.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, eventually they'll see it's profitable. Like Herbert Diess pointed out that he'd rather go for more profit per car, like Tesla does, than more cars. Which is one way to do it. I mean, he's in business to make money. So this guy here rode from Redondo Beach, California to New York City in just 111 hours on an electric motorbike.
That's impressive.
It is.
I mean, first of all, you drove cross country on a motorcycle. Kudos to you for that, for even doing that.
Exactly.
But electric at that, and it only took them
111 hours.
111 hours. That's wow.
Yeah. So this person was trying out AutoPark on the Ioniq 5. On the Ioniq, you get out of the car to do your AutoPark. You don't do it from inside the car like my Tesla.
Interesting.
And the poster pointed out I would be scared of hitting the Murano too. I mean, I'm scared poopless every time I AutoPark my car next to another one.
All right, so now it's just looping.
It looped? Okay.
Yep.
So moving on. Rivian Automotive CEO buys 41,000 shares on the dip, so he got a discount. And it proves that he has confidence in his company that not only that he bought 41,000 shares, but he did it at a low. So it helps him because it shows that he thinks that he has confidence in the stock. This is what you want to see. You don't want to see people selling.
Yep.
Good move.
You mean like Elon selling?
Well, he's selling because he's trying to buy other companies.
Right. And he's still keeping a large share of them. It's not like he's trying to sell all
He's not
of his
dipping out
stock.
like Nikola guy did.
Right.
ABB and Shell have announced a nationwide deployment of 360 kilowatt chargers in Germany. It's good. And people are already used to going to a gas station anyway. All right, so some more about the Lyric.
Now, see, that's a company that's actually seeing they're seeing the writing on the wall. They're like, you know what? Let's get in on this business as well. They're not stopping what they're doing with oil, but they're like, you know what? We need to jump into that market too.
Exactly.
Smart.
So we're always showing you corporate and especially law enforcement style vehicles here. How about this Toronto's Yorkdale shopping mall has a fleet of Model Ys for security team.
It seems like that's much more car than they need, but okay.
Right. Well, it's better than them running around in gas Ford Edges all the time. So.
Oh, definitely.
Yep. All right. So then we've got General Motors has been spotted benchmarking the Tesla Model Y.
Well, that's what you do. Other companies benchmark, each other's stuff, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um,
So it looks like they're
yes.
doing this with the new GM Equinox, which is fine. That's to be expected.
I mean, so their eye is on Tesla. Like, okay, let's.
Oh, you mean the rearview mirror?
We're aiming at the at the competition, and we're aiming at the best of the competition, or who's selling the most. Oh wait, aren't they supposed to be? Well, you know what? They got time. They said they're going to be ahead by 2025, so they got time. Give them a couple years.
They got 3 years. All right. So the other Omar points out the top 10 EV models in the United States in Q1, as we saw in the previous one, that the Model S outranks everybody else. This is another view of that chart for you. And Squad Mobility officially announces its Solar City car optimized for private and shared EV use. Interesting concept. And yeah, it's a good idea. Oh wow, it's got the GoGo approach of the battery wall, solar roof to help out. I like that you can fit a whole laptop in the passenger seat. It looks a lot less substantial without the doors on it.
It does. Look at the way they parked it.
Yeah, they parked it like
in a parking space like the
old Smarts.
Yep. I mean, that's not even a whole parking space. Look how small that space is.
Yeah. It's like a bicycle space.
Yeah.
So the U.S. dealers are surprised by VW's Scout EV brand plans and demand answers. These dealers, man. On the whole, like that's the reason why the electric Fiat is not here yet, and why Mini has pretty much left the country. They control everything, and they don't want EVs. The dealers suspect the automaker might be looking to adopt Tesla's direct sales model for Scout EVs or set up new franchises. Well, for one, you should assume they're going to do new franchises, and you better get your applications in. And two, what are you going to do if they make another brand? That's your fault for being scummy.
Yep.
I don't know. We'll watch this unless you know what happens. Right now, they're scared.
Well, watch this space.
Yeah, 86 a day Model Y production out of Giga Berlin Brandenburg with one shift, 430 a week with weekends off. From what I know, not bad, especially given that they're constantly getting roadblocks for this daggum plants.
They definitely need to ramp that up, but it's a good start.
Yeah, they will. Something for new EV charging networks to worry about, let alone EV drivers and advocates. EV chargers emerge as targets for hackers. As we said, everything can be hacked.
Oh, the ones with the screens on them. Yeah, the hackers have been hacking these things to put various things on the screens, which is really very unfortunate because then it makes them not work properly as well. Yeah. So then people can't charge, and when they need to charge and they pull up and it's, oh no, this thing doesn't work, and it's a problem.
Absolutely. So the cost of switching from coal to renewable energy has plunged 99% since 2010. So you have no excuse for not doing the right thing if you're a utility. Now is the time to transition to clean energy.
And in the long run, that investment pays dividends. It pays off. Their ROI is going to be, I mean.
And then you get two numpties commenting, it's not 24/7. Yeah, that's what batteries are for, numpty. I like gas, so what? Go huff some gas. Elon Musk's confidence in China happens to be reciprocal. So they like him as much as he likes them. And that's where I'm going to leave it because it'll get political fast. More Tesla supercharging cable cutting is exposed. And why are people doing it? If it's cut nubby like this, then it's copper thief. And if it's cut loose like this, then it's somebody who's got a bone to pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have to say about that. So this one was another one of those weird EVs. A new utility bike brand. What I was going to suggest was you need to be careful not to fall. There's a lot of cactus. And in France, plug-in electric sales have increased slightly for April.
I think they've been going up here too.
Yeah. And Archimoto's fun 75-mile-an-hour electric three-wheelers are New York City's newest little right-sized delivery vehicles. And I get them for delivery vehicles. I just don't get them as a personal vehicle.
I'm glad they found their niche.
Right. Following Volvo and Ford, Renault plans to spin off its EV business into a separate company. So Volvo did it. Ford, we're not sure if they're going to do it, but the writing's on the wall. And it makes sense for Renault because they didn't want to be electric anyway. So spin off the electric, let them do their thing, and then you can go the way of the dinosaurs on your own. I'm just saying. All right, so we talked about the Model S being a sales monster. Then Robert Llewellyn got a chance to check out this student-built EV RV that we talked about a few weeks ago, and I'll put a link to that in the chat so you can check it out later. All right. And then this one is coming from somebody who doesn't typically do EV stuff for me, but Mary is pointing out, how efficient are modern solar panels? You might get a little power from moonlight. Moonlight inducing a small voltage on the PV array at 3 volts. At daytime, it's 115 volts DC. So if you've got an inverter that can handle such low input, you could be getting power from the flippin' moon.
That's awesome.
Yes. Nowadays, PV panels are 19 to 21% efficient. PV panel string has to generate a voltage higher than the battery's voltage to charge them. Yeah, but if you're dumping it into the grid, that's all you need. So if your inverter can boost up that 3 volts into 100, 200 volts, whatever your system needs, you can do it. Oh, this is the guy who had it. In my system, the charge controllers have a max rating of 150 volts. The strings make 114 volts and gets down converted to 56 volts to charge the batteries and run the inverters. There you go. So if he had an inverter that could handle 3 volts, he could use that moonlight. That is incredible.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's great.
Absolutely. Hyundai Motors Group breaks from the BEV pack in quarter 21-22. So they became the second biggest player in the segment. They deserve it. Tesla's entire lineup, including the Model X, makes it into the EV top 10 sales rating.
Yes.
That's another way to look at it. Tesla pushes back. Anyway, Tesla Giga Shanghai is going back to full production very shortly, and right now they're running 2 shifts, so this will be good for the quarterly numbers coming up. This Tesla owner ran for 1 year without an at-home charger. As we've seen with Tesla Joy, it can be done. So just another data point for anybody who tells you can't do it. GM has released a new teaser for the upcoming Equinox EV. Of course, it's musical. This is the one that was recently seen spotted with the Model Y. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's not for me, but it doesn't look bad. That's all they show you, just a little bit. Get your whistle wet.
That's okay. They're just letting you know it's coming.
Yeah. Tune in.
GM's waiting until 2025 so they can be the leader.
Right, they're going to do it all at once.
Yeah.
Flexible system for multiple auxiliaries. I was going to read more on this. It's more of a component level thing. GM benchmarking Model Y. Tesla extends the OTA recall for infotainment overheating to China, which makes sense since it was mostly the Ryzen chip Model Ys and Model 3s that were having the problem, and that's all they're shipping over there is Ryzen vehicles, so go figure. And again, that recall is a software update. And then Inside EVs went in on that little snippet of the dashboard you can see on the Equinox, and they did an analysis. I think it's navel gazing, so I'm going to skip it. Michigan State University is investing its first batch of EVs, including 3 Tesla Model 3s.
Oh, nice.
The right way to go. Uber and Hertz are renting out Teslas for $334 a week or $47 a day. Dan missed this story, didn't he?
He did.
If you do
this
enough
is definitely
trips,
a Dan story.
Exactly. If you do enough trips, the extra $1 per trip, gas savings, and depreciation savings are pretty much cover the cost of the rental. And with the new Comfort Electric offering, you can request Tesla or other EV. So yeah, like Uber had a press release showing that you can just pick EV. You don't have to ever see another gas car. If you're in a market that
if you're in that market, right?
Yeah.
Which eventually, hopefully, they end up having them all over the place.
It will be eventually. So then you've got the Arc House. It's a solar electric social club for members only. And I was looking at what a used yacht would cost. Don't ask me why. I was just curious how far out of the realm of reality I was. And these showed up for about $500,000. And they're technically boats, but they have the ability to become a little more. And they weren't used, so I don't know why they were in my search. But basically, it's a 1 to 3 bedroom little bungalow that floats out in the ocean, anchored to other people's stuff, and that's where the social club aspect comes into play. $500,000 doesn't sound that bad when you look at the price of some of these other yachts that are out there. At least the new ones, the used ones, that's a bit expensive. So here's how they kind of stabilize it all, and that'll be interesting. I'd be also curious how it handles the wave action, because that adds a lot of stress to the connections. But they're solar powered. That was the only reason I even added that to it. All right, this one is AAA says that skepticism in autonomous driving features is justified after testing Tesla's autopilot. And let's look at the comments on this thing. Doesn't make sense. Tesla FSD beta stack is different than the AP and ADAS. AAA says it won't work on AAA says doesn't work on FSD until AD. What? And it wasn't just Tesla's, but the article came out that way. They evaluated Subaru's EyeSight, Hyundai's Driving Assist, and Tesla's Autopilot Basic, not FSD. So none of the vehicles they tested were autonomous driving at all. They were all AP.
Basic AP is not, yeah.
Right. They're all automation level 1, not 2. What a clickbait. Why not say that Subaru failed the test instead? Nobody would have clicked on it, of course. Exactly. And like this person's thumbnail, they've crossed out the full self-driving. FSD would have moved over. It's true. And autopilot is not FSD. Do they know the difference? So again, being careful with the media you consume. Not a fault of Drive Tesla Canada. They were reporting on these other people. And see, this one didn't call out Tesla. They said self-driving cars hit a third of cyclists in all testing, which is still just as bad because none of the cars they drove were self-driving.
Right.
And I show you all the time on these crash tests where they hit or don't hit the bicyclist. So
they're driver assist and they're yeah. Okay.
So GM has secured a multi-year cobalt supply agreement, which is interesting because while everybody else is moving to no cobalt, GM went and secured themselves some cobalt. Good on them. That means they can make some batteries to make some cars. Are nickel batteries on their way out? Ask charged EVs. Let's see what they say. Betteridge's Law says no. The headline asks a question, the answer is no. And we know that because Tesla is going high nickel on their high performance cars and trucks. But they do have the point that LFP is becoming, lithium iron phosphate is becoming more prevalent.
So they're not going out anytime soon.
Right.
But yeah,
they're going to lose some share.
Everybody's looking for a alternative because nickel's so expensive and hard to mine and everything else. So yeah,
it makes sense. Yeah.
Alternatives will be used, but they're not
Exactly.
going anywhere anytime soon.
Yes. So the Mini Countryman EV is accurately rendered ahead of the 2023 release. So if you're into minis and you want to plug in and you want some space in your mini, so you don't want a mini, you want a medium mini, there you go. All right, so we talked about the fire engine, and we saw a video of it earlier in the show, and there it is.
Cool.
This one seemed a little weird. I don't think I brought this one to share with you guys. I wanted to look at the house because I'm being nosy. But Franz bought himself a $51 million Pacific Palisades estate from Adam Levine, the singer.
Must be nice.
Wait, I can look at it with you guys, so I don't have to save this for later. It looks nice. I mean, he did good work. He designed all the cars we're looking at with help, obviously. Model S all the way up to the Cybertruck. The Model S he recovered from Fisker's trying to sabotage the company by taking the designs out, allegedly. I think that the Model S looks better than the Fisker that came out anyway. So even if he did steal the designs, I think he did us a favor. This is a really nice looking house, Franz. Congratulations. There we go.
It better be nice looking for that kind of money.
Right. Update. One day. Also, last week we talked about the BZ4X not being able to supercharge. Yeah, that too. But not being able to DC fast charge in frozen weather. And Toyota has finally came out and clarified. They did it the day after our show because they obviously hadn't answered the day of our show last week. One day after publishing, Toyota has updated the press release to be a little more specific. It now states the BZ4X may slow down in temperatures below freezing and that it will not work at all in temperatures of -15 to -4, which, being that they are a Canadian publication, I can understand why they are super concerned with a car that can't charge in the cold.
So what's that in? Wait a minute. Oh, okay, -4 Fahrenheit. That's pretty darn cold.
It is, but
it's Canada, so
it gets that cold all the time.
That's a concern.
Right. So Rick here says, epic fail. No point in selling the BZ in Canada at this point.
Exactly.
They done messed up. Frozen Gate.
Yeah, I think y'all just need to relegate that car to like Florida or something. Just don't sell it in Canada.
But doesn't it snow in Japan?
It does.
Oh. All right. So history of the term snake oil salesman. I'll read that and maybe I'll share it later. Image descriptions from Microsoft. Stop stealing. Okay, so that one is not related. It's funny, but that's not. Okay, so that is those. Let's move on to the document, which is.
But I still don't understand. I still have a question about this whole thing with
the BZ.
Yeah, So if that's is it that it doesn't work with the ambient temperatures, or does it not work if the battery pack is those temperatures? Because you can warm up the battery pack.
They didn't get much clearer on it, did they?
They never clarified what exactly do they mean by it doesn't work below these temperatures.
Exactly.
I mean, is the ambient outside air temperatures? Is that what we're talking about, or they're talking about because there's two different things, right?
They are.
It's a totally different.
Especially
if you're driving on a road trip or something like that. By driving, you're heating up the pack.
Exactly.
So when you do go to DC fast charge it to charge it back up, so you can continue on your trip, it's going to be warm. It's definitely going to be warm enough to function, to work. So
exactly, and the way that Tesla handles it is there are temperatures where it just won't charge, and there are temperatures where you can't leave it. So you can't leave it at -40 for more than 24 hours. On all the Teslas, it says that do not leave in -40 for more than 24 hours. And when Tesla does theirs, they do it based on the temperature of the pack. So if you bring it from a garage straight to a supercharger, it will charge. If you bring it from next to the supercharger, it's not warm enough, so it's going to spend most of the time warming up before it does anything. So Toyota's put themselves in a pickle here. So we talked about all the waste from farming. You've got sugarcane processing. It's got a waste called bagasse, or bagasse, and
oh, by the way, -40 in Celsius and Fahrenheit. It's the same temperature. Still
exactly. I love that.
Waste as it's refined.
All right, so there's music in there for no reason. So this is the waste from the sugarcane. This entrepreneur has decided to turn it into food trays. And then another group has turned it into bowls. And another group has turned it into the utensils.
Okay.
And these are all landfill biodegradable, as well as you don't need the special treatment to break them down like you do with most biodegradable plastics.
That's because it's not petroleum based; it's plant based.
Exactly.
I love that.
Absolutely. And so this one was, I should have said this way at the beginning of the show. So if you made it this far and you don't already know, if you are in these areas here on the red dots, you get free supercharging for Memorial Day before 10 and after 7. So they don't want you to do it during the peak travel time, but if you're in the area,
they're trying to encourage people to charge up, after hours.
Exactly. From Friday to Monday on the 27th to the 30th. There you go. Here are the cities in California. That's a lot of them. All right. Can gas stations do this? I don't think so either. Remember when they used to give away free gas? Oh, wait, never mind.
That's one thing I do miss about my old Model S, that free supercharging.
Indeed. I love it. So turn signals are visualized in FSD beta 10.12.1. Hand gestures are next. That would be cool if it would show me a police officer or construction worker directing traffic. And also it'd be nice if more police officers went to traffic directing school, because a lot of the ones that I see tend to end up favoring one side and making a mess of things.
I tell you what, that's not an easy thing to do.
It's not easy. That's why machines do it.
Especially certain intersections.
Yes.
Some are easier than others.
Right.
And yeah.
If they could, they should probably get somebody who knows the neighborhoods to do those intersections.
But it definitely helps when people actually follow directions.
That part.
It sucks when you have people that don't pay attention. And
yes, absolutely. I bet you they could probably get some good tickets off of that. Just like when they do the radar gun off the overpass, and they have the other guy to go catch them. They have the guy who's actually directing traffic, and then they have the guy who's getting the self-important folks.
But usually in those traffic directing situations,
he won't have time to flag them.
There's too much going on. It's too busy. They don't have manpower to be having somebody else do all the ticket writing, because usually it's either something went wrong in that intersection, and you go from a controlled intersection to an uncontrolled intersection where there's supposed to be traffic lights, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, a lot of times it's not one intersection, it's multiple. And then other situations may be there's some big, huge concert in town or something, and they're directing traffic because there's just tons of traffic, right? So they're doing like a long pull to try to get the flow.
Those ones usually go better. It's the crashes and traffic light out situations where they end up favoring the wrong side and having backups.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's cool. I didn't realize some of those considerations there. Tesla to start a second shift at Giga Shanghai next week for around-the-clock production. One of my Amazons just did the notifications sound a lot, and the other one did not. So this is how they're coming roaring back. They've got a second shift at Shanghai, and they're adding. They already added shifts at Fremont. Tesla agrees to build the next Gigafactory in Indonesia. Let's learn more about that.
That's interesting.
Because all the other next gigafactories were just doubling up the ones they already had in Austin and Shanghai and Berlin.
So they scrapped the deal with India and went with Indonesia.
Well, I mean, like we said last week, it makes sense. Like, if you can't get your gauge of how many cars you need to make, you don't know how big your factory needs to be. If you make your factory
That's
too
true.
big, you waste a lot of money.
That's true.
And how far is Indonesia from India? That might be a little bit of slap in the face for them. Oh, we got you. We got this handled. You can keep your 10,000 cars a year.
Let me look that up.
Do. I'm curious. All right, so he met with the Indonesian President Joko Widodo last weekend to discuss potential investments following a visit to Indonesia later this year. So this might be the one that people are freaking out about, not the one from Brazil. They've also agreed on something much bigger. According to the statements made by the minister on Wednesday, Tesla will build their next gigafactory in Indonesia, a facility that will include both vehicle and battery manufacturing. So all the news had been reporting it as just battery factory. So that is cool. So it's a real proper gigafactory that makes everything. The minister elaborated that Tesla...
Interesting.
The minister elaborated... Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was looking at Google Maps, so it's very interesting to see the position of where Indonesia is.
You got your maps
It's
up?
actually bigger than I thought. Oh yeah, I can share it. It's actually big. It's a bigger country than I thought.
It's pretty big. Yeah, the maps they show us in school, man, they're designed for imperialism, not for facts.
So this is Indonesia here. So it's kind of outlined in red.
Yeah.
And it's
I've never seen it zoomed in so much. Yeah.
It's a lot bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, and if you look at where it is compared to India, they're not that far.
They're not far at all. So Elon must be mad.
He just said, "Okay, this ain't working. India's not working. All right."
And not only that, Indonesia's surrounded by ocean, so they can get those products on the water.
Oh yeah, shipping is going to be way easier.
Yeah. So then, the Indonesian minister wanted to point out that Tesla hasn't signed on the dotted line just yet, but the deal was good stuff, big stuff, and adding that it will hopefully be finalized this year. According to the minister, the plant will be built in the central Java province. All right.
Central Java.
More gigafactories is good.
So right there. All right. Oh yeah, they'll definitely have easy
Water
access to ship.
There we go. Neo says that that supply chain disruption, not demand, is their biggest challenge. That's good, but that also makes sense. Like we keep saying, the gas prices right now make it so that
everybody wants the EV.
Exactly.
And that's the same. Actually, that's the same problem everybody's having. Even gas cars, there's a higher demand than they're able to build them. There's supply chain issues with everybody, with all cars. It's not just EVs.
Yep. And so those 360 kilowatt chargers for Shell in Germany, there are 200 of them. That's substantial.
Especially in a country inside of Germany, that's good.
It is pretty good. There need to be more, but this is a good start. EV subscription service Onto adds Fiat's 500 to its new fleet. 500e, I should say, even though they didn't. Get on them. Electrify all the things, especially rental fleets.
Yep.
Just make sure that you give a good info card laminated so that girl doesn't come find you and complain about charging. GM has appeared to consider the possibility of putting dual charge ports in future electric trucks. After intriguing dual port setups over the years on concept cars, I'd love to see this become a reality. Unlike Ford with their fake dual port, this will be good for not just allowing them on the supercharger network, but also making sure that your trucks can use all of the deployed CCS chargers with minimal having to faff about with the trailers. There you go. That's a good move. Now we'll see if they actually do it. And apparently I opened this up. So let's see what they said. 800 volt charging, 350 kilowatts DC fast charging. That would be cool if they do it on both sides. Because remember, the reason that the Bolt is stuck at 50 kilowatts is because they were cheaping out on the copper.
Right.
So that would be quite a departure. Hey, we're going to put in just enough to say they can DC fast charge. To we're going to put in a whole duplicate charge cable. So maybe they are leading. Or if they do it like here, like that truck, then they the truck that we saw last week, the semi truck, then they can just charge faster with dual 350 chargers. Because I was thinking one on each side, like the Ford appears to have, but to put them back side by side, like the semi truck, is not a bad idea either. It doesn't allow you that same flexibility, but allows you more speed.
Mm-hmm.
That Volt was such a disappointment. This is what they showed us, and that's not what we got.
It didn't look anything like that.
Right.
I was all excited about that. I was like, "Oh yeah, definitely get me one," and fail.
Yep. If you squint at the production one, it did look like that, but you had to squint real hard. Elon says that Tesla will have self-driving cars without the need for humans next year. He says a lot of things. But just throwing it out there so you could say that that you knew of it. Giga Shanghai is going to operate in closed-loop system until mid-June, whatever that means, but hopes to resume full production next week. I'm thinking that is them living in the factory until June. So let's see if that's what it says.
It could be because of China's big, COVID protocol and all that.
Exactly what it is. Where they're operating on a closed-loop system where employees live and work in the factory since April 19th. So how come I hadn't heard it called that before now? Everybody referred to it as that. Drive Tesla Canada, I picked their article because it was the cleanest looking. But
no, that makes sense. If everything's locked down, but it's like, okay, well, all these people are isolated. They're still basically quarantining just here at the factory.
Yeah.
Only around each other.
Exactly.
No outside anything.
Yeah, they got beds. We bring food. Yeah. It makes sense.
And they're willing to do that. The workers are willing to do that, which is amazing too. Because
most of them, there were a few that got out of the Apple plant and started a ruckus when the security guards weren't looking. They didn't appreciate it, but
I haven't heard of that problem at Tesla though.
Right, that part.
So apparently their workers are willing to do that.
Right.
I know here in the U.S. that would never fly.
It wouldn't fly. Yeah. but somebody asked Elon, and he didn't want to answer. Are his China workers harder working than his U.S. workers? And he pulled way back and didn't want to answer that question. He's like, yeah, our employees love working for us, and you see the same level of drive from both countries, and blah blah blah. So like, he wasn't about to. He did the politician answer on that one. He wasn't about to be nailed down, but he pointed out that the China workers are respected and treated better than their peers at other people's factories. So that could also explain why the Foxconn versus, I'm assuming Foxconn because they said iPhone, or Tesla, why they are willing to do it versus the other ones were like, let us out.
Well, yeah, there is that. I mean, if Tesla is treating them better over there in China than what the other factories do, then it would make sense that people would be much more willing to work with Tesla on that.
So not only is Shanghai running on 2 shifts, Berlin is also running 2 shifts. So they're just telling all the factories, just run faster, because Fremont was already there, and Shanghai got there, and now Berlin is there, even though, as we saw, Berlin is not moving all that fast. But
you know what's amazing to me?
Yeah.
The fact that they're making a big deal out of them adding the second shift. Like, I used to think back in the day, all factories ran like 24 hours. They would just have all 3 shifts. They would just, have people working different shifts and just have, because they employed such a large number of people. I was thinking, it's got to be 3 shifts. It's got to be just running 24/7, constant production. I didn't know that most factories don't do that. They employ that many people because their factories are so humongous and there's that much going on at a factory.
Exactly. Yeah. So then there was another notice reference to the Indonesia plant. And so I want to thank you guys for sticking out another marathon show with us, and let you know that I am still working on those pre-recorded shows that I was talking about but I need to shorten them. And on the lithium battery swap, I need to get it in order. And on Tuesday, we're shooting something special. And who knows when I'm going to have that out, but I think you'll enjoy it. And hopefully it won't be the cause of a 12-volt fire like we saw in that Model Y. So thanks for coming through. Thanks for Zachary for the donation. And thank you to all of our patrons and members. And we'll catch you on the flip side.